Hey, welcome back. We broke the stream.
Hey, welcome back. We broke the stream.
Let's do that one more time.
Hey, if you're just joining us, we're ready to go join chapters
What?
Right here.
What?
to this one.
I spoke. You better say again.
Yeah, if you're just joining us,
If you're just joining us,
thank you.
Thank you.
We've read a couple of chapters from the Automatic Marketing Machine book so far.
We shared a couple of chapters. Okay, I say a couple of shares. Okay, we shared a couple of chapters from the Automatic Marketing Machine book that the publisher is forcing. Fuck you.
Yeah. You can't tell the director, fuck you.
Apparently I can't.
Okay.
I might have to pay the consequences of that. But as I said,
If
This
you
is the
want,
real
if you
behind
want
the
to
scenes,
follow
people.
along with the book and make sure you're in the know,
if you want to follow along with the Automatic Marketing Machine book and make sure you're in the know,
go to
go to
ammbook.com.
ammbook.com.
Sign up. All right. We're on chapter 1.
Are you glad they hired you to produce this thing?
I am. I'm thrilled. This is getting excited. All right.
All right.
All of our
someone
cameras are
has
set.
to stop me at 5.
We got you. I got you, man.
Are you gonna set a clock?
No. I got you. I'm looking at it right here.
Would you set a timer, please? Would someone humor me?
I got a timer. Got
Set
it.
a countdown timer.
Will
And
do.
make sure that I stop
9:55.
9.
9:55 good enough?
Yeah.
Thank you. We can move those tissues. Is that in any shot?
What?
Tissues aren't in any of the shots, right?
The tissues are in the shot. Not
No, they're not.
Okay. We're set. Cameras rolling. Eric, you're good?
Yep, we have audio here, so we're gonna do another, we're gonna be doing a room tone again at each.
Okay, cool. We got about 18 minutes. RJon Robbins.
Oh, would someone text Allie the link to this thing so that she can see it live, please?
You got the new link?
I do.
All right, welcome back to the 60-day experiment, which is the 60-day entrepreneurial sausage factory experiment, where we're just showing you the practical realities of
What it takes to get it done.
how that juicy, tasty, aromas sausages and bacon deliciousness gets
I'll
made,
text that.
right?
That's the-
All right. We did 2 chapters already this morning. Now we did the introduction and we did chapter 2 this morning. Now we're going back to chapter 1. And at 9:55, I'm gonna have to stop and do a check-in on another program that we're running called the Practical Profitable Mindset Program. Because we have about 130 entrepreneurs who have paid to participate in that. And so I'm gonna give them my attention and check in with them. And then we'll be back to the Automatic Marketing Machine, which you can get on the list so you get notified when the audiobook is edited and comes out, and when the print book is ready to come out. The publisher has decided that the audiobook will come out first. Go to ammbook.com.
Room tone.
Room tone, 10 seconds of silence.
All right. Quiet on the set. 3. In 3. No, wait. No sips, no swallows. Especially you're right there.
Sorry.
In 3, 2, 1. Who's moving? Poltergeist?
Someone's walking down the hall.
Otra vez. In 3, 2, 1, silence. Good. Now announce chapter 1 to the microphone.
Automatic Marketing Machine, Chapter 1, Wednesday, January 5th, 2022, 9:39 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Chapter 1, let's cut the BS and make your small business more profitable. The truth will set you free, but first it will piss you off. Gloria Steinem. The truth of the matter is that you have been lied to for a very long time. Or if it makes you feel any better, you've been fed a whole bunch of bullshit about how to market your business. And that is why you are where you are with your business instead of where we know you want to be. Where you may find yourself today is frustrated and scared and intimidated and overwhelmed and insecure and maybe even feeling all alone. Yes, we know it can be very frustrating to know in your heart that you have the capacity to produce great product and service. But if you could only find better clients and customers who would give you the opportunity to show the world what you're made of. We know it can be very frustrating when you find yourself in the office in the middle of the night or on the weekends instead of with your family enjoying the fruits of your labors because your business can't bring in enough prospects to afford you the confidence or the cash flow to hire the help you need. We know it can be pretty scary not knowing where that next customer or client or patient or passenger or diner is coming from, especially towards the end of the month. We know all of this because we've been there and we got ourselves out of that place by building an automatic marketing machine of our own. And let me just say this, my first automatic marketing machine was a real piece of crap. My second automatic marketing machine was better. My 10th automatic marketing machine made my third automatic marketing machine look pretty primitive. Don't judge your beginning by someone else's middle. Just get started. So look, we know all of this is even worse when you go around and you see other business owners who you know they've got less experience than you. You know they've got less experience than you. You know they're not as good at doing whatever it is that you do. And they're in your local market and they seem to just be crushing it. They're able to make the long-term courageous business decisions that you know you would be able to make in terms of hiring and training and investing in equipment and turning down the wrong clients or even the right clients who have the wrong needs. They can make these courageous decisions because they have a steady stream of prospects coming to the door and you don't yet. We know it can be very frustrating to see these other entrepreneurs making the decisions that you wish you could be making, doing the things with their businesses that you wish you could be doing with yours, and living the life that you imagined when you decided to start your business. All because they seem to have figured something out that for some reason still eludes you. Well, we have some good news and some bad news.
One more time.
Well, we have some good news and some bad news. The bad news is Dylan's gonna die young because he fucking smokes, as evidenced by his smoker's cough that keeps interrupting. The good news, well, there really isn't any good news about it. We love him. Unfortunately, he's gonna die young because he smokes. You know why Dylan smokes? Because he hangs around with smokers. And it's hard to quit smoking when you hang around with other smokers. Just like it's hard to quit your excuses about your business. See how I'm working this all together?
I do. I was like, okay.
Just like it's hard to quit all the excuses you make about your pathetic marketing results and the struggles you have with your business when you hang around with other business owners who are making the same excuses and tolerating the same poor results. But we've got some good news for you and some bad news. Well, we've got some good news for you and some bad news. Well, we've got some good news for you and some bad news. The bad news is that much of this book, it's probably going to piss you off. The good news is that if you follow the very simple instructions that you will find throughout this book, if you take advantage of some of the extras and bonuses and tools and resources that you will find linked to throughout this book, and if you're listening to the audio, we'll put it all at the end. If you follow the plain English instructions that we're going to spell out for you with no fancy terminology, and when we have fancy terminology, we'll explain that to you too. We're going to detail precisely how and why you can build an automatic marketing machine.
Recording in progress.
The good news.
The good news is that if you follow the very simple instructions that you will find laid out in plain English throughout this book, detailing precisely how and why to build an automatic marketing machine for your business, it will also set you free. So let's get to it. Who has lied to me and why? That's what you want to know, right? Well, at the risk of distracting you from taking action, we're going to indulge your curiosity for a bit, but only so you can get it out of your system, so that we can devote the rest of this book to helping you recover from the damage may already have been done.
No. But only.
But only so you can get it out of your system, so we can devote the rest of this book to helping you recover from the damage that may have already been done. So let's begin by defining some terms. First, let's talk about the most important term in business, actually in life. But this isn't a book about your life, this is a book about your business and marketing, so I would limit this to the most important term in business. It's called truth. Truth is reality. Reality is truth. In other words, it is what it is, and one of the fundamental facts about truth is that while it can be changed by a person's actions, reality cannot be changed merely by your wishes or your wants or your dreams or your desires, nor even by how good of a person you are. Truth is not in the eye of the beholder, and there is no such thing as a perceived reality. There are perceptions of reality, of course, but it's still reality that is being perceived differently by different people depending on their tools of perception. If you want your business to be more profitable, please take this point seriously. Truth is reality, and reality is truth. And businesses that operate from a place of truth, they tend to be more profitable businesses, especially in the long run. Now let's talk about lies. Lies are an intentional misrepresentation of a person's best perceptions of and understandings about what is true. If I have a perception, if I have a belief, if I have a perception about reality, and I intentionally misrepresent my perception of reality to you, then I have lied to you. Lies are very different than mistakes, though. Mistakes are the result of a person being wrong about their best understanding of what the truth is. But they're doing their best to express it as honestly as they can. So if I have a perception about the color of the tablecloth covering the table, holding the microphone stand, and I tell you that I believe this tablecloth is navy blue, because it appears to be navy blue to me. But in fact, the tablecloth is black, I have not lied to you, I have made a mistake. On the other hand, if I know the tablecloth is black, and I can tell you that it's actually navy blue, on the other hand, if I perceive that the tablecloth is actually black, but I misrepresent my perception of the tablecloth and I tell you it's navy blue, then I've lied to you. Lies are an intentional misrepresentation of a person's best understanding of truth. Mistakes are an unintentional misrepresentation of a person's best understanding of truth. This is really important for you when it comes to marketing, because lots and lots and lots of struggling business owners, they're afraid to test. They're afraid to experiment. They're afraid to try things out because they fail to make a distinction between lies and mistakes. And then they abuse their staff when their staff makes mistakes because they treat their staff like they made an intentional misrepresentation. In other words, they treat their staff like their staff is lying to them when their staff may have simply been making a mistake. Imagine working in the marketing department. Imagine being the marketing assistant. Imagine being the marketing vendor, working for a business owner, and you're really truly working your best, doing the very best job you can do, but you make a mistake. But they treat you like you lie. This failure to make a distinction between lies and mistakes creates all kinds of management problems in businesses, and especially in marketing. So truth is reality, reality is truth. Lies are an intentional misrepresentation of a person's best understanding of reality, the person's best understanding of what is true. Mistakes are the result of a person simply being wrong about their best understanding of the truth, but doing their best to express it as honestly as that person can. Which now brings us to bullshit. Bullshit is created when a person who has not bothered to investigate, they have not bothered to think through or analyze or measure or ascertain what is true about something, nonetheless makes representations about it. The key element of bullshit is that the representations that are made, they could turn out to be correct, or maybe they're incorrect. But at the time that the representation is made, the person making that representation has not bothered to figure it out one way or the other. That's what makes it bullshit. And when you ask a person why they did or didn't do something, and they have no explanation, and it's obvious they didn't think it through, then that odor you smell in the air is probably bullshit. By the way, there's a great book by a Princeton professor entitled On Bullshit, which I would highly recommend to everyone listening to this. So let's talk about who has lied to you and who has bullshitted you about your marketing and why. College professors. If they told you that you don't need to concern yourself with marketing, that just being the best would be enough to bring your business a steady stream of profitable prospects, then they were telling you bullshit, or else maybe they were simply mistaken. Either way, that ain't true. Your first boss. If your first boss told you that you would not have to worry about marketing, then your first boss was probably lying to you. Why? Well, maybe your first boss didn't want you to get distracted from doing the job they needed you to do, and they just wanted you to focus on do the job that they needed you to do, because your first boss didn't want you to feel empowered. Since we all know that whoever controls the flow of prospects to a business ultimately has the power to dictate terms and write their own ticket in that business. And so maybe your first boss didn't want you to know this fact of life. Gee, I wonder why. Your marketing vendors.
Hey, buddy. 955.
Coming back to marketing vendors. Dylan, bring me and now we're switching, editor, we're switching to do a little thing that's got nothing to do with the book, entitled, this new thing that we're doing is pausing the audiobook recording. Great.
Can we broadcast this or
I
just
need a
watch
moment.
this?
You need to see something really
We're, yeah, explain it.
Just stop recording.
Jimbo,
Yeah.
can you look on Zoom and tell me if it's okay?
Um,
I feel like I'm violating a Jimbo business because I'm looking down at the camera.
yeah, you would be. It's not always flattering.
Just come look. Yeah, I know. Just come look. I mean, it doesn't look so bad. I'm thinking it doesn't look so bad. Stand up on stage. Look.
Alright.
On the box.
So, hey, everybody. And my close up
It's great, actually.
is Jimbo Marshall here. Hey, we're about to see a little behind the scenes of the program that we've been talking about all week, Practical Profitable Mindset. This is a daily application of making sure that mindset is practical, profitable. Enjoy.
Jessica, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, great. I hear you. You can hear me. We can hear each other.
We can hear each other.
All right.
Can I tell the group something that was on my mind this morning, RJon?
Yes.
Yes. Start?
Yeah, please. To my clock, we've got 4 more minutes before we start.
Good. All right. People are piling in. This is when we kind of get the crescendo here of people. So everyone, yesterday I was talking about my own list of priorities, the things that are important to me. And let's make a distinction, I think, right? The things that are important to me should be my priorities. The exercise that we're all experiencing together here is aligned with you. So part of that priority, an important thing to me, is recognizing that because this program means so much to me, and that's one of the things that's important to me this year, I would start meditating in the morning about the program, about the content I'm seeing from all of you, what I'm reading, what I'm taking in. And I had this epiphany this morning that you are all practitioners. You run legal practices. The word practice is actually embedded in this work that you do. And as I think about the practical application of mindset, it just kind of occurred to me this morning that practicing is really what it's all about, right? And it was just kind of a thought I had, something I think I'll elaborate on more, but throwing it out there because it was kind of a mouthfeel. So I'm sharing it with all of you and telling you that we are watching and we're looking at what we're posting. We're creating a space where we talk about this. We talk about this in a safe space. So continue to post, continue to engage with this exercise, everyone. We're here, we're listening, and we're paying attention, and it's in the practice that we're doing this week that all the values coming. So I just
Thank you, Jessica. And I want to share with everyone the text that I shared with you yesterday, because I feel like they need to hear this side of it also.
I love that.
After yesterday's, whatever we call this thing, yesterday's check-in, I just texted Jessica. Well, I went from that to another meeting, and then another meeting, and then another meeting. And so I wasn't able to call Jessica immediately. And I just sent her a quick text and said, I want you to know I think you are doing a very good job. And also, I know you can do even better. I would not be pushing you if I did not have as much confidence in you as I do. Sorry I didn't call you as soon as the thing ended yesterday. I'm sorry I didn't call you as soon as the thing ended. I've been on calls and meetings ever since. And then Jessica, of course, wrote back, I know I was expecting to hear from you. I'm also a professional and will not compromise a $4 million project for this or any other company. I wouldn't even compromise a $4 project. I do wish I had a little more time with you, though, RJon. That's how I will learn all kinds of things. I've also been working with 22 members, blah, 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 blah. Oh, and she also had COVID.
Right.
I don't mean blah, blah, blah as like dismissive. I mean blah, blah, blah as in like it's not. No one's business.
Not the most important part of communication.
And then I just said, why don't we make time for you to come work from Miami for a week so we can spend more FaceTime. So, just want everyone to understand, this is the practical reality of, how things get done. You hire great people who you see lots of potential in. You hire people who are aligned with your mission, your vision, your values, your priorities. And hopefully you earn their trust before you need to say, trust me, I have the best intentions. So this is our check-in. The assignment this week, and again, don't get ahead of yourself. This is a marathon. This is a 52-week marathon, and we're still on week number 1. Right? So don't get ahead of yourself. The assignment this week is intended to help you face the truth about what we say is important to us versus what our actions demonstrate is important to us. If we don't like what we see, well, good news. Next week we'll be working on how to change that. But this week is about really looking and seeing and getting clear on what's real and what's bullshit. Because when we bullshit ourselves, we lose trust in ourselves. And so that's, you make these commitments, you make these promises to yourself, you make these resolutions to yourself, you make plans. But if you don't trust yourself, it makes it very hard to make commitments. And one of the ways that self-trust gets eroded is when there's misalignment with what you say is important to you and what your actions demonstrate is really important to you. It's a big eroder of self-trust, and that's what this week is about, is to get a handle on where and how some of that self-trust might have been eroded, and either come to grips with it, come to terms with it, accept it, forgive yourself, we move on, or decide what you want to do something about and what you don't want to do something about. Libby's got her hand up, and I want to just check in with a few people and hear a story, an example, an anecdote of something that you have realized so far this week on this exercise. Libby, why don't you kick it off? I cannot hear you. Still can't hear you. There we go. Now we hear
I
you.
have information. Okay, good morning. It's so interesting to me that self-trust is what you just named. I shared a bit of an epiphany in the Facebook group this morning around this, and so it feels extremely relevant. And I essentially am in a place where I'm recognizing that my self-trust is eroding around how I love myself and how I love others. And so I'm attempting to come into alignment with that. And so my question is, this week is about recognition, and I'm trusting that. I had a nightmare about it last night, and it was connected to my meditation.
That's good.
And so my question is for you, or for what's your challenge to us around, number one, the continued recognizing of that mistrust of self, because it's integrity, right? If I say I love myself, then that needs to be coming out in how I love others. So I'm in this big parenting spiral right now, figuring out how to love my very challenging but very lovable 4-year-old. And
I've offered, you've got like the most beautiful kids. I've offered to borrow them. You keep them fine.
They are so special, so amazing. So, for you, how do you challenge us to continue to align that self-trust? And then are there measures by which you sort of know how to increase that self-trust, know how to increase that self-love? I don't know if that question makes sense.
I think it makes sense. Tell me if the answer makes sense. If the answer makes sense, then the question makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, then I didn't understand the question. One of the questions, how to measure the increase of self-trust. I'm going to answer it 2 ways because I'm not sure which way you meant it. One is I am always and constantly trying to improve my own level of self-trust. I'm 50 years old, and my self-trust was so damaged and eroded earlier in my life that if I lived to be 150 years old, I might not fully repair it. So there, right? I'm always working on improving it. Progress, probably never perfection. I always hear stories about people, usually they're standing on stages, talking about how they always keep their word. I don't always keep my word. I try to always keep my word. I intend to always keep my word, but if I'm being honest with myself, I often don't keep my word. If I go around telling myself I always keep my word, and then don't always keep my word, then what I'm basically doing is telling myself that I'm a liar, which ironically, it's kind of ironic with that example, right? So I guess what I'm saying is give yourself a break. We were all taught some pretty bad habits. Let me rephrase that. Most of us were taught some pretty bad habits. And most of us will probably go to our graves still working on improving this area of our lives. Except, of course, the people who are perfect or the people who don't make the effort to make an improvement, and they won't go to their graves trying to get better because they're not trying to get better. Sad for them. The other part of your question, I think, was how do you make these improvements, right? Little by little, with small gestures. What is something that you say is important to you?
So I wrote about this in the Facebook post, but for a bit of context, RJon knows this about me, but I'm a pastor, and so where my shame spiral is right now is that, I am over here preaching, although I don't preach because it's a very alternative spiritual community, but I'm over here preaching love, right? And so I said it's important to me to be an embodied person who lives out of presence, connection, courage. And I am doing that incrementally, But where I'm shame spiraling right now and attempting to come into alignment is how that then gets connected to my parenting. So what I hear you saying is like it's the small gestures, which was confirmed in a podcast I listened to by Brene Brown today, where she says like it's trust, the anatomy of trust. Trust is literally built up in these teeny little things. And I think like where my hang up is around this integrity, and again I'm trusting the process, I'm waiting in it. But where my hang up is that I claim one thing about being a person who's present and connected and courageous in my love, and then it's not coming out in my parenting.
May I make a suggestion, a practical suggestion?
Yes, please.
Because this is a practical, profitable mindset program. So let me make a practical suggestion for you. I would encourage you to further refine your position and further refine your brand. So here's a practical, profitable lesson for everyone. Muhammad Ali said, I'm paraphrasing here, that something like there's nothing more sad than a person who's 50 years old, someone, Dylan, when I'm looking at you, this is like your cue. Look up Muhammad Ali quote.
I've got it, RJon.
What is the quote? What is the quote?
Give me 1 second. 1 second. I remember it. Hold on. A man at 30 and a man at, oh gosh.
Yeah, that's the quote.
A man at 30 versus, oh, where are they?
Something
Yeah,
like,
here
you can
we
find it.
go. Here we go. This is the whole page again.
I've
A
got this.
man who views the world the same at 50 as he did at 20 has wasted 30 years of his life.
Right. A person who views the world the same way at 50 as that person viewed the world when they were 20 years old has wasted 30 years of their life. There are so many people. I literally had this conversation with Taye Estuya last week. He's 6 years old. It's amazing how much little kids can understand about this stuff. Haven't we all known people who take a position, who express a belief when they're 20 years old, and then they defend it and justify it and rationalize it, and they double down on it into being 21 years old. And now they've got 2 years invested in this position. And so now they double down on it again at 22 years old. And now they got 3 years invested in this position. And so now they double down on it again at 23 years old. And now they've got 4 years invested in this position. And so, you get what I'm saying? Next thing you know, they're 50 years old, and like literally they're rigid around this position. And they know it doesn't really work because it's not working. The evidence that it's not working is all around them. But they're so rigid about it, like anything that happens cracks their position and they freak out. Libby, you know what I'm talking about? I'm not suggesting this is you, but you know what I'm talking about.
Sure do.
All right. If you go back and look at videos or read articles that I wrote about marketing, management, staffing, financial control, business, life, when I was 27 years old, which is when I started doing all of this. You know, I don't think the same way nowadays that I thought of back then. I see things differently now. And one of the conscious decisions that I had to make, and this is a very practical, conscious decision that everyone can make, and if you will make this decision, it will set you free to make more profits, is I made a conscious decision not to be limited more caged by things I've said in the past, lessons I've taught in the past, positions I've taught in the past, speeches I've written in the past, speeches I've given in the past, workshops I've taught in the past. I am perfectly comfortable standing on stage and saying, 5 years ago, this is what I thought. And now I think something different based on 5 years of experience. And don't you know, there's a lot of trainers, coaches, consultants, people, there's a lot of human beings who, oh my God, that's what I said 5 years ago. How can I get on stage 5 years later and say that I was wrong back then? Right? So what I'm suggesting for you, Libby, and really you're sort of a proxy for everyone participating today, is you don't have to change your position. You can evolve your position. So your position, as you articulated it to me just now, is I am present in the moment of love. I'm paraphrasing, but that's the gist of it, correct? What if we evolve that to I express my love by always doing my best to be present in that moment of love? And what if the expression of love isn't necessarily the being present part? What if the expression of love is the doing my best to be intentional about being present? Because I think your kids know that they are loved and adored and treasured. And I think your kids feel pretty loved and secure in that. And I think that when you're playing with your daughter in the moment and you stub your toe and you break contact with her because you're in pain, I think she understands that mom is doing her best to be present with me, but she stubbed her toe and she's in pain. Does that make sense?
This is really helpful, and I will need some time to use with it and sit with it. But this is really helpful, and I think that this is sort of like an aside to what I shared with my epiphany in the Facebook group, but like the nightmare that I had was connected to the fact that I threw off the anger, the handle and anger with my eldest, and then immediately went to shelter in place from tornado. And in the dream, I was like devastated that the last thing she would hear from me was anger, right? And like the thing that I threw off the anger, the handle and anger about in the nightmare was justified. Like it was like I should have been angry at her for the action she took, but it was uncontrolled anger. It was misplaced anger. It was projected anger. And so this is really helpful to me as far as the presence and love thing is connected, as far as evolving the position to trying the best in the moment, and recognizing that I am the tornado. That was like literally the epiphany that I had like as I woke up, where I was like, me and my uncontrolled emotions are the tornado. Like that is me. And if I'm applying what you're sharing with me today, I can evolve to where that tornado is less like chaos in the moment and more like inner Tasmanian devil that I'm learning to evolve, and like allowing that to like calm down.
So yesterday I hit Tayasui in the face with my fist. I literally punched him in the face. Was I committing child abuse? Or did my 45-pound 6-year-old do a death dive directly on my testicles? The answer is, I got the death dive on Family Jewels, and I was laying in bed. For those of you who don't have 6-year-olds, a death dive is where a 6-year-old boy literally jumps up in the air and lands directly on top of you, doesn't care or know where they land. And this one landed in the wrong spot, and instinctively I went like this, and literally punched him in the face, and he fell out of the bed and got up laughing, even though he was a little hurt, because, you know, he knows how much I love him, and he knows I would never intentionally hurt him. And if the last thing your daughter hears before the tornado scoops her away is, "You little bitch," I'm pretty sure you've invested enough telling her how much you love her, showing her how much you love her, demonstrating to her how much you love her. You've invested, I think, probably a whole lot in that emotional bank. And I'm not saying that a 7-year-old or a 4-year-old is going to be able to make a rational analysis. More important than the rational analysis is they emotionally understand the big picture of what's real.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
So I see another hand up. I think I just got a text saying my next appointment has been rescheduled or delayed. Let me
Is that
check.
true?
I don't know. Hold on.
All right.
RJon, is this Chelsea?
Yes, that's been moved to 11.
Okay.
All right, so I got time for maybe 1 or 2 more questions, and then we're going to wrap this up. And again, everyone, as this year progresses, I just want everyone to know we're going to invest less time on these check-ins. But at the beginning, I know we're all kind of easing into it. It's week 1 of 52. I'm not so worried about it right now. Chelsea, or whoever has a hand up.
I was just trying to let you know that you probably been scheduled till 11 minutes.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I got the text.
Okay.
All right, Jessica, pick who's next, and we'll do 1 or 2 more, and then I'm going to wrap this up. Again, everyone, the assignment this week, again, just to reset, the assignment this week is to make a list of the things you say are most important in your life. Not the one single most important thing in your life. It's the things that are most important in your life. Step 1. Step 2, make an effort. Just make an effort. I'm not asking for a pledge. I'm not asking for a commitment. I just want an effort. Make an effort to do everything that you say is most important to you at least once a day, every day this week. Not for the rest of your life, not for the whole quarter, not for the month, just this week. Make an effort to do everything that you say is most important to you once a day. For an hour, for a minute, I don't care. Make an effort to do each of those things every day this week. And 3 is make a mental note. Become conscious, become intentional, become aware of what you allow that stops you from doing the things you say are most important to you. You can put this into a complicated Excel spreadsheet that you can hide behind to avoid doing the exercise. You can put it onto a piece of paper with a pen. You can write it on crayon on a napkin, or you could just become conscious and intentional in your mind. Pay attention to what you're allowing to take precedence over. Pay attention to the excuses that you're giving. Pay attention to what you're tolerating and allowing that prevents you from doing the things you claim, you say, you tell yourself are actually most important. All right.
So I admit, I didn't see who put their hand up first, so among Hannah and Paul, if one of you knows whose hand was up first, I would You should tell me, otherwise I'm just gonna pick.
Yeah, great, okay.
Pick the song. Thank you, Hannah. We'll hear from you again. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was exercising my dogs, I don't know who was, I couldn't see any of that. Okay, I'm struggling with something. And I'll try to cut down the backstory here. So, since I was a child, I've been really into playing bagpipes. And so much so that I won the world championship for my age category on bagpipes when I was 15. And since that time, I have dreamed and fantasized and everything about being in a world-class bagpipe band. And everything got in the way. This and that, and I got married, and my mom didn't want me to move away, and blah, 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 all that stuff. Now I'm 54, I'm actually in a world-class, like, a band that actually won the world championship some years ago. I'm excited about it. Well, okay, so here's the issue.
Yeah.
I'm not practicing, and I'm wondering if maybe this is that thing where, you know, like I made a decision when I was 15 and then 16 and things got in the way, and I promised myself that I would, sometime later in life I would do it and so on, but what I'm actually doing is, what I'm actually doing, like, I was up till 10 o'clock last night working on scripts or working on emails for my follow-up, campaigns.
Right, but not your bad. So look, bottom line, Paul, is you obviously don't want it bad enough, or you'd be doing it.
Is it that, or is it that?
Yes, that's what it is. Nope, that's what it is. That's what it is.
Fuck.
You obviously don't want it bad enough, or else you'd be doing it. Now, that doesn't mean you can't want it more, but let's just admit what the facts are demonstrating to us. The facts are demonstrating to us that you chose to make other things more of a priority. Gandhi said, our actions express our priorities. If your actions were playing the bagpipes instead of writing marketing copy, then bagpipes would be more of a priority for you than writing marketing copy. If writing marketing, if your actions demonstrate and show you writing marketing copy instead of practicing the bagpipes, well then writing marketing copy is more of a priority for you. I'm not saying it's good or bad, I'm not saying what should or shouldn't be. I'm just telling you what your actions are demonstrating. Wait. Why your actions are demonstrating that beyond the scope of this week's exercise. This week's exercise is simply to recognize what real. Next week we can decide if we want to do something about it or not.
Okay, I'll wait.
But just sit on it, okay?
Okay.
Do you have any tattoos?
Uh,
Yes, I have a tattoo. No, I don't have a tattoo.
no, I don't.
Okay. I don't have a tattoo either. And the reason I don't have a tattoo is because I know myself well enough to know. I have always known myself well enough to at least know this, which is whatever tattoo I might have gotten, I would not have been happy with that tattoo at some point in the future.
I completely agree.
I'm not saying this about anyone else and their tattoos, except a few tattoos that are on an ex-girlfriend of mine who, what the fuck were you thinking getting that tattoo? And now you were insane. And later on in life, she's like, wow, my body doesn't look the same at 30 as it did at 19. Maybe that tattoo wasn't a good idea. Anyway, beyond the scope of this presentation. The point I'm making is, it's possible that the goals, the priorities, the things that were important to the 19-year-old Paul aren't as important to the however old you are now, Paul. It's also entirely possible that your subconscious is just completely fucking with you and distracting the shit out of you and preventing you from doing the bagpipes. But the bottom line is this. If it was a burning desire, like breathing, you'd find a way to do it. Which Kristen Roberts, that answers your thing in the chat too. One is a priority. If one is a priority and it pushes out the other, well then it's a priority over the other. It's just that simple. This exercise, everyone, is really simple. It's excruciating and it's heartbreaking and it's gut-wrenching because it reveals things that we don't like to believe are true. But it's actually a very simple exercise. Jessica, one more question, and then I gotta go.
Well, I think we have to bring Hannah back then because she was so gracious to let Paul go. So Hannah, do you still have a question? Sorry, Tessie, we'll get you.
And you can put it on the Facebook group, and I'll be on Facebook to address it there.
Right.
And we'll be back tomorrow. And tomorrow, as soon as you log on, boom, hand up.
Sounds good. Hannah, are you still there? You want to speak? Otherwise, we've got Tessie Edwards.
Yes, I saw it came one morning. Good morning, everybody. Mine was more sort of sharing an anecdote. And I was trying to kind of think about if I was going to describe myself to someone else, what are the 5 words that I would use as a way to sort of get back to who is Hannah? And one of those words is always creator, a creator. So it's easy for me whenever we were doing this lesson, like boom, I just sort of made on my little planner and taking notes, I just made an old-fashioned chart. And create was one of those. But I didn't create much of nothing last year. And doing this exercise for me, just that reminded that, you are a creator who creates jack shit. Are you always going to be that way and keep missing out? Well, I guess not. I want to make a check on that little square on my paper. And so, for me personally, this exercise has been really great for me. I've made 3 videos in 3 days. So, that's a start. The other thing is maybe do.
That's an example of what we were talking with Libby about incremental improvements.
Yeah, I mean, and I think too, it's helping me think about those little pieces. If I make a video every day, it doesn't have to be this like super most insightful, wise, wonderful thing I ever said. It can be like, hey, if you're gonna get a divorce, like make sure that you fill out your homework or your lawyer, whatever, something like that. The other kind of
Are you a creator if you create the video, but don't share it? Or are you only a creator if you create a video that's good enough to share?
I think any of the video I create is good enough to share. So.
What if you create a video that's just a real piece of shit and it's truly objectively bad and like, Hannah, do not share this video. This is a bad video. It's bad for your brand. It's bad for your image. It's bad. But you created that video. Are you still a creator?
It wouldn't feel that way to me. Creating a piece of shit wouldn't feel the need I need to create and put out beautiful art.
Okay.
It would feel like a trial run, a first sketch. To me, my art is the words and the way I would say stuff and make things like that. So just be a trial run and I'd do it again.
Okay.
But I think the insight for me, so that was one just do the damn thing. And then also, one thing I'm already noticing is this meta view, this zoom out every morning. Maybe whatever we say each morning isn't going to change my mind, or RJon give Jessica a hard time. Ooh, it's kind of like change my day necessarily. But for me, it's the exercise of returning they're supposed to do for their role. And so I know it's like, duh, if you're the errands person, this is how you do errands at this house. This is how you do the legal assistant. And their roles are not clearly defined, and so no one's doing them, and I'm all pissed off.
Is that because you haven't created clear instructions? It's created.
Yeah.
So can you be a creator if what you create are clear instructions?
Oh, that's a good point.
Or are you one of those snob artists who go around telling the rest of us who fucking hate you behind your back, and some of us to your face, that, well, you're not an artist unless you use a paintbrush. Really? Because I'm a dancer. Well, you're not an artist unless you're dancing. Really? Because I'm a singer. Well, you're not an artist unless you're singing. Really? Well, I play a musical instrument. Well, you're not an artist unless you play a musical instrument. Really? Because I write poetry. Well, you're not an artist if you don't use a computer keyboard to type your poetry. Well, you're not. See,
I don't like that.
entrepreneurialism,
Inside out.
entrepreneurialism is artful. I just want to encourage you to expand your perception, your definition of being a creative by being creative. You can express your creative tendencies in a lot of ways, some of which could be very, very profitable and practical in your business.
Okay, I didn't think of that before.
Think of a conductor. You know, I mean, all the conductor is really doing is holding this little stick, right? And doing this. And then pointing at you. Why is that conductor considered to be an artist or musician?
They bring it all together, right? They draw it onto the others.
Well, that's what I see when I look in the mirror at myself with 120 full-time employees who all do this. And I wasn't giving Jessica a hard time yesterday. I was setting Jessica up for success yesterday.
It just felt cringy. I'm sorry, it makes me feel itchy inside. I know.
I would encourage you to consider that that might be a mindset issue for yourself. And I'm not saying that anyone should adopt my style. I'm going to encourage you to consider where you may feel cringy inside, and that might be preventing you from conducting your orchestra and giving them the feedback that they need to be successful.
I really suck at it. For sure that part will suck.
I really don't think you suck at it. I think you just don't do it.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, and we go deep here this morning. Yes, that's
All right.
Did you just go deep? Is that what you did?
Apparently she thinks this is the first time we've gone deep this morning. We've
No.
been here in the studio since 7 o'clock this
No.
morning. We've already explored Dylan's mortality, Deanna's
The nature of truth.
career choices, the nature of truth. We've been,
We've been hanging out in the deep end.
this is where I live at this level.
Yeah. Better learn to swim.
All right, well, everyone listen, this is a check-in. Thank you all for participating. Jessica, thank you for making this happen. And tomorrow we're back at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time for another check-in. And just be quick to raise your hand first if you want to go first. I will be on the Facebook group, Practical Profitable Mindset Facebook group, to keep answering questions and addressing things. If you put something in the chat and it didn't get addressed today, I would encourage you to put it in the Facebook group and I'll try to address it there. But right now, I gotta go. Bye, everyone. Jessica?
Bye, everyone.
Bye. had to get out of the Zoom. All right, I got the meeting with the patent attorney has been rescheduled to 11 a.m.
Today.
today,
20 minutes.
20 minutes from now. Great. How much further do I have left to go on this chapter?
We started with your marketing vendors, so
It's a long chapter.
we got,
Okay, so I'm not gonna be able to finish this chapter in 20 minutes.
no.
Okay, so then let me do this. Let me take a couple questions.
Okay.
I gotta start the call with the patent attorney.
You gotta ask some,
I gotta ask
yeah,
what part, probably the beginning, I gotta ask permission to share it. I gotta ask permission to share it.
yep,
And then there will be parts of that meeting that I cannot share.
Right.
For reasons discussed yesterday at lunch,
Right.
which everyone at home understands why if they were with us at lunch yesterday.
yeah.
So Jemmy will be standing by, or
Yep.
are we gonna share some
She's on standby.
lessons from the past? Because we're getting tons of questions.
Yeah.
Have you guys been kind of like monitoring the questions and digging into the vault? So let me just say this for everyone who's watching this at home. Let me say this for everyone who's watching this at home. There's parts of the day that I'm not gonna share with you because it's like super, super, super confidential, like I'm meeting with a patent attorney to discuss a unfiled patent application. I can't discuss that with you. That's like rule number one of filing a patent is keep your mouth shut. There's other things that I'm not gonna share with you because it's really, really boring. You're not gonna wanna watch it. Maybe we can show you, like, you can see what I'm, like tomorrow, I think I'm meeting with my finance team for 3 hours to go over the financials from 2021 and like to finalize the budget for the rest of this year. You don't want to watch that. That's the part of the sausage factory that's just too gruesome to look at. You don't want to see that. And so I've got a decade of content, of lessons, of videos, of workshops, of speeches, answering probably everything that anyone can ever imagine that you want to know. So if you let us know, hey, I'd love to see a lesson about X. I'd love to see a workshop that addresses Y. Whatever you got, let us know, and Dylan will dive into the vault and see what he can dig out, and Jenny can share with you so you can like get some real hard-hitting, practical, applicable, substantive value. But let us know what you're looking for, otherwise we're just gonna guess. All right, Dylan, I need this, hold up, Dylan, I need this chart. Give that to him.
Links for the requests.
What?
Links for the requests are in bio, so you just need to put them in your bio and submit your request for the presentation. So,
And we're gonna be creating I think we're gonna be creating a Slack channel for everyone to kind of funnel into.
yeah.
So that way everyone's in one place and we don't have to like check all these different social media accounts.
Yes. First question, just a basic question.
What is-
Answer short. Is RJon going live every day this week?
I'm going every day live until the last day of February.
All right.
That is the entrepreneurial sausage factory experiment. The experiment is, let's see what happens if we share the practical realities of this, how the sausages get made with a bunch of entrepreneurs all over the world to show you it ain't glamorous. It's just how it gets done in reality.
Awesome. Okay, next question. What is the meaning of your son's name?
Talle Astuya stands for take all your excuses and shove them up your ass. Talle Astuya.
This is awesome. Okay, and
I take it pretty seriously.
we did. That's, I don't know, like,
Yeah, pretty seriously.
I'm being facetious.
I know.
I mean, I was being a little bit sarcastic, like, duh, obviously I take it seriously.
Yeah.
I named my son after what I live by. And yes, he knows what it means.
He does. It's
Yeah.
pretty cute
He
when
just
he
learned
says
it.
it.
He just learned it about 6 months ago.
Yeah.
How old is he now again?
He asked the same thing as but.
To which you said,
Yes, it is.
yes, it is.
Okay. And number one path to marketing services to healthcare business.
What?
Number one path to marketing services.
Are they asking, what is the first word in that sentence?
Pound one path to marketing services to healthcare business. I think what they're asking is what would be number one marketing tool in healthcare business? What would be the most efficient way to market healthcare business?
Step one, ask your best clients or customers or patients or whatever you call them, ask a few of them, 3, 4, 5 of them, what is something, I just say to them, I want to grow my business, I want to create a free report, I want to create a webinar, I want to create something that is of value to prospective new clients like you. You're one of my best clients, here's why you're one of my best clients, here's why I like working with people like you, here's why I want more people just like you. I'm thinking about creating a free report or a webinar or something. Here's a few things that I have in mind. Which of these do you think really would appeal the most to other people just like you?
Yeah.
And they'll tell you. And then you put that onto a landing page with an opt-in form, and then you do some marketing. You could participate in industry discussion groups, you could participate in parenting groups, you could participate in client advocacy groups, or wherever your prospective clients or patients or whatever are, or you could focus on your referral sources, where they are, and where you see that it's relevant and makes sense and is a value adder to the conversation. You could say, hey, that's a great question. By the way, here's the answer, and I actually answer more of it in this free book that I've created, or video or whatever. Go to this page, opt in, and you start building your list. And then you can also, of course, use paid search also, which I think paid search is underrated. People love to talk about organic search. You're standing from the camera.
No.
Paid search is underrated. Yes.
I mean, this person with the healthcare question they really need to stay tuned to the automatic marketing.
Well, the automatic marketing machine that's what the automatic marketing machine book is about. It's not like specific for healthcare, but it's
works in any industry.
It works in every industry. I mean, this pretty much is what we're going to be talking about for the rest of the day today, is directly responsive to that question.
And they should definitely be on the list.
Go to ammbook.com, AMM, like automatic marketing machine, ammbook.com, and let us know. And when the publisher edits and releases the audiobook, and when they release the printed book, we'll let you know.
What time does RJon generally go live every day?
We are intending to go live every day at about 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Great.
And we're intending to stay live
until we die.
Until we get boring.
That's not
like today, if we get through 5 chapters of the book, Danny is going to take us all out for drinks and dinner at a bar or restaurant in Coconut Grove. If you live in Miami, if you live in Fort Lauderdale and you want to drive to Miami,
and meet RJon in person.
If you live in Tampa, you could still get here in time.
just a few hours.
Yeah.
To let Danny buy you drinks and dinner. If 500 of you show up, Danny will still buy you drinks and dinner.
Guys, let's make it.
Listen, I want 500 people to show up, but
be clear.
Say that again, Danny?
I want all 500 to show up, but the commitment I made at lunch yesterday was a round of drinks.
Yes, but then I added dinner and you didn't correct me, so.
Well, you can get me right now.
All right.
All right, what else?
That's it for now.
All right. I got a meeting with a patent lawyer in 10 minutes. So, Jimmy?
Keep your questions going.
Yeah,
guys.
Jimmy is, can you type Jimmy in and
I'm gonna be
we have a conversation with him?
Hey, I am here. I'm not sure if RJon can hear me, but I am here and at the ready, and I'm excited to see the rest of the day unfold. I know that RJon is heading to speak with his patent person, his attorney, getting that whole something really big and exciting underway. I can't wait till we can hear those details. But if you have grown a business and a brand, you know for sure that you can't do that without having some good legal help by your side at all times. I certainly have needed some good legal help, and that legal help will tell you to keep as much under wraps until all the T's are crossed and all the I's are dotted and everyone is signed on the dotted line. So I'm excited to hear what is coming up with that. We heard some little teaser info on at lunch the other day. Hello to Dylan. I'm welcoming you to the stream here. I'm trying to unmute you. There we go.
Great to be here. How are you?
I'm fantastic. So how are things at the office at HQ? RJon HQ.
Doing fantastic at RJon HQ. We're jamming through this book. We got to have a little insight into the Practical Profitable Mindset check-in call today, so that's always awesome.
Awesome.
Unless you're feeling and coughing in the crowd. When you're in trouble.
Let me tell you, the timing couldn't have been more perfect. It was comedy relief at its finest.
Yeah, that's what I'm here for. That's half my job. Camera edits, and if we need comic relief on the spot, I'm there for it as well.
There you go. I love it. I love it. And man, that dinner tonight sounded very tempting. I might just have to rearrange some things and try to head over.
You've got time.
Maybe I'll get more of that inside scoop on this patent meeting and stuff. Well, and get a little bit more inside info. But yeah, this is exciting. So we have a lot going on. So while he's in his patent meeting, I know he's going to want to share some parts of it with us, but some parts, obviously, reasons need to be kept under wraps. So we will be sharing some pre-recorded content during those times. Do you want to update our audience on anything other specific before we get into playing anything?
No, I think we're there. I think we're at a good spot here. We'll hopefully get some permission and we can be a part of parts of that call, because RJon is always, got 1,000 irons in the fire. And if he's with a patent attorney, any part of that we can hear, I want to hear it. So
100%. It's so funny. Normally you would think, oh, legal talk, how boring could that be? I'm actually really excited to hear it. I really super am. So
yeah, now that we're moving into this world of NFTs, and I don't know if that's what it is. It might be, but just anything I can hear about that, I'm like, let me just be a fly on the wall. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So I'm going to go ahead and fire up this first video here. And what this first video is going to be it could be talking about free consultation versus paid consultation. Actually, another gentleman that we've seen here pop in on the stream is Jimbo. Of course, we've seen him from time to time. And so this is RJon and Jimbo on a drive down to Miami Beach, and they decided to have a discussion on free consultation versus paid consultation. So this should be very, very interesting. I'm going to fire it up for you now, and we'll all enjoy it together. Let me just go ahead and share my screen. Just takes a couple of clicks, and I'll get right to it. Let's see here. All right, here we go. Enjoy.
What is the difference, the strategy behind the free report versus the paid report? Same thing as the free consultation versus the paid consultation.
Okay, so first of all, at the end of the day, anyone who tells you you should always do a free consultation or you should always do a paid consultation, that person's advice should immediately be suspect, because the correct answer is you need to test. And one practice area, one market, even just the times. I mean, something happens in the news, something happens in the media, something happens with a celebrity, and all of a sudden paid consultations work great, or paid consultations suddenly stop working great. And you also need to be constantly testing your price point for your paid consults, because everything's always changing, and anyone who tells you definitively paid versus free, what they're revealing is that they haven't been in the game long enough to understand that the only thing that never changes is that things are always changing. All right, free versus paid versus cheap. Big mistake a lot of people make. And this is to your point that you're asking me about the free reports, Jimbo.
Yeah.
Because you're talking about the free test drives, and you're talking about charging for the free test drives.
Exactly.
Right? So here's the thing. There's a really amazing book called Free. And there's another really great book by Robert Cialdini called Influence. And there's a whole bunch of other books on marketing and psychology of marketing and sales that, you know, if you want to spend a couple of 100 hours or 1,000 hours or so studying them, I can give you a list. But the point is, there's like a psychological thing. Literally, there's like a psychological thing in a person's brain, in the way we think, a psychological trigger that gets triggered anytime the prospect of paying for something is presented to us. Doesn't matter, and they've done experiments. It doesn't matter whether it's $1,000, $100, $1, or even one single penny. The prospect of being asked to pay for something triggers something in the brain. You got it?
Got it.
Okay, that's important to understand, because that sets up the two big mistakes that people make, which prevent their business from being so much more profitable. It's like pouring profitability rocket fuel on your business once you understand this. All right, so here's the deal. If you understand that the big barrier to overcome is actually, here, watch this. Hang on. Here, I can just do hands-free.
Okay. Don't try this at home.
Don't try this at home.
If you're not driving a Tesla.
The Tesla's driving itself.
If you've got a Buick.
If you've got a Buick, this is a bad idea. But you know, the new Cadillacs have these.
Okay.
And you know what? We're showing our age, because in a few years, maybe by the time someone watches this,
yeah,
every car will have this. So we're dating our video. Don't date your video. All right, here's the deal. The instant you ask someone to pay for something, it literally triggers this thing in the brain. So it's a huge lift to overcome the question of, will I pay for it or not? Once you have overcome the lift of will I pay for it or not, the value discussion is a relatively easy discussion to have. I'm keeping my hands on the wheel just in case, because I don't really trust technology.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm so scared.
We're
going around a turn.
I'm gonna be a little honest.
My hands are out. Look.
I'm a little nervous. I know. Again, don't try this at home.
Okay, I'm sweating.
Me too.
All right. So, but it worked.
It worked.
All right.
I know.
Trust your systems. Trust your systems. All right. All right. So, once you overcome the will I pay for it barrier, the value proposition barrier becomes very elastic, right? You follow what I'm saying?
Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
There's two completely different issues that people mix together. One is, will I pay for it? And the other is, how much? They think lowering the price, they mistakenly think that lowering the price overcomes will I pay for it.
Got it.
Will I pay for it or not is a completely different barrier than how much will I pay for it. So this screws the profitability in law firms and other businesses. This screws the profitability in businesses all the time and undermines marketing because they try to overcome the will I pay for it barrier by lowering the price. So they do a $50 consultation, a $100 consultation, a $200. You know what? Once you've overcome the barrier of will I pay for it, how much you charge for the consultation is really not that important. You can make it $500 if I'm going to pay for it or not.
Okay.
You follow what I'm saying?
I do.
But instead what they do is they try to overcome the will I pay for it, and they say, oh, but it's only $100. Only $100 only $500, only $10, only $1. It doesn't matter if you haven't overcome, will I pay for it? That make sense?
It makes sense.
Now, overcoming will I pay for it, I'm not going to lie to you, it's expensive. It's expensive, and it takes a lot of time and a lot of energy to overcome the will I pay for it objection. And so when you make your consultation only $100, what you're doing essentially is starving your business of the money that it needs to overcome the will I pay for it objection, the will I pay for it barrier. That make sense?
It does.
Okay. That's why free consultations, that's why free reports, that's why free samples, that's why free test drives are so what, you don't think I can operate a side view mirror? You don't know that I know this car is coming. Man, these cars are designed for people who have never driven a car before. They're making us worse drivers. Okay?
Yeah.
So the thing is, if you're not going to work real hard, and if you're not going to focus, and if you're not going to invest the time and the energy, and quite candidly, the money to overcome the will I pay for it objection, free consultations, free reports, free test drives will generally work better. Got it?
Okay. Let me
Once you
recap.
once you overcome.
So how do you overcome? Like, now I'm like, what are the steps to overcome will I pay for?
Okay, we're driving to Miami Beach. We're not driving to Orlando. I don't have like 3 hours to teach a class on how to do this.
Okay.
The big thing is most people are oblivious to the fact that there's even two completely different issues to deal with, and they try to overcome will I pay for it by lowering the price.
Got it.
Which undermines and sabotages the marketing, which prevents them from actually even being able to overcome the will I pay for it objection, because they don't even know that's a completely different issue. Once you've overcome will I pay for it, then you'll find that the price elasticity of how much they'll pay is much, much, much more flexible than most people think, and they screw their marketing by charging too little. Okay, so let's just talk about scenario one. Scenario one is I try to overcome will they pay for it by lowering the price to $100 consultation, a $27, $49 free report or test drive or whatnot, right?
Right. Okay.
And because I'm charging anything for it, instead of getting 100 people to take it, I get 10 people to take it, right?
Got it.
So now, I think, oh, look at me, I'm a genius. Look at me, I'm a hero. I got $49 times 10. I got $490, right? Well, the only problem is it took $1,000 to get them to, it took $1,000 to get those 10 people to give me $49 a piece. So I've actually lost $510 on this marketing campaign. Follow?
I do.
That same $1,000. Okay, so then now I've got 10 hot prospects.
Right.
All right. I got 10 hot prospects, and let's just say I convert 20% of them. I make 2 sales at $1,000 each. I've made $2,000 in revenue. I lost $510 to produce $2,000 in sales. I've made, let's just say, $1,500 of profit, not counting cost of goods sold.
Got
just
it.
to make math easy. You following what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. On the other hand, if I take that same $1,000 and I give it away for free, and I get, instead of 100 people, I get 1,000 people to take it for free, and I convert 10%, not even 20%, then I make 100 sales at $1,000 a piece, and now I made $100,000 in sales for the same $1,000 spend, which means I made $99,000. So in the first situation, I'm such a hero, I got them to pay me $49. I made $1,500 profit on my marketing thing. In the second situation, I gave it away for free. I got 1,000 people. I got half the conversion rate, but I got half the conversion rate on 10 times more people. I made $100,000 in sales. I made $99,000 of profit. Who do you think built your business 10 years later?
Right. Can I a follow-up question or caveat, or I'm special because and these are the...
Hey, Jimmy, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. It looks like we are being brought into the meeting.
Yeah, we got permission to be a part of the beginning of it. We're not going to be able to get all of it, but we're going to get a cool little overview real quick.
Okay, sounds good. I will mute myself and we'll listen in.
All right, perfect. Can you go ahead and spotlight us, and we'll get TikTok and Instagram in on the action, and we'll be ready to go.
And feel free to give a plug for the patent attorney, the patent professor.
For sure. And
Thank you so much, Jimmy. All right, we're ready when TikTok and Instagram are. And we're in the office with RJon and... Got a quiet stream here.
What?
So we've got a quiet stream here. We're in the office with RJon and...
Donald Dinella, who is a registered patent attorney and senior attorney with the Patent Professor, which is the patent law firm that I hired to help me protect my intellectual property with this patent idea that I'll just tell you involves NFTs and blockchain technology.
wow.
Exciting stuff.
Did you not both know that we were starting this at 11?
I'm going to step away for a second, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
Just 1 second.
Tell me when.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
You're both ready?
Yes.
Yep.
All right. So we're about to start a meeting with the patent law firm. The patent law firm that I'm using, just FYI, is called the Patent Professor. In the interest of full disclosure, John, who is the president and owner of the Patent Professor, is a client of ours. We will be meeting with one of his attorneys on staff, Donald Dinella, who is a registered patent attorney and a senior attorney at the Patent Professor law firm. We're going to talk a little bit about, just in general terms, how this whole process works. And then when we get into the technical specifications of the patent application, I'm going to have to kick you guys out because, Donald, what's rule number 1 of patent applications?
Got to keep it secret until you file it.
You got to keep it secret.
No publication.
You got to keep it secret till you file it. No pinky promises. No, but we're really good friends. But we're homies. But he's my boy. None of that. If you disclose it before it has been filed, I do believe the technical word is you're fucked.
Yeah, we don't want to do that. Let's just put it.
Yeah, we don't want to do that.
I just don't want. It's not to your advantage to do it, and I would recommend against it. And we can talk in general terms, of course, about the patenting process, of course, and things of that nature, and what will happen with your invention disclosure. But the actual invention disclosure, we won't talk about.
Right. So let's just take a few minutes real quick to just give everyone an overview of how the there's entrepreneurs watching this. Maybe they've got ideas for patents. Maybe they don't know the difference between a patent or a trademark or a copyright. Maybe they have heard rumors about, mail it to yourself in a sealed envelope or some stupid advice like that people try to use. Could you just give sort of a general overview of patent versus trademark versus copyright? And if you're watching this and you already know this, I'm sorry it's too basic. We'll get to some deeper stuff in a minute.
Okay, we can do that. You want to start with that?
Yeah, we'll start with that.
Okay, so again, my name is Don Dinella. I'm a senior attorney with the Patent Professor. Before joining the Patent Professor, I was the Chief Intellectual Property Counsel for Alcatel-Lucent. and managed our entire patent portfolio and intellectual property business. In terms of intellectual property, the four basic elements of intellectual property that most people are concerned about are patents, copyrights, trademarks, and trade secrets. Those are pretty much the four pillars of most intellectual property plans, whether it's large corporations, small company, single inventor, an individual. Those are the typical types of intellectual property that people seek protection and are afforded protection. And it's different around the world. So the laws are not consistent and not consolidated. So I'll spend most of my time today talking about the US, but just beware that if you want to do the same thing in Italy or in France or in China, there are different principles and laws that will apply. So,
And we do have an international audience, so I'm glad you made that disclaimer.
yes, so we'll talk a little bit about that. So let's start with patents. So patents protect an invention. There are two types of patents. There are utility patents and design patents in the United States. The utility patent is one you're most familiar with. They protect methods, processes, articles, compositions of matter like drugs, for example, right? Our famous patents, the telephone, the first patent ever granted by the U.S. Patent Office, right? So they protect inventions. And what they give you the right, you the inventor, and this is a common misconception about patents, is they give you the right to exclude others from practicing the invention. It doesn't give you the right to practice your invention. That's a usual misconception of what the patent law is and what it stands for. So it's a right of exclusion. And it's really one of the only legal monopolies that is recognized around the world. Typically, monopoly power is not a good thing, right?
So,
Governments don't want monopolies.
So to be clear, a patent doesn't give you the right to do something. It gives you the right to prevent other people's from doing that thing.
That's correct. The basic right is an exclusionary right. The claims of your patent, we'll talk about what's in a patent, but the claims of your patent, the things that are infringed, you assert those and you can exclude others from practicing that method. So if the method has 3 steps in it and someone's practicing those 3 steps exactly the way you've claimed it, you can stop that person in a variety of ways and exclude them from practicing your invention.
So
they're an infringer.
So to be clear, and we're not going to get into the technical aspects of my patent application. For that, I got to kick you all out. But I have figured out what I believe is a unique way of using NFTs, non-fungible tokens, that no one else on the planet seems to have figured out. Or if they have figured it out, they don't seem to have filed a patent application for it. And so I am going to hopefully get good news from Don today that I will be able to file this patent application. And then once my patent application is filed, then I can speak about it openly, right?
Once it's filed, then you can speak about it openly, although my common advice to inventors, whether they're corporate inventors or individuals, that you should still enter into a non-disclosure agreement when you disclose any type of pending patent application for a variety of reasons, just to protect your interests. But yes, from a patent perspective, once it's filed, you have a filing date that cements your priority date, is what it's called, in terms of what prior art can be used against your patent during its prosecution. I'm using a lot of terms here that I can explain, but yes, but I still recommend if you're looking,
right, because you don't want to
investing,
because you don't want to file a patent application and then start blabbing to someone about all the ins and outs and the nuances and all of that, and then have them essentially reverse engineer your idea to come up with something that essentially works around your application. You don't want to give them the roadmap for how to work around your idea, to work around your application.
Work around it or improve it. Not just work around it, but come up with an improvement, an additional invention on top of it that extends your idea, you want to own that.
Right.
So you have to be careful about, those type of discussions when you have them. So that's just my public service announcement for post-filing disclosures.
So utility patents are patents that allow you to exclude other people from mixing things together.
Right. So
Making,
the patent rights are making, having made, using, selling, offering for sale. So if you're doing those rights, you're making something or having it made for you, or using it or selling it or offering to sell, those are the patent rights someone has to do. So someone has to make it, someone has to sell it.
So patents allow you to prevent other people from making something, having something made, using something, or selling something.
That's correct.
Got it. All right.
Or offering for sale.
Right.
Those are infringements.
Right.
Those are the rights that are of infringement. So.
All right. That's a utility patent.
That's utility patent. So a design patent, on the other hand, protects the ornamental design. So, for example, you have a pen in your hand right now. Someone could file a design patent on the ornamental design of that pen. Its shape, its size, having a clip, for example, and then it would protect that design. And if someone makes that exact design, they will infringe it. If they put a third clip on it, they won't infringe it because design patents don't allow for that, unless you have another design patent that has to be clips on it. So it's really just the ornamental design. It's not a making, using, selling, it's the design itself. So, people use those obviously for artistic purposes, or, for that pen, for example, someone might want a design patent on their exact ornamental design. And that's a design patent.
A sculpture.
A sculpture, yeah, I guess that could be, could be a design patent. Typically they're commercial items, right? A truck, a wheel, a hubcap, someone that don't want to use the design. You can actually get a design patent on the look and feel of an inside of a McDonald's restaurant, for example, because it's designed, they're all designed with the same footprint.
Right.
But that's the basic difference is ornamental design versus utility, invention, make, use, sell, offer for sell, use of an invention, which is a method, process, composition of matter.
Okay, so that's patents. And then let's not get too much into it, but just so that everyone has some context, trademarks, copyrights.
Sure, and trade secrets. Copyrights protect your expression. So all of those writings that are on your board to the right in the video.
Yep.
Once you write it down, you have a expression and a protectable copyright, both at common law, and here you have common law and you have federal law in the U.S. So there's common laws that protect your expression. So books, that video, a painting, any type of expression.
So
and as soon as you make that expression, you have a protectable right.
So books, song lyrics, computer code, paintings, sketches, all of that poems,
any type of expression.
All of that would be trademark. I'm sorry, copyright. Copyright.
Those are copyrights,
yeah.
And then you can register those works. So, for example, if you write a book, you can register that copyrighted work, and that registration is important. That's why when you see the C with a big circle around it, that signifies that a copyright registration that's been registered, and that's important for a variety of reasons, but mostly when you go to enforce your patent and someone infringes it, it becomes important when you want to calculate damages. So
what would computer code? Would that be like a computer code for a smart contract? That would be copyright because it's numbers, words, letters expressed, or it would be a utility patent because it's a method?
Well, you could have more than one protectable right, so that's a good example. So in that example, you could have a utility patent on the execution of the code, what operations that it ultimately has the processor perform, transmitting this, communicating that, looking at, displaying this. If those steps that are executed by the code, once it's compiled and executed, those operation, that method is patentable. The software code, if it's written in C++ or whatever code it's written in, is a copyrightable expression, the code itself, which is also protectable. So you have actually two rights in your example that you could protect and use.
So if someone wrote a computer code and they merely copyrighted it, but they didn't patent it, and they invented a new process, and then someone else came along and said, I could write a different code to achieve the same process, the person with the copyright would really have no protection.
So long as the second person didn't steal and plagiarize their code.
No, I'm saying is, what I'm saying is
independent creation expressions that are created.
What I'm saying is, you got to have a problem in order to create an invention, right? No one created an invention without finding a problem to solve first, right?
Usually a problem solution is the spark, yes.
Right. White stripes. You got that reference, right?
I got that one.
Okay. I'm quoting lyrics to a song. You got to have a problem if you want to create an invention. Anyway, I solve a problem. I identify a method of solving a problem that's unique. I write a computer code. I only get a copyright on the computer code. Someone else comes along and says, I will write a completely different computer code, maybe even using a completely different language, to solve the same problem. You and your copyright cannot stop me from doing that.
Most likely not.
But if I filed a patent on the methodology, then I could prevent you from doing the same methodology, even if you use a completely different computer code to do so.
Yes, as long as the claims are broad enough to cover any instantiation of that, yes, that's true. But if the patent claim says, and using a subroutine that does these three things, and that subroutine is important, and yet then no. But generally, the answer to your question would be yes. That if you don't have a patentable, protectable right on the method steps, then that person would not be infringer, and you couldn't stop them from practicing the method.
One quick question, and then I want to just talk about like the steps involved in getting to the point where we're at right now in my process.
We have questions.
I forgot my question. Hang on a second.
Well, don't forget about trademarks and trade secrets.
Trademarks and trade secrets.
Intellectual property stuff.
Okay. Well, let's do trademarks and trade secrets, and then the question that I want to talk about for just a minute, and then I'm going to kick everyone out of here, and we got to get to my thing. Is the question I want to come back to is, what are some of the what's the word I'm looking for? Like old wives' tales, the
myths.
The myths. The myths. What are some of them? I want to make sure we talk about some of the myths that people have, because there's a lot of myths floating around, particularly in the blockchain world, the cryptocurrency, NFT, blockchain world. There's a lot of myths floating around about how you protect your patent, how you protect your copyright, how you protect your trademark. That, I mean, it's just pretty amateur hour kind of stuff. I want to make sure we talk about some of the do's and don'ts, or maybe we can talk about this some other time, because that's probably a big, long conversation. So just hit trademarks and
let's
design.
just finish up the
trade
four
secrets.
pillars there, right? So we've got two pillars. We talked about patents and copyrights. Let's talk about trademarks. So trademarks protect the source and identify the source of goods. So when you see the Coca-Cola trademark, you know that it's a soda manufactured by the Coca-Cola company in Atlanta, Georgia. So trademarks are source of goods, and that's the protectable right. Pure and simple. That's what a trademark is.
Do you know when the first? You know where trademarks?
Those goods.
You know where trademarks originate from?
When you say originate, what do you mean?
All the way back to the original, the OG of trademarks.
Oh, no, I'm not familiar with the
Oh, it's a fascinating history. It's actually,
history of trademarks.
it actually has to do with Viking sword makers. Viking sword makers. So it goes like this. If you're in battle and your sword breaks, you die, right? You die or you get maimed. Could you imagine just being in battle with a sword and all of a sudden it snaps off? You're going to die. And with a sword, you want the sword to be strong enough so it's not like flip-floppy all over the place, but you also need it to be flexible enough and not too rigid so it doesn't crack. Make sense? Metallurgy. I used to do blacksmithing. I got a whole bunch of metal sculptures in my basement. Anyway, and so the sword makers, the blacksmiths, who kept their shop particularly clean and used very clean fuel and heated their fires to a very, very high temperature and took care to heat and then quench and then heat and then quench and then heat and then quench. It was a very long, tedious process.
Sure.
Their swords had the right blend of strength and flexibility. And the people who took shortcuts, their swords were strong but rigid, and you didn't find out that they were too rigid until they crack in your hand and you're in battle and your sword breaks off in your hand and you die. And so they had to find a way to distinguish between the RJon sword maker who takes care to heat and then quench and then heat and then quench and then heat and then quench versus some hack who is just putting out swords that look just like mine but aren't really mine. And so that's where the trademark, and they would stamp the logo into the metal.
I don't know that.
And the original penalty for trademark infringement was I would go to you and I would chop off your fucking head with my sword for infringing on my trademark because people were dying because you infringed on my trademark. You copied my trademark.
Right.
Anyway, really interesting history there.
Okay, so well, that's a trademark, and again, you can have a trademark, a copyright, and a patent right all in the same thing, all in the same article. That is potentially possible. So, for example, your sword, right? You could have a patent on making the sword. You could have a copyright on an expression on the inside on the sword blade, for example, and you've demonstrated the trademark and the sources of the good. So you can have all three in an article. They can coexist together. They're not mutually exclusive. So the fourth pillar is trade secrets.
Trade secrets.
That's pretty much just like it sounds. A trade secret's a secret. Never sees the light of day. The most famous trade secret is the formulation for Coca-Cola, which only, if I understand it correctly, within Coca-Cola, only two people know the actual formulation of Coke, and they have to be in the same room because they each have a piece of it. And that's a trade secret, and that's a very robust one, as opposed to patent, right? Once your patent is filed, then it will be eventually published as an application, typically, and then when it issues with an actual patent number, it's a matter of public record. And everybody can read it. That's the so-called quid pro quo for disclosing your invention, and then you get that monopolistic right that I told you about of exclusion. But because of that, it's public. Trade secrets are the exact opposite. They're secret. You keep them secret, and there's different reasons for that. Different corporations or people have different views about that. And balancing between seeking patent protection versus keeping something a trade secret. And trade secret, again, is a function of both common and federal law. There is a Trade Secret Act that many states adopt in the U.S., but again, it's jurisdictional specific, and again, it's different around the world. So that's the fourth and final pillar and secret. Once that secret is pierced, you cannot claim your trade secret anymore. So that's
Right.
it's
Once
pretty
you
simple.
once you
It's pretty
blab,
binary.
once you blab, you blab.
It's very it's binary. Once you blab, you blab.
Right. All right. Last thing I'm going to ask you, and then I'm kicking them out. And I appreciate you indulging me for this. Just the process from beginning to end. First, you have the idea. Then what? Then what? Then what? Then what? And conclusion, patent granted. What are the steps involved in the perfect scenario where everything works the way it should hopefully work? What's the process, and how long does that process typically take?
Okay, so you have your aha moment, and you think you've invented something. Then you seek a competent, hopefully, patent attorney, like the ones at the patent professor, and you can do it pro se. Some inventors do it on their own, but so let's say you have your aha moment, you seek out a registered patent attorney, and you provide him or her with an invention disclosure, and that invention disclosure essentially says, here's my invention. This is what I believe I've invented.
So that's what I did first. Is I found the patent professor. I already had a pre-existing relationship with John.
Yes.
And so I didn't have to search, but I know a lot of patent attorneys. But I went with a patent professor for a variety of reasons, and then I went and I created what's called a disclosure, which is basically I described what I had in mind, so that they could evaluate it and analyze it and tell me what comes next. So I give you the disclosure, then what?
Right. So then typically a search is done. It's not a requirement to do a search ahead of filing, but it's usually a good practice. So what is a search? So what happens is we take that invention disclosure, and then someone searches the various prior art that's available, whether it's patents, publications, master's thesis, you name it. If it's a public document and it's in the public, it can be used against your invention. Because in order for you to get the patent through the patent office, what has to happen? Well, it has to be new. New means you're the first person that thought of this in your aha moment. Nobody else thought of it prior to you filing your patent. It has to be non-obvious to one skilled in the art. What does that mean? Well, let's say that there's a book, or let's say there's a technical paper, and it doesn't describe every piece of your invention. In order for it to be used against your invention to attack the new element, the newness of it, it has to be all-encompassing. So let's say it's missing a few things. Well, your invention also has to be non-obvious to one of skill in the art. What does that mean? That means that if someone skilled in the art knows about reference A and reference B, and in her head she says, oh, I know about this, I know about reference A and B, and to it's obvious if I combine these teachings to come up with your invention.
I can't say I've invented a peanut butter and jelly sandwich because it's obvious if I take peanut butter and I put jelly and I stick it together in a sandwich, I've got a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Well, it's certainly not new because someone thought about that a long time ago. Someone thought about putting peanut butter and jelly together on a piece of bread. It's obvious now, but might not have been obvious in the first instance because no one thought of it in the beginning to combine. It wouldn't have been obvious to someone in the sandwich making business to combine peanut butter and jelly.
Which is precisely why you want to go to a registered patent attorney and not a real estate attorney and not an estate planning attorney and not your criminal defense attorney and not your immigration attorney and not your neighbor who is a generalist. You want to go to a real patent lawyer because they're going to be able to help you figure out what's non-obvious and what is obvious, not only so you can make the claim and the patent office will accept your argument, but also so you don't waste your time.
And your money.
And your money.
Yes.
All right, so you do the disclaimer, you do the search.
So you do the search, and the search comes back, and you read the materials that are there. You decide whether it's a good idea to go forward. You get a recommendation. Let's say the recommendation is green light. Let's do it.
Which I got a green light already. That's why we're here.
So then that patent attorney will then sit and write the patent application, which is essentially describes your invention in all of its detail. And that application needs to be enabling, which means that it needs, when someone sits down and reads your patent from the first word to the last word, she can then practice your invention because it's fully enabling. You can't leave stuff out, for example. You can't leave important things out because you don't want somebody to know it. You have to describe it in all of its gory detail and all of its inventive detail. That's what the patent attorney does. There's a series of figures that are in the patent. So the patent will have a background section, talk about the prior art. It'll have a summary of the invention. It'll have one or more figures which describe the invention.
Diagrams and sketches.
Diagrams and sketches, or for software invention, it'll have pseudocode or a flow chart, for example. And then there's a detailed description, which is the details of the patent. And then there are those claims that I talked about that actually define the invention. So if you think about the famous analogy about that is, if you own a home and someone gave you a title to your home, you have the metes and bounds of what you own in terms of the dirt underneath your home and
Right.
what that real estate. Same thing with the claims. The claims are your meat and bounds of your invention. They describe what's within it, and they also, of course, where you can't go outside of it. And that's the scope of your invention. So you file that, and this is a regular application. There's also a thing called a provisional application. You can file a provisional application, which is important if you want to solidify the earliest filing date. So because it's a first to file in this country now. It wasn't like that always, but the law changed. So it's a race to the patent office. So the first one that gets the first filing date is the winner, and a priority date. So it's a very important. Provisional patents allow you to submit that filing date. You can then convert that provisional to a so-called regular application, which you have to do within 1 year of that provisional filing. So you file the provisional, which it has to be typically fully enabling because it has to be supportive. Then you convert it to the utility application. That gets filed with the patent office in the US. And then it gets assigned to a patent examiner. The patent office in the US is structured by group art units. They're technical experts, scientists. Some are patent attorneys, they can be. But they're specific to their art. So there'll be, if we're talking about that pen again in your hand, there'll be examiners that do nothing but examine pens or writing instruments, for example, or ink. And that's what they do. So your patent finds its way to an art unit, it then gets in queue. The queue, depending on technology, software inventions, for example, have a longer queue. So typically you won't see a first office action for about a year, maybe 2 years. That's the first communication from the examiner. So what does the examiner do? Well, she reads your application. She's going to do her own search, the patent office. You have to disclose what you know in terms of prior art to the patent office at the time of filing and during the prosecution time of your application. That's a duty that both you and your attorney have. You have a duty of disclosure. So if you know something, you have to disclose it to the patent office. But they're going to do their own search. Then she'll decide whether you've met the new non-obvious useful bars. If you have, she'll issue a notice of allowance and say, your patent is allowed. That's not typical. It can happen. It's called a first action allowance. It does happen. But it's not the norm. The norm would be, you know what? I don't think you're entitled to your invention because this patent, which was issued in 1963, describes the entirety of your invention. It's not new. And she'll reject it. Or she'll say, you know what, that 1963 patent in combination with this 1973 technical article renders your invention obvious, and she'll give you an obviousness rejection, keeping it simple. So she'll reject your patent, say, it's not new, it's obvious, you're not entitled to a patent. And that comes back in an office action. That office action is then reviewed by the inventor and the attorney, and they decide, well, she has a point, let's change the words of our claim a bit as supported by our specification that we filed, because it has to have support, and say, if we change the phraseology and we specify our invention a little bit differently, it won't read on that art anymore, and that art will go away, at least as to those changes. So you make amendments. So you file that amendment with the patent office. You don't have to file an amendment. You could say, hey, we totally disagree. We're not amending our claims. We're just going to argue it and traverse it. You don't have to amend, but it's typical to amend if she's done a good job, and they typically do in their rejections. And then you'll have this back and forth for a while with the patent office, which eventually comes to an end. And hopefully at the end, you get a notice of allowance for your patent. It then goes to issuance. You pay the issue fee. Then you have an assertable right. And that's basically the process. So it's a prosecution is what it's called in the patent office. That's the back and forth. And if it's successful, you get that notice of allowance and you get that issued patent. If it's not successful for any reason, there are various other mechanisms that can be taken, but too complicated for today's approaches. There's appeals, other things you can do.
So we're at the part of the process where I had the idea, I wrote something up and shared it with you all. I paid for you to do your initial search. The initial search came back green light. Looks like this is non-obvious and new. And now we're at the part, and then I did a full engagement for you to do a full-on patent preparation for me.
Provisional application.
Provisional application, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm kicking them out, and you and me are going to talk about what you came up with to make sure that it accurately describes, and we'll go back and forth on stuff.
Sounds good.
Awesome. Thank you all. Thank you for sharing. And you two, I'm kicking you out. And
all right, guys.
if there's
we'll
enough
be
interest,
leaving.
I can ask Donald and or John Risby, who is the founder of the Patent Professor. Maybe we could have them on as guests and we could do a whole big thing just on patents. But otherwise, get out.
That'd be cool. Thank you, Donald. Thank you, RJon.
Thanks.
All right. So we're going to be taking back over from that. That was really, really informative. When we are building businesses, we work so super hard to create a brand, to create a business, to hire people, to put products and services out there, to innovate, right? And there's nothing worse than when you feel like you've come up with a really great idea and it's come from your brain, and then you talk about it or someone hears about it or whatever, or maybe they've also come up with the idea 6 months later, but because you hesitated, they came in and came first to market. You don't want to do that. You want to protect yourself, your brands, your ideas, all of these things as much as possible. And so that breakdown was extremely valuable. I got a lot of value from it, and I really, really appreciate it. I know we're going to we separated from RJon because now they're at the private part of the conversation where, that's really proprietary information that we're not privy to, but maybe perhaps in the future, I'm sure in the future, once this thing, he said it already got the green light to move forward. So once it is final and official and the deal is sealed, then we will know all those wonderful details. So for now, what I think we're going to do is we're going to return back to catch the end of that conversation. We are just about to finish up the conversation between Jimbo and RJon on their way to Miami, and they were talking about free consultations versus paid consultations. And then we're going to go into a different video after that. So I'll introduce the next video as soon as we are done watching the rest of this video. So I'm going to bring it up right now. Here we go. And let me go ahead and make sure this is all set. All righty. Here we go. Enjoy.
$1,000 of profit. Who do you think's still going to be in business 10 years later?
Right. Can I a follow-up question or caveat, or I'm special because and these are the scenarios?
No, it's my business. You don't understand. My business is different.
You don't understand. My business is different. When we're talking about the test drives, the philosophy behind it was, one, we also believe that some people think it's too good to believe or it's too good to be true that it's a free
Right.
video.
And what they think
right?
about the $49 test drive is that it's going to be a piece of shit. And that's the other thing, is telling someone that it's worth $1,000 and you're going to give them that, you're going to sell it to them for only $49. Remember that part of the brain of will I pay for it or not is getting triggered, right? And it's getting like massively triggered when you're saying it's worth $1,000, but you're willing to give it away for only $49. They think, no, it's only worth $49 because that's what I'm paying for it. Or that's what you're asking me to pay for it. And they think that this is really just a big scam and that you really only sell them for $49. Follow?
I do. Is there no merit to
their people are generally predisposed to accept or believe. If you tell them that the value is $1,000, they believe that the value is $1,000 and you're giving it to them for free for this reason.
Okay.
But if the value is $1,000 and the reason becomes very complex and convoluted and complicated and time consuming and expensive to explain, and it creates all these other issues now, when now this $1,000 thing, you're willing to do it for only $49.
Okay.
Again, you're trying to overcome will I pay for it with lowering the price. It's the same dynamic.
Okay.
That $1,000 value for only $49, you're inadvertently triggering that part of the brain which is asking, will I pay for it or not?
And there's no, I keep coming back to this idea of let me show you how great and easy this can be,
and that's why
I'm willing to take the risk.
And that's why free is better.
Okay.
See, free leaves the value intact.
Okay. There's the answer we're looking for. Free leaves the value intact. That's the point.
This session is sales. We're going to follow the same format. It is deceptively simple, as I said, but
Okay, so that was the end of the conversation between RJon and Jimbo as they were in the car discussing paid consultations versus non-paid consultations. And I thought it was really interesting where the conclusion of the conversation went, which was where free retains the value. I thought that was pretty, I'm like, wow, that's a revolutionary concept. Never would have thought of that myself, be honest with you. So this is really exciting. You know, as if in case you missed the first day where I shared that I've only recently gotten the chance to meet RJon and start working with him. And so I'm learning a lot about him during this journey of 60 days and everything. And it's really, really exciting to kind of peel back the layers, you know, in my entrepreneurial journey, in my business world. You know, I'm 42. I mean, I look like it, but I'm 42 and I've worked in corporate America. I've also been an independent entrepreneur. And one thing I can tell you is a lot of bosses kind of are cut from the same cloth in corporate America, and that cloth is usually not very good. But what I'm enjoying about working with and getting to know RJon is how much his philosophies kind of break the mold in a very, very good way. So this next conversation this next video that we are going to be sharing here, I'm actually going to pull it up here just one quick second. Let me see if I can catch this one. So this next one is also really interesting. This is one that Jimbo actually recommended that I share with you guys. And so actually, let me see, let me double check. You know what? I'm going to skip to another sales video super fast because we're already on the topic of sales. So I'm going to play a really quick video on sales like a rock star. Okay, so we're going to share that one with you first, and then we're going to get into the one that Jimbo really wanted me to share with you if there's still time. So this little one will maybe give us enough chance to perhaps check back in on RJon's meeting with the patent, but if they're still discussing that confidential information, then we'll play the one from Jimbo. So this one is about selling like a rock star, and it's really, really exceptional. So we're going to bring that one up for you right here, right now. Just installed a second monitor, so I apologize for looking away so often. I'm going to figure out the best arrangement for myself here, but here we go.
This is how you kill it. This is how you take all your excuses and shove them up your ass. What time is it? 7:39. Last woman standing. They're packing up the room. Wait, they're packing up the room. The room is being packed up. And while they're packing up the room, Zyra is selling. She's selling. She's selling to the last second. And hit that bell. What did you do? You just picked up extra how much?
$3,600.
An extra $3,600.
But they just paid like $2,000, so it's in the pocket already.
$2,000 already collected for a total of $3,600 from that particular client. Last woman standing. Look at this. The room is empty. It's being packed up. And while it's being packed up, no excuses. No, it's not convenient. No, you're packing up boxes. No, where'd everyone go? No, she's selling like a fucking rock star. Woo! Oh, now we got to show the board. So we sold $493,000 plus $3,600. I can't do the math, but a lot. We scheduled $1 million of estimated revenue of appointments and 124 referrals.
And then it's still
$496,000, $795. That's actual sold, not theoretical, not maybe, not wouldn't it be nice. That $496,000 is collected, signed on the line which is dotted.
B better have my money.
This is awesome.
What is the difference, the strategy behind
Okay, that was fantastic. And I love that what that demonstrated right there. That demonstrated right there that, you know, we often hear, what is it? The early bird gets the worm, right? Well, sometimes it's the latest bird who stays the longest and put in all the effort until the final hour. Sometimes they're the one that get the worm. So I thought that was really great. And I also like that he talked about it as being real numbers, not theoretical numbers and all these kinds of things, because that actually is a perfect segue into this video that I know that Jimbo was offering to have us discuss and share and everything. So we're going to be going into what this one is, and this one is really is focused on what is real and what is true. And so I'm interested in hearing the content of this video as well. And so sit back and relax and enjoy this video. It's about another 20 minutes, and we'll see about connecting again with RJon at the other side of it. So enjoy.
The truth will set you free. The question I want you to resolve to decide for yourself today is whether you will live a life of truth or whether you'll settle for a life in the shadows. In 500 AD, Plato gave us the allegory of the cave. It tells a story of a people who are born in bondage. They're living in a cave. Their feet are shackled, their necks are shackled. They can only see the back wall of the cave for their whole life. light coming in from behind them, from the mouth of the cave, reflects shadows of reality onto the wall in front of them. Their whole life, they know truth. They know what a woman is. They know what a horse is. They know what a book is, because their whole life they've been seeing women and horses and books and all aspects of reality. No one can convince them that they don't know reality, because they see it in front of their eyes. They know it their whole life. Their reality was given to them by their mothers and their fathers before them. Don't you dare tell me that I don't know reality. I can see it right in front of my face. Can't you? Except what they see are shadows of reality. And you can imagine what happens when one of them breaks free, turns around, and for the first time in his or her life sees a book, a woman, a horse, money. They see what it really is, but they doubt it. They question it. They fear it, because it doesn't match what they've believed reality to be for their entire life. It doesn't match the reality of their mothers, their fathers, their sisters, their brothers, their friends, their colleagues. They all know what reality is, and reality is shadows. And they go back to their friends and their families and their loved ones and their colleagues, and they say, I broke free. I know what reality is. What we have believed reality to be our whole lives, the reality our parents gave us and our grandparents before them, isn't real. It's just shadows on the wall of the cave. Imagine how that person would be greeted. With love and appreciation, or with doubt and fear and skepticism. The Bible taught us the truth will set you free. Throughout history, philosophers have taught us the truth will set us free. Every success we've ever had in life came from embracing the truth. Every disappointment we've ever had came from believing the shadows on the wall of the cave. Are you prepared to live a life of truth? Will you demand truth in your life? Will you demand truth in your business? Or will you settle for a business based on shadows in the cave? I promise you, a business that's built and managed based on truth is a more profitable business. I promise you that a business that's built and managed on truth is a more enjoyable business to own. I promise you that a business that is built and managed on truth does more good for more people than all the businesses that are built and pseudo-managed based on shadows reflected on the wall of the cave. Truth really will set you free. Luke 14:26. If anyone comes to me and does not hate father and mother, wife and children, brother and sister, such a person cannot be my disciple. You have to break free of the shadows in the cave before you can find truth. And it's a motherfucker. Because a lot of your friends have been living their life looking at shadows of the cave, shadows on the wall of the cave. A lot of your family has been living their life believing and basing their decisions on the shadows on the wall of the cave. A lot of your colleagues run their whole business based on the shadows on the wall of the cave. A lot of your staff, a lot of your vendors, a lot of your friends. There's a pretty good chance that outside this small community of people who run their business based on objective data and metrics and measurements and business plans and budgets, there's a good chance that most of the people that you associate with outside of this environment probably are running their business based on the shadows that are reflected on the wall of the cave. They're basing their decisions on fuzzy, incomplete information. They're looking at fuzzy, incomplete data. They have fuzzy and incomplete criteria, if they even have any criteria, for half the decisions they make. They're living their life based on fear, and they're living their lives based on bullshit because they don't demand to know the truth. They settle for the stories that other people have given them about what it's like to be the owner of a million or a multi-million-dollar business. They settle for the stories and the tales of others about what it's like to have a staff of people working with you. They settle for the stories of others who come back from far and distant lands telling them stories and tales about what it's like to have the life you want to live. And when you break yourself free of the chains that are binding you in your business, you've got to be prepared for them not to love you. They're not going to love you for it when you bring the good news back to them that you got free, and so can they. They're not going to appreciate you when you drop a bomb into the middle of their reality that they've believed to be truth their whole life, and show them that their whole life is based on shadows on the back of a cave. They're going to judge you. They're going to criticize you. They're going to question you. They're going to label you. They're going to doubt you. They're going to say that you're crazy. They're going to say you're irresponsible. They're going to say you're unreasonable. They're even going to say you're unfair. They're going to say, why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to my reality? Personal growth precedes professional growth. It's hard to keep yourself sane. It's hard not to doubt yourself when you're out there surrounded by people who believe that the shadows on the wall of the cave are the truth. I'm going to begin this live quarterly meeting by making you a couple of promises. And by apologizing to you. Promise. I promise that if you play all in for the next 2 days, you will know more about your business than you ever imagined you could possibly know about the truth of your business. I promise you that when you play all in and know more about the truth of what's really going on in your business, you will have more confidence, you will have more clarity, you will make better decisions, you will make faster decisions, you will lose less sleep over your decisions, your business will be more profitable, your business will create more value for more people in the world, including yourself, and ultimately, your business will be a more enjoyable business that will give you a better life. That's the first promise. The second promise is that it's going to suck for a while. It's going to suck for a while. Because you're going to be exercising a brand new muscle. You're going to be practicing some brand new skills. You're going to be discovering some painful things about some of the people in your life when you stop basing your life and your decisions on the shadows on the wall of the cave and start dealing with and demanding truth in your business and in your life. I'm not here to tell you how to live your life. I'm only here to show you how to make your business wildly successful. If the things you learn about how to make your business more profitable, if the things you learn about how to make your business more controllable and predictable, if the things you learn about how to make your business more fun and more enjoyable also influence other parts of your life in a positive way, to me, that's icing on the cake. Now, here's the apology. I'm going to have to fuck you up. I'm not laughing. Some of you are going to get really fucked up in the next 2 days. There's going to be tears. There's going to be nervous energy. Your subconscious is going to be in overdrive telling you stories. I fully expect at least one or two of you are probably going to quit or try to break your contract before the end of the day. You are going to lose your shit because I'm going to break the chain, I'm going to turn you around, and I'm going to show you some truth about your business. Anyone who's not in for it, don't come back from the break. Don't leave. Grab your managing partner, grab your chief operating officer, grab your CEO, grab your chief financial officer, grab them and say, I'm losing my shit. Please help me. And they'll take you outside and we'll talk you off the ledge and we'll help you regain your composure and then we'll bring you back in the room. Nothing to be embarrassed about. This is not easy. If it was easy, come on, say it with me. Everyone would do it. Right? We're going to have fun. I believe this live quarterly meeting will be legendary. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun, but it's going to fuck you up. It's going to fuck you up in a good way. I want to remind you about something that I've told all of you many, many, many times before. Two things that I've told all of you many, many, many times before. One, I consider myself to be in a pitched battle on the side of your full potential. My enemy is your ego. I have no respect for your ego. I have no respect for your pride. I have no respect for your subconscious. As far as I'm concerned, they're the trifecta that I'm fighting against. Because your ego wants you to be right. Your subconscious wants you to be safe. How's that serving you? You can be right and broke. I've done that. I was right. I had all kinds of reasons why I was right. I had all these stories about why I was right. I had all these arguments why I was right. I went around and gathered so much data and evidence to prove to everyone that the shadows on the wall of the cave were right. And I couldn't figure out how to, the only thing I couldn't figure out is how to reconcile that the shadows on the wall of the cave were right, but I was still broke. And I was still driving a shitty old truck with 4 flat tires. And I was still living in a crappy little cottage with a hole in the roof. And I was still making really gut-wrenching, excruciating, important decisions in my life based on how to save a buck. I was still choosing restaurants based on price. I was still deciding who to associate with and who not to associate with and where to go and how to get there based on price. And I was feeling strangled because I had this message inside of me. Like, I know each and every one of you has a message inside of you, but it was like I was screaming it through a straw. How many of you feel that way? Feel like you're screaming your message through a straw? But I was right. I was right about my analysis of the economy and why the economy prevented me from having a more successful business. And I was right about my analysis and my explanation of the clients who didn't appreciate what I was doing. And that's why I didn't have a more successful business. And I was right about the staff and the hiring environment and the labor pool and, all the, people you can't hire because they're no good. I was right. They were wrong. But my business still sucked. And then I broke free. I broke free. And I'm hoping to help all of you break free too. Maybe some of you are already free. If you're already free, then this will be a welcome validation. This will be a really enjoyable 2 days for you. If you're already free, this will be a really enjoyable 2 days for you. However, if this affects you, if you find yourself trying to find a way to dismiss this, if you find yourself trying to explain this away, if you find a way to try to find an exception for yourself, that this doesn't apply to you because you're left-handed and you drive a green car and you're from this particular location and you've got this unique background and somehow you're different from the rest of us and so the truth doesn't apply to you, I want you to just make a note of it and recognize that's your subconscious trying to keep you safe. Safe in the familiar. Safe in the cave, comfortable with the shadows of reality.
but we're gonna have fun. You'll learn a lot. You will learn to trust truth. And then you have more profitable business. Won't that be good? All right. You gonna play all in? All right. Someone came up and asked me during the break.
All righty. So that was fantastic. I'm just going to pause it on my end. That was great. I had truly enjoyed listening into all of that. And I want to see if Dylan is available. I know he is at his computer there, but I don't know if he's available to join us in conversation. But this was really great. Watching that kind of like kick off for what his intensive weekend really is no BS. Like there's no room for anything of that nature, of that sort in RJon's business or in his road to success. He has a BS meter that is extremely well trained. And what he's trying to do is to peel away all of the common misconceptions, common misgivings, whether it's how you're raised from your parents or through society or past business experience and working for someone else that you've brought into how you're building your business now. There are a lot of misconceptions and misgivings about how to reach success. What is holding you back? Even the opportunity to the truth about examining what's truly holding you back can be really hard to come to terms with. This is going to be very, 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 very random, but my favorite movie in the entire world is called The Neverending Story. And it's about this kid's journey to basically saving the entire universe. But there are 3 gates he has to go through. And the third is the scariest gate. And it's just a mirror gate. Because when the person who walks up to the gate, when they go through it, what's revealed to them is the truth about who they are. So as the line in the movie says, brave people discover that they're cowards. Truthful people basically discover that they're liars. And it's an understanding that there are pieces of your background, pieces of your mindset that you have to be willing to slough away and give up in order to really expand your opportunity and your potential for true growth. There's been a lot that I've had to adjust in my own mindsets, and making those adjustments has really opened my mind. I'll give you one example, and I'm sure RJon could come up with incredible examples, but I'll just give you one example from my own personal experience. I'm a single mom, and in running a business, I was burning the candle at 18 ends. Like I was chopping the candle in pieces to create more ends to burn, just to make things happen. And I was going. And as a result, my health suffered. I got migraines, really terrible, chronic, terrible migraines. But anyways, someone tried to tell me for the 100,000th time that if I actually rest and take care of myself, that the business will grow. That was the exact opposite of what I believed and how I'd been living and how I had been seeing the growth actually happen. But because of the migraines, they kind of forced me to take the advice, right? But after I was forced to take the advice and I did step back and I did slow things down and I did get rest, I did get sleep, something incredible happened. Right. And then that effort meant putting a lot more on my team, but and spending money that I was like, I don't want to spend the money. But an incredible thing happened. My creative juices were finally allowed to flow. Ideas that I would never have had the time to come up with because I never stopped, they started flowing in. My relationship with my clients got better. My performance on and off the microphone got better. The opportunities for the business grew. Partnerships were formed. And incredible things happened when I did the opposite of what my gut told me to do, which was to just keep burning the candle at 18,000 ends and just keep going and turning and turning. And that's the only way to success. But it's complete BS. And the way to it's true success for me and my business wasn't dialing that back and allowing the opportunity for bigger ideas to flow forward. So that has been a fantastic journey for me, a fantastic realization for me to happen in real time. And what we're going to be doing right now after I went on that whole diatribe is I'm going to be sharing with you an additional video here that I think is going to be really, really great. We're going to circle back around to specifically talking about sales and RJon's further thoughts on that. So I'm going to be pulling up one little video here, and this is kind of fun because so the next quarterly meeting is happening in New Orleans, and I'm going to be taking my son to on this trip with me, and I'm really excited. Not only because I went to college in New Orleans, and I've been back since. So I've been since 2001. So I'd love to see it. But I've told my son so many stories, so I'm really excited to bring him. But also because there is a kids club that RJon has created, and it's for kids who want to be entrepreneurs and are children of really highly successful people, and they're building their own business. I don't want to say almost said little businesses. No, these businesses, I mad respect. They're growing their own businesses and doing wonderful things. And my son, being inspired seeing his mother run a business, also wants to do the same, which I'm very excited about. So I'm looking forward to having him join in on this day with us here. And excuse me, on this whole trip in New Orleans, and seeing what he how he's influenced by all of that. So we're going to join in on a kids club movie called Best Thing, and we're going to join some of these kids who have done just that. They have started their own businesses, and they're working through this program, this kind of subset program specifically for kid entrepreneurs, and it's just really refreshing to see their vision and their voices in action. So here we go. We're going to watch this clip here. I'm going to share it with you right now.
Hi, my name is Elena Rogers. I am 12 years old, and this is what I learned in 2020. I learned in business was to keep on trying. Story time.
Best thing I learned in the business thing is how to make and sell products and earn money. I made $273 around there. Yeah.
Whenever I had a good item selling, I'd see how that is different from my other items that isn't as selling as good, and make those items like the best selling one was. And a few of the products that I made was a bunch of colored mugs, a few t-shirts, and God is Always With You phone case. In total, the amount of money I made was $151.
Commercial break! Yay! We all love these. Are you a good lawyer? Tell people that by buying this mug, or celebrate that you won a case by bragging with this mug.
Something I learned that it's okay to make mistakes, but you learn from your mistakes. And you should always know who your target audience is, and think about what they would want. And you should always have a business plan. I learned that you should always have a positive mindset. Like, instead of saying, I can't do it, say, I can't do it yet. I earned $127.
The best thing that I learned in my business in 2020 is probably to know my cost of goods sold, because if the price that you're selling things at is less than the cost of goods sold, then you're not making any money and the business is useless.
And I didn't sell anything at Kids Club, but I did sell my sister my TV that my grandma gave her, and then she gave me for my birthday, and then I sold her it back. And she still owed me money, but I traded it for mozzarella sticks.
Commercial break! Yay! We all love these. Or you can support How to Manage by buying this lovely mug. It will show the world that you love how to manage. Also, be the first to buy HTM merch.
And probably the most important thing I learned was that you need to calendar. If you don't plan when you're gonna do something, then it'll never get done, and you're just gonna keep doing. Well, I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it at 2. Okay, I'll do it at 5, and eventually you're up at like midnight the night before, like working your butt off, and it doesn't work. You need to market as well. If you don't market, you're not gonna get anything. No one's gonna buy things because they're like, oh, I bet that kid is nice. Or, oh, I bet that lawyer is nice. I'm gonna go give them a bunch of money and like hope that they do good things with my life. It's just not gonna work.
So for the website, I made a total of $200. Then for one of my designs, it went on a Tumblr, and I made a total of $60. And then for the quote book, I made $80, so I made a total of $346.63. And if I were to do it again, what I would do is I'd make more products, maybe for a bit of a lower price. And then I would reach out better. I'd text and email more people. And I'd ask my mom to put it on her Facebook account and stuff.
Commercial break! Yay! We all love these. Are you feeling trendy? Well, start the trend by buying this mug. You'll become super famous, or you can use this mug as a guide for what color you want to paint your walls. There's a free color code on the mug. Best deal ever!
A thing that was good for me and got a lot of sales was my t-shirts. I got a lot of those sales because I was calling people, asking friends to tell their parents to buy my products. I posted things on Facebook, etc. The more people I called, the more products I sold, and that got me $424. Another thing I learned is that we need to sell cuteness, up the cuteness factor, and that's how I got top seller.
Commercial break! Yay! We all love these. I know it's winter, but don't you want to start celebrating summer soon? I know you do. So kick off the summer by purchasing these flip-flops.
And also, we want to be selling cuteness, not this. La, la, la.
Yes, we're not selling creepiness. We're selling cuteness. You're so funny. Awesome. Thank you, Sophia. You guys are funny. You guys.
All right, that was fantastic, man. What's that line? That I believe the children are our future. Yeah, that is so super true. The children definitely are our future, and to watch these bright young minds not only attend something like this and want to learn, but then to go through it and to see it through and come up with great ideas and understand all these processes and everything that goes into it, and then also learning a lot and really taking a lot with them. We were joking around the other day that when you go to school for something, they oftentimes forget to tell you how to make a business out of that thing, right? So they'll have you go to school to learn music or to learn art or to learn accounting or to learn whatever it is, but they don't teach you then how to build a business out of that thing, and that is so important. My son actually just came to me, super top of mind because we're talking about children. My son came to me about just a few days ago. He got a 3D printer for Christmas from dad. He got a 3D printer from Christmas. But what's cool is he's like coming up with different fun things that he can start to make and sell. And apparently he's already has a couple of orders in and everything else. So for him to attend this, he's coming with me to New Orleans and learn these concepts right alongside with these awesome kids is going to be absolutely fantastic for him to learn. I'm trying to teach him the value of the dollar. So for him to learn what cost of goods sold is and what that means, I'm very excited about. You know, when in terms of running a business, I constantly have to think of, what is the cost that is coming out of my pocket versus what is the revenue that's coming in, and you got to make sure the revenue coming in is more than the cost of the things that you're you're using to produce that revenue, whether it's the materials, and this doesn't cost technically as cost of goods sold, but the team, the crew, their work hours, all of those kinds of things, and then everything that it costs to actually just run the business. So, for example, the cost of your web designer and developer, the cost of your accountant, the cost of your any legal issues that you need to tackle and handle. We were sitting in on RJon's meeting earlier today about a patent and stuff like that. So again, we don't know what that patent is, but we'll find out soon. But the point is that all of these are costs, and they're all things that need to be factored in. So to see kids learning these concepts at such a young age is very exciting. Now, as you can see, we now are seeing RJon playing some guitar. So I'm going to shut up. Let's enjoy this. Let's enjoy this concert. Oh my gosh, this is unexpected.
Now you have your up and down. Whenever I hear this,
Are you teaching E minor? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
it's an easy one to start.
It's an easy one to start with.
It
Yeah.
sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Whenever I
Pretty if you're into depression.
Whenever I hear this out, you want to get. That's supposed to happen. Yep.
Yeah.
Second fret. Get that chord again. So we're gonna go from sad to happy with one finger. You ready? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sad to happy with one finger.
Uh-huh.
All I want you to do is take this finger here. So those stay where they are, and this one goes right here and just pushes down on that one.
Yeah. Oh.
E major.
Yeah. See how that sounds happy?
You'll learn over time to have less tension in the arm and all that.
Yeah. To get it.
I can understand.
The name of the game is removing tension.
Yeah,
Only using one
intellectually, I can understand that.
Yeah.
Um,
But body muscle memory.
I used to do kickboxing,
Okay.
and it's like I've never been more exhausted in my life than a 1 minute round of kickboxing.
Yeah.
And I'm like wondering, like, how can all these other people, like, I know I'm in better shape than some of them, and the answer is because I'm like
Yeah.
tense and scared, and
Yeah.
they're like relaxed, and I'm
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. It's exactly like that.
How long does it take to get used to that?
You know, it will test your passion.
It will.
I
I like that.
Passion.
It will test your passion.
So obviously,
It's just like
I
your
don't know,
advice to
learning-
anyone with anything. You're gonna have some discomfort, but
Oh yeah.
if it's a priority, you'll suck it up.
or are
If
there some
not-
short kind of work?
No.
That's a business.
There are no
lesson.
shortcuts.
Jeez.
Your fingers will get a bit raw.
That'll happen faster
All right,
than you
so
think.
you get used to it.
Yeah.
Your fingers will get a bit raw.
Okay, but are they
But
used to it?
they'll callus up a little bit. So
Yeah.
they'll
They
kind of-
callus up.
I used to have a lot of calluses.
Yeah.
All right, so that's it.
That's why
There.
I like you to
And
have
then-
something
and
musical.
then that. That's
Yeah,
the
so
one.
it takes it from an E minor sad to E major. That's E minor. And
You're muffing a chord, a string there at some point.
straighten the screw side. Put that back over here, and I'm gonna-
So guys, drinks.
Hey. Our viewership is going up, actually.
I've had to work with people.
Show me how to make $1 million. Yeah, it's too bad.
Well, you make $1 million by doing fun
Show me a
things that take you
50-year-old
away
who
from
doesn't
the
play the
intensity.
guitar. Okay.
I would often have to work with someone at least an hour.
You hear that, everyone? It's an
to
hour.
And
Yeah.
to do what you're doing here, if they were able to get it the first time at all. Usually they're deadening strings to the point where it's like,
It's just muffed.
you know,
So there, and that one.
it's your first chord. Thank you.
That's the E.
Four more shapes to go. Actually, you already know another. Take this. So move everything down one string that way. Exact same shape.
Oh, we're going to get to
Relative.
an A minor.
Yeah. So go ahead and put it.
There.
Yeah, this one will go right there. Yeah. A minor.
But you can't strum the top one on an A minor.
Actually, I can't.
There's a house.
Wait, how do I? That's the first chord. But how do I?
Yeah.
Well, you just got to start basic. Milk before meat. Milk before meat.
How could you have?
But this is good. Like you can actually strum and just have some semblance of rhythm here.
There's a house in New Orleans.
This is really cool. Danny, we're gonna have fun tonight. You buy us all those drinks.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you. That's very, very cool. I will actually be able to jam tonight.
Yeah.
It'll be like a hey, ho, ho, hey, hey.
Yeah, you're
ho.
gonna do Mumford and Sons.
I could do that.
Yeah.
I could do Mumford and Sons. Can I get some more water and then I need a bike? Jill, can I get some more water? Bike. Dylan, I've got this. Yeah.
And let's
Give me a fresh glass, please.
and Jimmy, if you want to jump in here.
She's jamming out to my music.
She's getting you a record deal.
I totally was jamming out. I was like, I was singing right along and everything. That was so fun. I wish I could get a record deal for
You know
him.
who is a massive guitar aficionado? Who has a steel guitar in his office?
I'm gonna say Mike Keenan.
Mike Keenan has a bunch of guitars. He's a big guitar player.
Really?
Yeah, if you tell him, he'll bring his guitar. He'll bring a guitar, one of his many guitars, and he would probably love to jam with you. Jam with us. By then, I'll be playing.
Yeah. By then you'll be taking lead.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got this solo, fellas.
I got this.
Just remember, if you're gonna have a business, sometimes you got to insert a whole bunch of fun into us. What's the point?
Say that again, Jimmy.
I was just gonna say, when you're running a business, you got to insert some fun into it. Otherwise, what's the point?
You do. Yeah, it keeps us sane. That's
It's
for
so
sure.
cool. It's so cool. Was that his first time attempting to play guitar?
Yeah, that
I
was
need to
his
take some
first
lessons,
attempt.
too. I
Yeah.
need to take some lessons too. So who was that teaching him? Who was that teacher? Was that Eric? It's hard for me to tell. Was that Jordan?
That
Who
was Eric, yeah.
That was Eric. Awesome. Eric's got some hidden
We'll add
talents.
one more thing to his title.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, it's so funny when you talk about a
Lead
team.
guitar teacher.
Yeah, like we all have all these different skills and things like that, and every once in a
Yeah.
while, it's fun to show them off, right?
Give me just 1 second. I want for note taking.
So up next, is it going to be the book reading? Is that what we are going for here at
It
Juno?
is.
Note taker.
Yeah, it is. We're just getting some of the things reset.
Okay.
We're gonna continue on with chapter 1 of the automatic marketing machine. And again, if you're watching, as you're watching, make sure you go to ammbook.com, ammbook.com, sign up. It's free, no obligation. Nobody's coming to your house and asking for your credit card. Just sign up.
I mean, I might, whatever.
Yeah, you're going to be in the loop for all things coming with this book. And it's an awesome book. I've had the chance to read it, so it's a great book. So you want to make sure you go to ammbook.com.
All right, I've been running on a
Thank you,
ticker on the
everybody.
bottom of the screen for a little bit.
All right. If we get a chance, I got a lesson for you.
How's our audio situation? Wait, did I
If
just
anyone
lose
wants
it?
a sneak preview on how to sell more from the stage, I got about a 14-minute lesson.
Okay.
It's a hack.
You want to do that right now?
No. Straight to audio. Let's get this book done. Okay.
We're
So
gonna
we'll
make
have to
Danny
do that
buy
hack
us,
later.
a round of drinks here.
And then send one here. Send one here.
Oh, and Jimmy wants a drink sent to her locale. You're welcome to start driving, Jimmy. You're not that far. Oh, now we're on scrolling titles. Okay, fancy pants. Oh, show off.
Do what I do.
All right, ready to go.
Where did we leave off?
I want to back up just for coverage to. So let's talk about who has lied to you. We did that, but just so that we have a rhythm and coverage. We
You
shut
want
that
to do
door.
another 10-second thing? Yeah. The room is different.
Thank you, Dee.
So hydration is important in all things, whether you're kickboxing, like RJon was talking about, he's exploring, or you're getting ready to record something and you've been going all day. You gotta hydrate, people. You
What's this
gotta
phone
stay
here?
hydrated.
Yeah, that volume. Can you put that
I'm
garbage
curious
over
what
here,
he put
please?
in the water though, but maybe we'll ask that question another time. And so if you notice, he's a fan of the Paisley shirts. I'm gonna get digging into more and more details there. But I got the Paisley memo this morning too, so I'll get right along with them.
Silence in 3, 2, 1.
All right.
Let's go. Let's give the editor's note, the chapter.
Editor's note, it is now Wednesday, January 5th. Still the same day, 12:41 in the afternoon.
Continuation.
Automatic marketing machine, continuation of
Chapter 1.
Chapter 1 on page
9.
Page 9 of the Microsoft Word
manuscript.
So where do you want me to pick up?
So let's talk about.
So let's talk about who has lied to you, or maybe they bullshitted you, and why. College professors. If your college professors told you that you don't need to concern yourself with marketing, that just being the best would be good enough to bring your business a steady stream of profitable prospects, well, they were telling you some bullshit, or maybe they were just mistaken. Your first boss. If your first boss told you that you wouldn't have to worry about marketing, then your first boss was probably just flat out lying. Why? Because they know better. Now, why were they lying to you? Maybe because your first boss didn't want you to be distracted. Maybe they wanted you to focus on your core job. Or maybe your first boss just didn't want you to feel empowered, since we all know that whoever controls the flow of prospects to a business, any kind of business, ultimately that person has the power to eventually dictate terms to that business. And so maybe your first boss didn't want you to know about that fact of life and be empowered. Gee, I wonder why. Your marketing vendors. And I'm going to also include anyone on your staff who's in your marketing department. Now, unless your marketing vendors, and I'm also going to include anyone who works for you in your marketing department. Now, unless your marketing vendors have been asking you some very detailed questions about your financial goals, the value of your average sale, the lifetime value of your average customer or client, patient, passenger, or diner, your company's sales conversion rates, your cost of goods sold, and your company's current and planned capacity to handle how much more business. And unless your marketing vendor has been sitting with you every month to review campaign performance, metrics, A/B testing results, and measuring the ROI. In other words, unless your marketing vendors have been doing for your business what we can only hope they know enough and care enough to do for their own business, if they haven't been doing all of this for your business every month, or at least every quarter, then they are lying to you, at least by omission. And if they have been feeding you a bunch of bullshit vanity metrics that don't really matter, or worse, telling you that they can't or that you should not try to track response rates and ROI for every dollar that you spend on marketing, including but not limited their fees, well then, they have been actively lying to you. or if your marketing vendor or whoever is managing the marketing of your business is a friend of yours, and it makes you feel bad to admit that your friendly marketing vendor has been lying to you, well then, if it makes you feel better, we could just call them incompetent and say they don't know any better. Whatever helps you sleep at night. And let's talk about now everyone else that you meet at networking events or at the bar who go around saying, yeah, I used to be in marketing. It's a tough racket. Or maybe it's unfair to say they know better and they've been lying to you. It's also entirely possible they just don't know what they just don't know. In other words, they're simply unaware. But let's talk about those marketing vendors some more, okay? I mean, they know better. Of course they know better. There's not one marketing vendor you've ever paid $1 to who isn't tracking the ROI on their own marketing spend. They're all looking at A/B testing results. They're all tracking. Danny.
They're doing all of this in their own business.
They're doing all of this in their own business.
They are very confident that every dollar that they spend.
They know what's going on with every dollar they spend on advertising and with internal salaries and costs. They know this stuff.
If a campaign is not producing.
If a campaign is not producing for the marketing vendor, you can bet that marketing vendor is tweaking, testing, adjusting, modifying, changing, or killing the campaign before they flush $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 of their own money down the toilet. I mean, they know this stuff, don't they? What if they don't? What if your marketing vendor doesn't know this stuff? What if your marketing vendor isn't even competent enough or doesn't even care enough about their own business? Either way you slice it, this book, it's going to set you free, but first, it's going to piss you off. All right. Now let's talk about the key fact about your business that you must, please, you've got to embrace this. Without a sufficient and steady enough supply of clean, potable water, you already know nothing else about your life really matters because within a few days you're going to die. Similarly, without a steady supply of new prospects with whom your business can exchange value. Similarly, without a steady supply of new prospects with whom your business can exchange value.
One more time.
Similarly, without a steady supply of new prospects with whom your business can exchange valuable products and or services for compensation, nothing else about your business really matters because within a matter of months, your business is going to die also. Your professional credentials don't matter. The high esteem that your peers claim to have about you doesn't matter. The quality of your work doesn't matter. And none of your past professional accomplishments are going to change this fact of life. Neither will your willingness to work long hours at the expense of your family. Your deep commitment to your craft isn't going to save you from this fate. Neither are your high professional standards. None of this can save your business from its certain fate if it can't attract a sufficient quality of high quality prospects who are willing to exchange.
No.
Do it again?
I thought you were going to pull it out.
Yeah, I felt myself going into that tailspin.
Yeah. You got to start with neither.
I got it.
One second.
And are we going to say neither or neither?
That's up to you.
Are we finishing chapter 2 right now?
Yeah.
No, chapter 1.
This is chapter 1.
Finishing chapter 1.
We've already did chapter 1.
I'm sorry, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Chapter 1.
Yeah.
We're finishing chapter 1. That's what I thought. There was a little bit left.
We left off in the middle of chapter 1.
That's what I thought. I just want to notate it correctly.
Yeah. I say neither.
I say neither. Let's call the whole thing off. Neither will your willingness to work long hours at the expense of your family. Your deep commitment to your craft isn't going to save you either, and neither will your high professional standards. None of this is going to save your business from its fate if it can't attract a sufficient quantity of high-quality prospects who are willing to exchange payment for a solution to their problem. Being more educated or talented or skilled or more willing than others to work yourself to death has zero value if your business has no customers or clients. Plus, it shortchanges all concern when you show up as less than the best version of yourself after too many days of stress or too many sleepless nights worrying about where the next prospect is going to come from. Many business owners harm themselves and others, including their customers and clients and staff too, by denying this reality. They desperately want to believe that better is better, that having better credentials, having gone to a better school, having more or better experience, having more integrity, having more expensive equipment, a better work ethic, having paid their dues, investing in better technology or tools, or even offering objectively superior products and services. Yeah, better should be enough. And lest we get into a pointless and unprofitable argument about this, let's just say, Danny, do we agree?
Yeah.
Better should be enough?
Absolutely.
Better should be enough. There. Now let's talk about reality. In reality, better isn't enough unless we're talking about better marketing. In this world, you are not automatically awarded what you deserve or what you think you deserve. It is not a meritocracy. If it were, there'd probably be no rich criminals and no poor priests. Successful business owners know that money moves around for its own reasons, and neither need nor deservingness are attractive to it. Instead, money depends on powerful, well-crafted, measurable strategies and a tried and true system that gets implemented and implemented and implemented and implemented and implemented. And if you're bored with the fact that I keep saying implemented, that's the whole point. Your automatic marketing machine is supposed to make this boring because it just works for you over and over and over again, just like a machine. You're getting the point, right?
I think they are.
That's why we didn't call it the marketing roller coaster. No one wants to read the marketing roller coaster book. They want to read the boring automatic marketing machine book. At this point, you're either getting it or else, sadly, you may be like most struggling small business owners who just keep experiencing the same undesirable results, or sometimes new and exciting undesirable results, but they just refuse to consider the possibility that what they believed when told by college professors or employers or mentors about running a successful business, maybe it was just plain wrong. Fortunately, there is a better way to attract clients and customers and passengers and patients and diners to your business, and it is the philosophy that this book is based upon. It is called direct response marketing. Direct response marketing dates back hundreds of years. It's not new. It just works. In fact, the most effective digital marketing today, and all of the marketing that you see taking place in the metaverse that actually works, the stuff that actually makes profit. It's all based on some pretty old-fashioned, tried and true direct response marketing principles. Direct response marketing is as proven as any of the natural laws because it is rooted in the laws of nature. Unlike laws made by human beings, the laws of nature are non-negotiable, and you can't appeal them. While you can ignore them, and many do, you will not be able to ignore for long the consequences of ignoring natural law, even though lots of broke, struggling people keep trying to. Too many struggling entrepreneurs attempt, at their peril, to negotiate the laws of nature upon which direct response marketing is based. But you can't. You're not going to be able to negotiate with the wind. You can't appeal gravity. You're not going to be able to change the tides. But if you have the courage, then you will learn to harness these natural laws and let them work for you to carry you to your goals. A much more effective approach than continuing to ignore, rationalize, justify, argue about natural laws is when you put them to work for your business and let them help you produce desirable results.
Let's get that one more time.
That sentence doesn't read.
Yeah.
A much more effective approach.
A much more effective approach
than continuing to ignore, rationalize, justify, or argue when your business produces undesirable results is to change your strategy.
Yeah, take out year after year. That throws the pace off. The stuff that I skipped over doesn't change the message, right?
No, you're completely good.
A much more effective strategy than continuing to ignore or rationalize or justify or argue about it when your business produces undesirable results is to change your strategy. Don't just defend the unprofitable actions you've already taken just because you already took them and you're afraid to admit that maybe it wasn't the right choice. Don't be an advocate for the forces that are working against you. Instead, let's embrace this new and exciting opportunity that you now have to take new and better action based on your new and better understandings about marketing. This book gives you a new lease on life. Please don't miss this opportunity. Now, one strategy that hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of our clients have tried, and now they swear by it, is to build an automatic marketing machine which harnesses the principles of direct response marketing and let the wind start working for you instead of keep pushing so hard against it. We tell you all of this now because it may require some patience from you and some practice to start thinking about your marketing in this new way. In the beginning, it might not be comfortable. It might not be intuitive, but the switch is critical because you have been set up to struggle endlessly. As the owner of a small business, you face the constant pressure of having far too much to do and never enough time to get it all done. And if you're not careful, you can get caught in a trap with growing stress year on year because of the demands coming at you from seemingly every direction. Customer attraction, sales, management, production, hiring, training, managing staff, recruiting staff, training staff, financial controls, maintaining the physical plant of your business, more financial controls so you don't wind up growing the top line but forget to take anything home from the bottom line to feed your family. Props to Profit First by Mike Michalowicz. It's all an endless challenge, or rather an interrelated set of challenges that most small business owners simply are not prepared for, which is why most of them feel trapped, because they are trapped. way out is by constructing an automatic marketing machine. Now, here's what we mean when we say most entrepreneurs are trapped. Let's just take a very simple example let's just take a very typical example of a very capable, let's say, attorney. Could be an accountant, could be an architect, could be a restaurant, but we're going to say attorney. Let's say this lawyer is ready, willing, and able to work 10 hours a day, 5 days a week, 50 weeks a year. Of course, this doesn't mean our hypothetical lawyer is actually doing billable, productive client work 10 hours a day. Instead, this very busy but struggling lawyer is probably prioritizing their time as follows. 1, doing whatever work they can, probably 4 hours. 1, doing whatever work.
You good?
Go back to the previous page. Here's what we mean when we say most entrepreneurs are trapped. Let's take a very typical example of a very capable technician running his or her own small law firm.
Hang on a second. It's the example, it's a long story, and it's got to be a lawyer. Why? It's not going to make sense as a technician.
I can make it work as a technician very easily.
You think so?
I think so.
Okay, give it a shot. I left it as lawyer because lawyer is a
Yeah,
type
but
of
the
small
problem
business.
is there's too many stupid people who will, as soon as they hear lawyer, they will check out.
Yeah, we got to choose something. So go ahead, give
We
it a
don't have
try.
to. We can just say generic.
Okay,
Let me try.
Yeah, give it a shot.
The problem is there's too many people who are going to get too triggered by this stuff because they haven't got to the case studies. We're still really, really challenging their belief system. And they're scared. They're scared about doing things that are going against the way most people do it, conventional wisdom. They're scared of stepping away from the herd. They're scared of standing out. And they're scared shitless of this actually working, because if it works, then they really stand out. And so their subconscious is just going to be hammering on them at this point. And they're literally, I'm afraid, going to be looking for any excuse to check out of the book at this point.
You want me to summarize the story so you don't have to just try to? It might be
No,
better.
I think I can do it.
Okay.
I think I know exactly how to do it.
Sweet.
Look, if it's not working, please stop me. Don't let me read 3 pages and then say that didn't work.
Yep.
Okay? Let's just take a very typical example of a very capable entrepreneur running their own small business. Let's say this technician is ready, willing, and able to work 10 hours a day for their business. 5 days a week times 50 weeks a year. Of course, this does not mean our hypothetical entrepreneur is doing actual productive work that creates any value for their customers, clients, patients, passengers, or diners 50 hours a week. They're just working in the business 50 hours a week. That's an average of 10 hours a day. And they probably prioritize their time as follows. First, do whatever client, patient, do it first. Do whatever client, patient, passenger work they can actually squeeze in, maybe 4 hours a day. Because if you don't do the work that's right in front of you, the clients and the customers complain and you starve. 2, put out management fires in the business, probably 2 hours a day. If it's really well managed, it's only 2 hours a day. 3, getting around to sending out some bills or doing invoices or collecting accounts receivables or other bookkeeping like that. This person probably takes about another half hour a day to account for, make guesses about the billable production.
No, that just went on too much. You should have ended it there. So try this one again.
Get around to sending out some bills or invoices or collecting accounts receivables, maybe about a half hour a day to account for, i.e. make guesses about who owes the business how much money. Then they're probably meeting with prospective new clients or customers about 1 or 2 hours a day. Except usually the prospective new clients have not been pre-qualified or pre-educated or preconditioned to hire the firm. And so conversion rates are unpredictable, which leads to a lot of demoralizing inefficiency. Marketing usually happens as an afterthought whenever the well appears to be getting dry. It's not strategic, it's unbudgeted, and likely there are lots of random, sporadic events happening about 1 or 2 hours a day. You add this all together, you got about 10 hours a day. If you're listening to this on the audiobook, trust me, it adds up to about 10 hours a day. Don't get hung up on the math, follow the point. The point is that the typical entrepreneur running his or her own small business is working about 10 hours a day, and it's a recipe for burnout from overwork, perpetual unhappiness, and a lifetime of needless financial struggle. So let's follow the money to examine this last point so you can fully appreciate why the automatic marketing machine that we're going to teach you how to build truly is so liberating and so important to trade in that life for a much better life, a more profitable life with a lot more predictability and a lot more control and a lot more confidence to make better decisions about how you live your life because your business starts to empower you. So let's assume that this entrepreneur is billing by the hour. And let's assume that they managed to actually collect all 4 hours of the day that they are doing client work. 5 days a week, 50 weeks a year, that's about 1,000 hours a year, with a billing rate of, let's just call it $250 an hour. This business is going to max out at just $250,000 a year. And that assumes all the billables are actually billed and collected, which, yeah, good luck with that. And assuming this entrepreneur is even willing and is like Superman or Superwoman or super binary person, and they can keep up this pace 10 hours a day, 5 days a week, 50 weeks a year, we're still looking at a struggling business with an owner who's on the road to burnout because working 10 hours a day, 5 days a week, 50 weeks a year, it's unsustainable. It's just unrealistic. But let's say there is some superhuman entrepreneur out there whose family is willing to go along with this plan of insanity with no end in sight. And after overhead, the owner of this firm is still only going to be taking home between $100,000 and $150,000 a year, which sucks. Sadly, wait, you had me on the wrong.
I did. Let's do
I'll
that.
do it again.
But let's just say, don't say firm. Keep it with business owner.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
I'm literally copy editing.
I know.
In my head
Yeah.
as I'm performing this thing.
I know.
On the fly.
You're great. No, it's like you're a superhuman.
I'm trying to keep a lot of stuff. Well, you know, in all seriousness,
No.
I'm not trying to be funny and I'm not trying to show off. This is because what we were talking about before I met with the patent attorney about how don't try and get paid to do a speech
Yeah.
until you've done that same speech 50 times.
Yeah.
Don't try to get paid to do a workshop unless you've done whatever it is you're doing in the workshop 50 times.
Yeah. 100%.
Right?
Yeah. Well, your experience
When
definitely
you've done
shows
it,
here.
When
There's-
you've done it,
Yeah.
listen, I lived my life on stage and in front of cameras. The thing went out. While
No, I got it.
while
I
the
got it.
monitor comes back, I'll just say, this is why she, ha, re. We were talking about this earlier. This is why the she part is so important and the ha part is so important. And don't just jump to the re. And don't be discouraged when you see other people who are good at the re, because I'm telling you, we all had to do the she part, and you know, it was painful for us too. But you plow through it because you keep a vision in mind for why it matters. All right, no, Tiana, I'm not answering any questions. I appreciate you're the advocate for the social media world, but I have a producer here who the publisher has stuck me with. Yeah, talking about you.
I get it.
Listen, when you are my friend, you're my friend, and you're not the motherfucking producer,
The
who
man.
the fucking publisher stuck me with to get this thing done like a goddamn slave driver.
I could be worse.
You could be worse. You could be better. Anyway,
Okay.
I just want to make sure you understand that outside of this setting, I love you, but here, fuck you.
The man.
You're the man. You're the man.
Fair enough. We got that energy. Let's
He's
give
the
it
man.
back. But let's say,
Where are we?
right here.
Okay. Should I say, but let's say, or so let's just say? Okay.
I would like the butt in there.
You do like?
Yeah.
But let's say that there is.
How about this? But a little bit of a laugh. But let's just say.
But let's just say.
Not a side
I just
splitting
had this
laugh.
idea. Like, what if there's this line that I just can't get it, but you do it with your Texas twang? And like, let's say you do that line, and we literally just have that
Dropped
line
in.
dropped in to the audiobook.
Like you can't say automatic marketing machine. Because that's in there all the time. Marketing. Marketing.
I looked for that URL by the way, so I never got it.
What?
I looked for marketing.com, so
Oh.
I never got it because I really wanted
It's
to.
probably
Was it marketing tang?
Just marketing is what I looked. No, it's just it's hey, it's just yes.
I'm telling you,
I'll
you
get
better
you
get
that.
marketing machine.
I'll get you that
There it
right
is.
now.
There it is.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying.
If
Yeah,
any
no,
of you
it's in that box.
motherfuckers get marketingmachine.com before Danny secures it, fuck you. Don't do that. Be cool. All right, are we ready?
We're ready.
You have a voter coming out of this?
No, you do not.
So tell me again how you want me to do the butt.
But let's just say, like, it's ridiculous, but let's just assume it. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, I'll go along, right? It's that notion. You'll get there. Give it a shot.
But we gotta teach Eric to do the best stretch. The best stretch is the magic stretch.
We got to get to
that
the
cures
best.
all your ailments.
Yeah.
And we gotta bring Eric to the best, but we gotta at least teach him the best stretch.
Told you.
Raise your hand if you're a best believer.
I want to be.
What is the screaming out? He's
The
Yeah.
best chiropractor in town.
not a chiropractor.
He's the best. He's a body magician.
I mean, chiropractic is one of the tools in his toolbox, but he does way.
He's a body worker.
He's a body worker. All right.
I just hate sitting down for long periods of time.
You stand up.
I need to stand
That's
up.
why I just did. I'm sitting back down.
We're good. But let's just say
that there's some superhuman entrepreneur out there whose family is willing to go along with this sort of plan of insanity with no end in sight. All right. After overhead, the owner of this mythical purple unicorn breeding business is still only taking home between $100,000 and $150,000 a year. Sadly, there's just no end in sight for this entrepreneur. There's no escape, no time off, no vacation, no sick days. And here's the point: no leverage. You can't buy leverage if you don't have any gross revenue. You're just not going to be able to buy your freedom from your business and get to start working for you on only $150,000 of net on only $250,000 of gross. It's just, there's just no realistic expectation of being able to create a sustainable business if you're stuck in this vicious cycle. Life sucks for the owner of this business. Life sucks for everyone around the owner of this business, and everyone involved, including but not limited to, and especially their family. Everyone pays a price. The entrepreneur pays an obvious price.
Let's just skip to this one. You got it. You got it. You got it.
I made that point?
Yeah. Now perhaps.
Now, perhaps you have managed to do better than this. Sincerely, good for you. If your business is already doing better than this.
That was really a great read, so do that again.
Yeah, but it
yeah.
I wanna make a different point.
Okay.
The intonation that I was using makes the wrong point.
Okay.
Now, hopefully, you've managed to do better than this. Good for you. If your business is already doing better than most, you have probably already started to get pretty excited about learning how to build an even better marketing machine to take your business to even greater heights in terms of revenue, predictability, and freedom for yourself. On the other hand, if your business has been stuck for more than a few years, at least now you know why, and you can give yourself a break. It's not because there's something wrong with you. We just need to make a better marketing machine for you. And now you know it has nothing to do with your skills or your commitment to your clients or any of that stuff. Once you build your marketing machine, you're soon going to find you're going to have more free time. You're going to have better conversion rates with prospective new customers and clients. And you're going to have more confidence about investing back into your newfound freedom with some of the extra time and income that your business starts to generate, and use it to buy more freedom and build a better business that begins working for you. Now, in case you're wondering, here's about how the levels of income sort out for small business owners in most markets all around the country. About 1% of small business owners use their wealth to create tremendous income and freedom. We're called the 1%. The reason we're called the 1% is because 99% of everyone else doesn't do this. 4% do very well. 15% earn a decent living. 60% struggle endlessly. And mercifully, 20% eventually fail. And they don't have to just keep struggling forever. It's true. In every market, in every industry, there are always some entrepreneurs who are using their business to have a much bigger positive impact on the world. And they're creating tremendous income and wealth for themselves in the process. And in those very same cities, in those very same industries, offering materially similar products and services, there are always the majority of other struggling entrepreneurs who are presently failing at building their business, and they would probably even take a job if offered.
Let's do that one more time. Let's do that one more time.
And in those very same cities, even in the same industries, even offering products and services that look to most people to be more or less the same, there are other struggling entrepreneurs who are presently failing at building their business, and they would probably gladly take a job if it was offered to them. More to the point.
I don't like that probably
I know,
gladly.
this whole thing is just not.
I think it would read fine if you just stuck to the script there and would gladly take a job if offered.
And in those very same cities, in the very same industries, there are other struggling entrepreneurs who are presently failing at building their business and would gladly take a job if offered. More to the point, what you've got to know is that nearly 80% of the business owners you're going to meet around town and at Chamber of Commerce events and industry trade functions, they are struggling financially and in so many other ways too, because of the low income and the inconsistent revenues of their business. And only 20% are actually earning a decent living or better. Only 1% of us are doing really well. And one of the things that almost all of us have in common is, you guessed it, we have an automatic marketing machine. Now, this is important for you to know, because what passes for normal or acceptable for the vast majority of small business owners does not have to be what you accept as normal in your life. You can choose to adopt the standards demanded by the top 5% of entrepreneurs. You don't have to expect to meet.
Just don't. Just don't.
Just don't expect to meet any of us rubbing elbows with everyone else at those networking events, because eagles tend to prefer the company of other eagles. Not convinced? Well, here's a test you can try out for yourself. Make plans to attend a few different networking events or business discussion groups where you can
discussion groups you can find online.
Yeah. Make plans to attend a
little bit bigger. Make plans.
Make plans to attend a few different networking events or business discussion groups you can find online, and conduct this experiment for yourself. Begin by complaining. Go back. Not convinced? Here's a test you can carry out by yourself. Right?
Okay.
By the way, when you see me really going off track with things, try to follow along and kind of show me, highlight.
Does that help? Okay, I was kind of doing it, but I didn't want to overdo it. Okay.
It does help.
Great. Okay.
The man did something helpful.
Okay.
When I refer to you as the man, I don't mean you. I mean you as your role of
The man.
the man.
Hey, I know you're running out of steam. We got lunch here, so.
Good. How long till we finish this chapter?
It's a long one. There's still a bit to go, but we're almost at the end of the section.
I'll get it. We're there.
Awesome.
4 pages, basically. 3 pages.
Not convinced? Here's a test you can carry out by you. Not convinced? Well, here's a test you can try.
Not
By yourself
convinced?
doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Here's a test you can carry out by yourself.
Here's a test you can try.
Sure. Here's an experiment. Try this experiment.
Try this experiment.
Yeah.
Not convinced? Try this experiment. First, let's define what you mean when you say the word successful. Now, when we work with clients, our definition of a successful business is a business that works for the owner of the business. We don't consider it to be a successful business if you have to be a slave to your business 50 hours a week, 50 weeks a year. In our definition of a successful business, it's a business that serves the owner in at least 3 important ways. It serves you financially, which means it gives you enough total owner benefits to live the way you want to live. 2, personally, the business gives you enough control over your time and enough freedom to actually have a life. And 3, our definition of successful, you're distracting me.
Sorry, I was hoping you were gonna be awesome. Start with number 3.
And 3, most successful entrepreneurs that we work with, we like to use our business to make a positive impact on the world. So a business that just serves you financially, but ruins your personal life, or serves you financially and gives you lots of freedom, but doesn't allow you to make a positive impact on the world, most of the clients that we work with, we really demand and expect our business to serve us in all 3 ways: financially, personally, and professionally. So I'm going to assume, we are going to assume that you agree with this definition of success. And you can use whatever numbers are important for you. The important part is, for purposes of this experiment, your definition of success addresses the financial performance of the business, the personal performance of the business, and the professional performance or impact that the business allows you to make in the world. So here's what we're going to do. You're going to make plans to attend a few different networking events or business discussion groups you can find online and conduct this little experiment for yourself. Begin by complaining about how tough things are for you in your business. Report.
How about this? I think there's a missing part. Find a group of people that you don't know. And I want you to begin, right? I need more of a picture there to right?
Yeah. Make plans to attend a few different networking events and do this little experiment for yourself. Begin by reporting honestly and accurately on how well your business serves you financially, personally, and professionally. But first, what I want you to do is I want you to make up some numbers that are not good. Make up some bad financial performance. Complain about your accounts receivables. Complain about clients who won't pay. Complain about the long hours. Complain about the staff who aren't cooperative because you hired the lowest common denominator because you didn't have a predictable flow of prospective new clients to give you the confidence to hire better staff or invest in their training. Complain about the financial performance of your business. Complain about the personal performance of your business. Complain about the dissatisfactory professional performance of your business. And see what happens. if your world is anything like the worlds that the rest of us live in, it's not going to be long before you've got a group of other help-rejecting complainers. It's not going to be long before you've got a group of pity party people all around you competing for whose business works worse. You work 50 hours a week, that's nothing. I work 60 hours a week. 60 hours a week, that's nothing. I work 70 hours a week. What's that you say? You have $50,000 outstanding accounts receivables? Oh, that's nothing. I've got $80,000. $80,000? I'm a bigger loser than you. I run my business worse than you run yours. I've got $100,000 in accounts receivables outstanding. Your staff is so bad that they cause all of these problems for you. Oh, I got you beat. My staff's worse. I put up with worse bullshit than you. My staff creates bigger problems for me because I don't have the freedom or the confidence to invest in hiring better staff or training better staff because I don't have an automatic marketing machine because I'm busy carrying buckets of water back and forth to the river. Now, if you were soaring with eagles, they'd either swoop down and try and lift you up, or else we're just going to fly away to avoid getting trapped with this bullshit. Now, here's the second part of the experiment. Go and report honestly and accurately about how well your business is doing financially. Report how well your business is doing in terms of its personal performance. Report how well your business is doing for you in terms of empowering you and giving you the opportunity to make a really great, exciting, positive impact on the world. And what most people are going to do is they're going to attack you and accuse you of bragging. Well, hold on a second. Why is it bragging if I report honestly and accurately about how my business is performing financially, personally, and professionally if it's doing well? Because I took responsibility to write a business plan, execute a business plan, build an automatic marketing machine, fuel the automatic marketing machine, and now I'm enjoying the benefits of having an automatic marketing machine. Why is it bragging if I'm getting good results, but it's not bragging? They're bragging about their problems. They're competing for who's the biggest loser. They're literally trying to one-up themselves on who's a worse manager of business. It's insanity. But here, this is the worst part. That wasn't actually even the test. Here's the test. Ask any one of them to explain their marketing strategy to you. Ask them to describe in detail who their marketing strategy has been designed to resonate with, and who it has been equally designed to screen out.
Pick up with
Motherfucking uncreative, the man. You know why? Because you know what we could have done? We could have done that.
Ambulance.
We could have done that. We could have done that. And then we could have said, it's like you gotta send an ambulance. And then I'd be like, damn, the production value. They had like background sounds.
Okay, we can still have that.
We gotta
I'd rather control it. All right. Ask any of them.
Ask any of them to explain their marketing strategy to you. Ask them to describe in detail who their marketing strategy has been designed to attract and who their marketing strategy has been designed to protect themselves from. Ask them what measurements they're using to track ROI and how they are holding their vendors accountable. Ask them about having a marketing budget that's committed to the next 12 months and the financial projections that they're basing that budget upon. Ask them what the average gross margin is on the products or services that their marketing is designed to sell. Ask them if they even know what gross margin or cost of goods sold even means. Ask what KPIs. Ask them if they know what KPIs are, key performance indicators. Ask them what they use to track the overall performance of their business or even just the profitability of their marketing. Ask if they have a written business plan that explains in plain English how any of the 7 main parts of a successful business are supposed to operate in their business to deliver quality products and services to customers, clients, patients, passengers, diners, and profits for the owner of the business. Okay. Now that was a bit of a rant because in my business, how to manage enterprises, this is exactly what we deal with on a day in, day out basis. And I appreciate Danny giving me an opportunity to give myself a little self-plug here. You can go to howtomanage.com/main parts AMM as an automatic marketing machine to learn more about the 7 main parts of a successful business. Now, this book is about the first of the 7 main parts, which is marketing. So when you do go out and conduct your test, and I hope you do, just ask the loudest and most persuasive of all of the complainers to explain to you in plain English what the marketing strategy is for their business. And we're pretty confident we already know what you're going to get. Bullshit. Now, part of the problem is that most entrepreneurs believe they have to tolerate living the way they are living because that's the way they see so many other business owners tolerating their lives too. Most of them believe they must continue to tolerate living that way because they think that's the only way. Most of them believe that they must continue to live that way because they think that the only way out is to advertise and market the way that they've seen being done by big corporations. So they waste lots of money and time chasing all different kinds of media to promote image and brand and presence and all kinds of other stuff that just doesn't matter or it shouldn't matter to you as the owner of a small business. And when trying to emulate the marketing of the big companies doesn't work, they reach the wrong conclusion about what is or is not possible, instead of the correct conclusion that they may simply need to find a better way to market their small business. Really good. It all starts with a strategy to separate yourself from the competition. The first foundational step you must take in order to attract a steady flow of prospective new The first foundational step you must take in order to attract a steady flow of prospects is to develop your answer to the following question. We emphasize your answer, not our answer. You've got to come up with an answer for this for yourself. Why should anyone choose you and your business versus any and every other option to obtain the very same product or service to solve the very same? That doesn't.
To obtain the very same
The
service.
problem is customer, business. Does this make sense?
Yeah, it does. Why should a customer choose you and your business versus any and every other option available? Is essentially what we're saying. Why should they choose you against any other option?
Jim, put the word available after option. and put in order to. Option in available.
Okay.
And put in order to. Good.
Is that good? Okay. Can we start
Yes,
with
I can.
maybe instead of it, let's use the subject, please? Like the machine, just to reemphasize, building your machine starts with a strategy or something like that.
Building your automatic marketing machine starts with a strategy to separate yourself from the so-called competition. This is the first foundational step that you must take in order to attract a steady flow of prospects. You've got to answer this question. Why should anyone choose you and your business versus any and every other option available, including the option to do nothing at all or do it themselves, in order to obtain the very same result that your product or service is supposed to produce for them? Your answer to this question is what's known as your unique selling proposition, aka your USP. Billion-dollar businesses have been built on the back of a strong USP. Domino's Pizza, for example, became the dominant force in their market through their original revolutionary USP. Fresh, hot pizza delivered in 30 minutes or less, guaranteed. There's a lot to learn from what Domino's just accomplished there. Notice that they did not claim to be all things to all people. They're not talking about a special sauce, or that they use the finest or freshest ingredients, or that the recipe has been passed down through the family for generations. In fact, they don't even speak about the quality of the pizza at all, other than to say that it's going to be hot and fresh when it gets to you. They simply make a very clear and appealing and totally unique, at least it was unique at the time, promise to their customers. And the key is they know who their customers are. It's not foodies. It's people who want fresh, hot pizza now. And it's backed by a solid guarantee. I almost said, you know what I almost said. Everyone knows what I almost said.
I don't think any of us know.
Let's give a bonus to anyone in TikTok or Instagram or Facebook or whoever's watching this live who knows what I should have said. Here, I'll give a hint. Notice that they don't claim to be all things to all people. They're not talking about special sauce, and they don't, or that they use the finest ingredients, or that the recipe has been passed down through the family for generations. In fact, they don't speak to the quality of the pizza at all, other than to know that it will still be hot and fresh when they deliver it to you. They simply make a very clear, appealing, and totally unique, at least it was unique at the time, promise to their customers, and they know who their customers are. We all know who their customers are, right?
Stoners.
Stoners. Stone college students in the middle of the night who need hot pizza in 30 minutes or less. That's what they need. Did anyone put that in social media? No.
The man gets the bonus. Go man.
The man just took your bonus from you.
Man, the man is always up to no good.
The man is always up to no good. He just took your bonus from you.
Come on, TikTok. I'm gonna do better than that.
Get out, stop.
TikTok, I don't stop. Let's go.
All right. So let me ask you.
All right, I got to do that whole thing over again. They simply make
Oh, right here.
Yeah. They simply made a very clear, appealing, and totally unique, at least it was unique at the time, promise to their customers. And they know who their customers are. It's not foodies who are looking for the best quality, freshest ingredients, artisanal pizzas. They're looking for hot, fresh pizza fast. And it's backed by a solid guarantee. We offer a solid guarantee with everything we do too, Danny, don't we?
100%.
In fact, we offer a guarantee for this book. If you read this book and you don't get value from this book, you let us know, we'll buy it back from you. We need to remember to put a form in the book for someone.
Oh, I love that.
It should be entitled, I'm a fucking loser. And can't implement these really simple instructions. And don't care enough about my future to get it done. And so therefore, I want my $20 because I'm also broke because of the aforementioned loserdom. That's what the form will say. And then they have to attest to it.
Spend all their money. They spend all their money on pot and pizza.
Because they spend all their money on pot and pizza. Yeah.
I spend all my money on potandpizza.com.
Yeah, that's not my website. I don't spend any money on pot. And I'm off pizza.
But you still spend money on it for other people.
No, I'm not buying any pot from
No pizza.
He flew from California to sell you weed. Hey, I know you're paying me to do this other thing, but how about some kush? All right. So let me ask you.
They simply make a very clear and appealing and totally unique, at least it was appealing at the time, promise to their customers. And notice, they know who their customers are. Their customers are not foodies. They're not looking for artisanal pizzas. They're looking for fresh, hot pizzas fast. And then just to seal the deal, it's backed by a solid guarantee. So what is your USP? Now this is going to take a little bit of work. Somewhere in your business, there is a good answer. If you need, somewhere in your business, there is a good answer. If not, you need to make one. There are two different extremes. Most struggling vendors. Now, there are two different extremes that most struggling business owners tend to go to when we start talking about unique selling propositions. At the one extreme, they jump to the conclusion that there's nothing special about them. I'm just like all the other businesses in my area who provide basically the same kind of services. The other extreme is to take unwarranted comfort in being better than all the other businesses in town and think that somehow earns you the right to get more business. Well, sometimes in rare instances, that's going to be true. And maybe your business really is exactly like everyone else, or maybe you really are so much better at what you do than everyone else that the world will just notice it on their own without you doing anything to help them. But for the rest of us, none of that matters. Because what's going to make your business's marketing more effective isn't bragging about being the best.
But none of that matters. Hold on.
How small could that guy's dick be?
God,
He's
right?
a car that loud.
It's directly proportional.
I know.
But none of that
I
matters.
drive a Tesla, of course, you know. I do.
I did that, seriously. My Lex,
Yeah.
in case you're wondering.
I mean, do you drive it?
Or does it drive us?
Sometimes I just let it drive itself, man.
Okay.
All right. Hands free. All right. I'm gonna start above. Well, sometimes, in some rare instances, that's going to be true. Maybe you own a ball bearing factory and your ball bearings are exactly like every other ball bearing, and your methodology and your processes and your systems and your procedures, and there's really nothing to distinguish your business from any other business. Or maybe you really are the best at what you do. And you're so much better than everyone else that the whole world will stand up and take notice. But for the rest of us, even if we are the best, it doesn't even matter. Because what's going to make the marketing of your business more effective is not bragging about being the best. Because everyone's saying that. And when everyone is saying the same thing, it's sort of like the same as everyone saying nothing. That's why it's not called a best-selling proposition. Instead, we have to carve out what's going to make your business unique, as in different. We're talking about a unique selling proposition. Now, here are 3 questions that will help you come up with your own unique selling proposition. And I want to caution everyone, don't worry if you can't get it perfect the first time. Don't worry if you can't get it perfect the second time. You're allowed to have your unique selling proposition evolve. In fact, it should evolve over time. Did that sound okay?
Yeah, it did. I just want you
I
to
still know how to, it's like ending on a weird note.
No. So here's question 1 to determine. You got to.
So, question 1. What specifically does your business do that is truly unique and different from anyone else in your market? Two, what unique benefits does your business provide to your target market? And please don't compete on price. 3, can you create a unique niche for your services that no one else can or no one else has the courage to do? A lawyer named Carrie Schultz created Father's Rights Divorce out of a normal family law firm by creating special programs that cater to the unique challenges of dads who need to file or respond to a divorce. Now, admittedly, and Carrie will tell you this herself, 80% of what her firm does is pretty much the same as what would be called for if representing a mother going through a divorce, or even a man or a woman with no children. But if you are a father facing the prospect of a divorce, that 20% difference could make 100% of the difference. And so more than $2 million worth of new business is now attracted to Carrie's law firm every year. My own business, How to Manage Enterprises, manages hundreds of entrepreneurs with a, even if I do have to say so myself, a pretty impressive track record of growth. And so it's with much experience that we say there's no need to allow your business to delete that RJon thing. It doesn't make any sense. Danny, you see where you gotta like really wordsmith this?
Yeah, I'm kind of making notes as we go.
It doesn't need to be like perfect.
Yeah.
I just like just stay a couple of chapters ahead.
Yeah.
For tomorrow.
Yeah. Work on it.
A lawyer named Carrie Schultz created the Father's Rights Divorce.
play some guitar for TikTok here?
That would be great.
Someone do something for TikTok. I gotta wait for a text.
All right.
I can answer a couple questions. I'm just waiting for a text.
We had questions about the patent lawyer. We had questions about law firms and pandemic, but I think there will be a better time to answer those.
We want to.
What's going to be our holding time, you think?
What?
What's going to be our holding time?
Holding time means?
I mean, the text time. Do we know? Any idea?
Another minute.
Okay.
If I don't get a response in a minute, I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're real close here too.
Make a note that we gotta come back and re-record the Carrie Schultz thing.
Okay.
Okay, so it seems like we are just they're just wrapping up things. I'm gonna actually let me unmute that.
I mean, it's in red, so that'll be the
Would you
indication.
do me a favor, please? And
Okay, so they're wrapping up things. So I just wanted to come back and say hello. What you guys got to see was RJon recording the next bit of his audiobook, and so it's packed with lessons. Listen, if this is telling us anything, it's a window into how he really does things, how his mind really works, and how he is just he doesn't take excuses. And you shouldn't. He basically is trying to tell you and set you up to understand that there's a solution for all the problems, and the excuses are not the solutions. And so having the solutions in place, whether that's for your marketing and automation and those kinds of things, there's a solution for your problems. And so you don't want to get in your own way, and you want to be able to move forward and have all your business growth potentials. So according to my text messages, it seems like they might be getting ready to head out to lunch. What I'm going to be doing, unless I hear otherwise, and I'll just wait for messages, I'm going to be playing for you the next session of with Danny. Now, Danny, we got to witness a little bit from him yesterday. So he's the gentleman who RJon is co-writing the Advanced Automatic Marketing Machine, and Danny has been featured twice now. We've watched his day 1 session 1, his day 1 session 2. Now we're going to be watching his day 1 session 3, and we're going to do that and see if they are getting ready to cut in for lunch or come back, or what they want to say a few words before they go ahead. But I will be here holding down the fort with you and keeping everything rocking and rolling. So let's go ahead right now and check in with Danny Decker, and let's play that episode. I'm going to go ahead and share that with you right now.
Want to take a moment here and kind of recap what we've done and where we're going from here. I want you guys to kind of have the understanding of how this all builds on top of what we've done so far. So do me a favor and flip over to page 3, which is the agenda in your workbook. And so modules 1 and 2 are kind of the big picture. We looked at the blueprint from a big picture standpoint. And then module 3 was all about getting crystal clear on who your ideal client is, right? Your various avatars, your various ideal client profiles. Obviously, you made some phone calls. In a minute, I'm going to give us an opportunity to kind of hear how the calls went. Hopefully they went well. I'm interested in hearing kind of what you pulled out of it. But then, now that we have a clear picture of who we're serving and who we're targeting, module 4 is going to be all about how do you develop a message that is irresistibly attractive to each of those unique target client avatars. And that's the really cool part about this is most people skip the step of really getting crystal clear on the different personas that you serve. And so you never have the opportunity to develop that micro targeted messaging, which is what we're going to do in module 4. Module 5 then is taking that messaging and actually starting to build out our lead magnets. So conceptualizing them, starting to create an outline, working on headlines, kind of creating an outline for what those lead magnets are going to look like. Most likely that will be, we may get into it this afternoon. We may start there tomorrow morning, but we are actually going to do the work of planning out at least 3 lead magnets and outlining them, beginning to create kind of bullet points and an outline that either you can flesh out yourself or that you can hand to a copywriter to take it home for you. By the way, the reason I say we're going to do 3 lead magnets and not just 1 is because we don't know, despite our best guesses, despite our thought process, we don't know for sure what's going to work and what's not going to work. I told you earlier how for years, one of the ugliest landing pages that I ever created worked really well for like a decade. And so the lesson there is we just don't know what's going to work. And so the last thing I want you guys to do is run out of here with 1 campaign that you're going to launch, because listen, it might work, it might not. You create 3, there's a good chance 1 or 2 of the 3 is going to work. So just understand, like, that is the philosophy here. It's not about just creating your very best lead magnet, your very best landing page. We're doing these things, we're creating multiples because we need to test different messages and different offerings to find out what's really going to work and what's not going to work. Module 6 then this is all just building right on top of the previous module. So we will have outlined landing pages. We will have outlined lead magnets, and then we will outline landing pages corresponding to each one of those lead magnets. So we're getting super tactical here, creating the headlines, creating the benefit statements. We're going to walk through all of that. Again, want you to have an outline that you can either flesh out on your own or literally hand to a copywriter, and they will be able to easily take it all the way home. Then module 7, your ad strategy. So how do we get people to the landing pages? What are the ads going to look like? What's the copy going to be? So we're gonna walk through that process. That's module 7. Module 8, then once we generated a lead, how do we convert them, right? How do we get them to actually schedule an appointment and then show up? Well, how do we get them to actually schedule an appointment? Because then module 9 is how do we get them to actually show up for the appointment? And at that point, we've built out a complete marketing funnel. And we're going to do all of this in triplicate, right? We're going to do 3 campaigns so that you have 3 campaigns completely blueprinted out that you can hand to your marketing vendor, whether it's a copywriter or video or whatever the case may be, and actually build this stuff out. Module 10 is then a shift of gears, and we're going to talk about maximizing client lifetime value, which is basically answering the question, how do I make my clients worth more to me? How do I create more value, deliver more value, and therefore generate more revenue per client? Because if you generate more revenue per client, you have more that you can reinvest back into your marketing or into other parts of your business, whatever the case may be. Then, so this will be the second half of day 3, most likely. We will get into the conversation of, now that you've got a blueprint, who and how do you engage to build it out for you? And then how do you hold those people accountable, give them KPIs, give them detailed instructions to make sure that it actually gets done and gets done right? And so when we get to modules 11 and 12, we're going to give you detailed job posts, scope of work statements, KPI tracking spreadsheets, everything you need to walk out of here fully empowered to take this blueprint, give it to a vendor, and have it executed properly. Make sense? So it's a lot. It's a lot. And I just want you to be prepared. We are going to roll up our sleeves and do the work. And it's going to be worth it, because building an automatic marketing machine that generates clients for you, whether you're on vacation or whether you're in court or whether you're asleep, is well worth the effort we're putting in. So that's where we're going. That's what we're doing pretty much the rest of the way this week. Sound good, everybody? Awesome. Okay. So before we get into the next step here, I want to hear maybe from like 2 or 3 of you, and we're going to kind of do this throughout the rest of the workshop. Tell me why you're here, right? Like, what motivated you to get up and come to this workshop, and what is the number 1 outcome that you want from this workshop? You want to walk out of here with what accomplished and what brought you here. So any volunteers, I will toss you the mic, or feel free to come up to the mic stand. But I want to hear why, and I want to hear the number one thing you're hoping to accomplish.
So, Romero Rodriguez. I am right now onboarding Lawmatics, which I'm hoping is going to help me with PNCs. And so this course directly, I hope, is going to help me with the lead magnet, then to get them interested, sending them emails, and I hope we're going to get to make some emails of some sort.
Perfect.
So that I can start getting more clients without me having to do the work, which I keep seeing you say automation. When you say that, we're going to be using a program, right, of some sort?
You are creating a blueprint. You are creating emails. You are creating text for landing pages. You will then take that blueprint and give it to your Lawmatics team or give it to whoever. There are a ton of different tech platforms for landing pages, for email automation, for social media marketing, tons of different options. I don't have a strong opinion. Well, in some cases, I do actually have a strong opinion on which tech you use. But what I'm giving you is information that you can plug into any number of tech systems, including Lawmatics.
Perfect.
Does that make sense?
Because I have landing pages, I have lead magnets, but I never had any kind of follow-up. And so I would get some clientele, but nothing like I would like to. So hopefully out of this, I'll get a better process.
Yeah.
All righty. So we're actually going to be joining RJon again. We're going to take a break from Danny. We're going to rejoin RJon as he continues to record his audiobook. So let's key back into RJon.
Because of course it would help us sell more books. Please don't do that just yet, because they won't understand. And you won't have proof that you will need to withstand the onslaught of doubt and criticisms that you're likely going to encounter when you share these new ideas that challenge the beliefs that so many struggling small business owners are committed to about how they think they have to market their business, and in fact, even how they take pride in suffering and sacrificing for their businesses. Instead, just give yourself a chance to build a marketing machine for your own business and let it begin producing some great results for you. And then, when you've got these results, you won't have to explain or defend as much or even anything to the other business owners you're trying to help.
Let's do that one more time. You got a little.
Instead, give yourself a chance to build a marketing machine for your own business and let it begin producing some great results for you. Then you won't have to explain or defend as much to those other business owners who we understand you're sincerely trying to help. And that way you'll be able to have a different conversation with them about why most of them.
No, just and then.
Does that work?
Yeah,
I say and then?
Yep.
Jimbo?
Yep.
It's like we're saying.
I got it. I am so frazzled I can't hear myself. So
I know, that's why I'm saying you need
just say,
yes,
tell me
yes,
if I should
yes. And then
we'll get to have a very different conversation about why most of them will still ignore what you say and keep repeating what's not currently working for them, and probably they never will.
Okay. Is that 3 for today?
Yeah, and this is the longest chapter in the book.
And then Danny and I will enjoy having a very different conversation with you about why most of them are still going to ignore what you say and why they're going to keep repeating what's currently not working for them and what probably never will.
Great.
I like that last one best.
Yes.
Lunch?
Yes.
Here?
Lunch.
Let's get lunch.
Yeah.
There's a comment. Someone is in the process of building a marketing machine now. Tell us if you have any questions. Let us know.
And we'll be back.
And we will be back.
I just told Jimmy to take it. So let's
go get lunch.
I'm
Yeah.
on it. We're gonna give RJon a round of applause here for his amazing performance there. So this has been fantastic. I've really enjoyed, of course, listening to RJon. It's been interesting because, as RJon and Danny are collaborating on this, I want to take a minute to just talk about collaborations kind of in general and how powerful they can be. If I was a solopreneur for quite some time, so bringing on team members, you might not think that that's collaboration, but that is collaboration. But that's only one part of it. There's also collaboration in partners for projects and all of these things. Like right now, this 60 days, this live broadcast is a massive collaboration among several different individuals and businesses. We're all working together to make this happen. But for Danny and for RJon, collaborating and putting their minds together to create this book, to author this book, is going to do a few things. Number one, it's going to create a better book than it would have been had it been just one or the other, simply because each of them has so much value and such a wealth of experience that they can bring into that book, that they're going to have a different perspective or something to add and flesh out further or bounce ideas off of each other and all those kinds of wonderful things. So the key, of course, is if they are aligned philosophically on the business, and if they get along well, that if they have good chemistry. So if you have those two things with somebody, if you're well aligned in your business and personal philosophies, and they have a good work ethic and all those kinds of things, and you guys get along, you have good chemistry, then that's a good foundation for collaboration. But then once you start working on that project, then also, you're not handling all the work. Again, it goes back to my point about having a good work ethic and your partner. But once you're collaborating and there's work that's being done, it's now not only on your shoulders. So that's another benefit of more content, better value, those kinds of things. But then also the workload is now split. Another wonderful thing that can happen when you collaborate with somebody is that now it's not just about who do you know that can be brought into the project or help influence it, or you can get a testimonial from to include on the book cover or whatever it is. It's not just about you and your contacts and your network and your circle. It's also now about your collaborative partners, contacts and network and circle, and everyone that they can possibly bring in to help out with the project, to help gain exposure for the project, et cetera, et cetera. So that's another benefit to it. But then also, once the project is done, or even still right now, it's in the process of being done. But when we talk about marketing as a key component of our focus and attention right now, when we talk about marketing, it's not just going to be you putting it out there. It's going to be your partner also putting it out there. So again, there's a potential for twice as much exposure. So there are a lot of benefits to intentional collaboration with the right partner and right person to do that with. So let me just speak also for a minute on some common red flags that you want to look for if you're thinking about collaborating with someone. Okay, so let's talk about the opposite of what I talk about. If someone has a terrible work ethic, you don't want to work with them. If you have terrible chemistry with each other, you don't want to work with them. If they don't know what they're talking about or what they're doing, they don't have any good value to bring to it, then you don't want to work with them. But aside from all of that, you also want to make sure that the person, okay, when you might know somebody, you might have worked with them before in the past, might be good buddies, right? But if there's something in their history that is a knock on their brand, you want to be very careful about associating your brand that you've worked so hard and so diligently to put together, to elevate, to bring to a certain level. What you don't want to do is then pair your brand with someone else's brand and have some sort of thing, something about their history, a controversy, something in their background, whatever it is, poor customer service reviews, that kind of stuff. You don't want that associated with you and bleeding over to your brand. So that's another thing I just wanted to make sure. Do your due diligence and make sure that you are collaborating with somebody who doesn't have those kinds of issues in their background. And the last thing I want to say is this. You also want to collaborate in a way that you know that when the person you're collaborating with is putting this project, in this case, a book, and that person is putting that book in front of their people, that your contribution to that project, to that book, to that whatever, provides a certain kind of value to their audiences as well. So as you're putting the content together, think about the fact that you now have an opportunity to bring people from their fold into your fold. So if there's a way for you to gear your and customize your content so that it's appealing to a whole lot of people who are in their community, not yet in your community, and then bring them over, that can be absolutely super solid, fantastic. So anyways, I just wanted to share some 2 cents on collaborations in general, the good, the bad, the ugly, and everything in between. But we're now going to return back to Danny. We're going to revisit the video that we actually paused for just a moment so we could go back to RJon and continue listening in on his recording of his book. But we're going to continue back with Danny now. And so we're swinging back to that video and pick it up where we left off. Alrighty, so I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen with you guys. Okay, here we go. Enjoy.
Yeah. I'll tell you, that's not uncommon. The idea of lead magnets has been around for a while. Many law firms, many businesses have at least experimented with lead magnets. What's almost never present is the follow-up system. Yeah. And that's where you make your money, like honestly. And so 100% we're getting into that, and I'm glad. That sounds good.
Yeah, it all worked out perfectly.
Cool. Anybody else want to share? Yeah, can we pass the mic back that way? Oh. Sorry. Hey, that was a good effort.
No problem. Okay, well, good afternoon, everybody. I hope everybody had a good lunch also. My name is Jonathan Mills. I'm with the Gray legal team, and I'm brand new to marketing for a law firm. So I'm here to learn as much as I can. I've been in a CGO and a CBO for corporations, marketing to Apple, Toyota, Bosch, etc. So I know the marketing, but not maybe this marketing. So I'm hoping to take as much as I can back and grow our law firm in Southern California. No disrespect to the other family law firms, but to be the biggest and best. So thank you.
Love it. Yeah, awesome. Can I hear from like 2 more people? I'm just going to throw the mic at somebody.
All right.
Got a hand raised where? Over on this side.
No, I'm not throwing it that far. I might hit her on accident.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Novak, and I'm an environmental lawyer from the LA area. Most of my business comes from referrals, and it's catch as catch can. Somebody needs an environmental lawyer now because they're in trouble. And then I get that call, easy peasy, we get the client. What I need to do is have a more reliable set of leads coming through more consistently. And I feel as if I've spent the last few years putting out these radio signals, hoping for them to connect to some other life form. I need to figure out how to target those to reach the right people. So that's what I'm here for.
I love it. Did you make some progress in terms of diagnosing and detailing your target personas?
So I talked to 2 of my referral sources who are both environmental consultants and deal with hundreds of my potential
Did we
clients.
exchange an email?
I'm sorry. Yeah, no, we sent an email in advance.
Okay.
And what's funny is I thought I wanted to start targeting a certain client, and the consultant I talked to in that field was like, I don't know what these people, they're all over the place. He couldn't identify commonalities for them. And the other one kind of started saying things that really triggered some ideas in my brain about who really needs us. And so that was very helpful to get that kind of information about people who need to catch their problems before they become problems.
Got it. Awesome. Cool. One more person want to go? Want to hear why you're here, number 1 reason you're here, and number 1 thing that you want to get out of the workshop? Right over here.
I'll meet you halfway.
Thank you. I'm Joy Edwards with the Edwards Law Group, and we do family law in Georgia. And short of, I think a couple of months ago, I started doing Google verified that was my first step in with marketing. It's costing a fortune. I'm not really seeing any results.
Is that Google local ads? Is that?
So it's where you get the check beside
Yeah.
your name.
Okay, on
which
Google. Yeah.
I was ignorant enough. I'm like, that's not advertising
Mhm.
until the charges kept showing up on my credit card. And so I want to understand like how to make it that while I am here, I still have leads that my intake person can convert coming into the office instead of I'm here or wherever.
Love it.
And things just shut down. And just to get a clear understanding of who my ideal client is, because even with my discussions with you, who I thought was my ideal, not really my ideal. I spoke to 2 people over the break and had good conversations with them. And I see a trend just from those 2 conversations that I can take to this person that I've hired to help me with my marketing.
Very good. Cool. I'm glad. Can you pass the mic directly behind you?
Hi, Francine Darabat, South Florida. We help immigrant families create their new beginnings. So we are a 2-part firm. We have family, we have immigration. The issue that I have with family, the most I want to get out of the family law, is that I have one area of marketing. And if for whatever reason that marketing falls through, I'm back to zero, which is just past clients maybe sending us referrals, or maybe an attorney here or there sending us referrals as well. So I want to be able to have multiple sources of marketing that markets while I'm sleeping. So I want to be able to do that, to create additional and do it smart, do it wisely. We have some SBA loan money that's sitting in an account waiting for us to spend it, and I refuse to spend it poorly. So I want to be able to do something that's actually going to make money at a faster rate than the interest, which is not that much, but over a period of time, it's a lot of money. I want to be able to spend the money that I have in my bank account wisely. And also in the immigration side, immigration is a national type of law, which means that we have been focusing solely on South Florida, the same market we have in family, when we don't have to. So I want to be able to target it nationally as well. And we're not tapping into that market at all. We don't know how to do it smartly enough. And again, again, we like the pretty ads, the things that don't really make you money. I can do something really pretty on, I don't say TikTok, but I guess Instagram, but they are not actually making us money, and they're not getting us the return that we need. So I want to return on investment.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. Sorry.
I can throw it to.
Yeah, let's do it.
her
Let's do
and
one
then
more.
Throw it. I'm gonna throw it to you in the black.
Oh, sorry, Sam. I saved you. Okay, so Lisa Murtha from Tacoma, Washington. I work for Bottomore and Associates. We're the law firm where family is our focus. I feel like we have a lot of marketing avenues, and I feel like we don't get a lot of quality leads coming from them. It'd be really nice to not have to chase and find those perfect leads, and to have an automatic marketing machine bring those A clients to us.
So I'm hearing automatic, and I'm hearing increased quality of leads. Maybe you're happy with volume, but it's more about quality.
Quality.
Yeah,
Correct.
got it. Cool. Awesome. Good stuff, guys. And I appreciate everybody's input. All right. So before we jump into module 4, I'd love to hear basically how the calls went. And I heard a few of you say, and I had a few conversations during the break, that the people you thought were your ideal clients, maybe now you're not 100% sure they are your ideal clients. I heard other people saying you got some great information that you would never have thought of. And I heard some other people saying they basically confirmed what I thought, all of which are great outcomes. And the real value in doing this exercise is, so even if you already think you know, and even if you have it right, it's a confirmation. And oftentimes you have a conversation, you learn something that you had no idea. I would encourage you that this shouldn't be like a one-time thing that you did just once at a workshop. Like, these are the kinds of conversations that you should really have on a semi-regular basis with clients. And you can do it phone calls like you did today. You can do it by just creating a survey and including a link on the bottom of your email signature. This is one of those things where it changes, right? And so your ideal clients may have had one set of concerns pre-COVID, and then during COVID that changed, and now that we're completely emerged from COVID, it's changing again. So like what I want to encourage you is just don't lose track of like the pulse of your ideal clients. It's just one of those things where you really need to keep going back and checking in and figuring out, have things changed. Anybody want to share some insight or something interesting that came out of that conversation? Eric? Up to you.
Ran here, so I want to sit. I was surprised. I thought that my ideal clients come to us because they are afraid of getting into trouble with the SEC, because that's what I do. I help them not get into trouble. That's not what they were thinking. They came to us because they didn't want to look like idiots, and they were confused about how to do it. They weren't worried about getting into trouble. They didn't want to look dumb, and they didn't want to be confused. And they liked that we did it all in like a one-stop shop kind of, and this is all we did. And they liked our pricing.
So it wasn't as much a fear-based thing, which is what you originally thought. It was more an image-based thing, a look like they have their shit together thing.
And they were also, all of them, I think pretty consistently, their emotion, and it was hard to get to the emotion. I asked one guy, how what was your emotional state? How did you feel? What was kind of like your driving emotion? Were you afraid of something? Were you concerned about something? And he bypassed the question completely and just went off on, mostly they were excited by the prospect. They were excited by success and doing the deal. That was kind of the only emotion I could really get out of them.
So they're excited and they want to not look dumb, and they want to feel and look like they have their shit together. Yeah, cool. That's good. That's really good. Okay. Yeah, awesome. You just pass it to your
John.
Question: do you guys do we like the catch microphone, or do we all just want to go stand at the?
Either way,
all right. All right, then we'll keep using it. All right.
So, we had some great conversations with a couple of different personas. And the ones with the estate planning clients kind of confirmed what we already suspected. We had a great one with a probate client, and we heard some very interesting comments. Things like, well, before we engaged your firm, number one, we were rudderless. We didn't really know where to go. This particular client is executor of a $3 million estate. And they said, well, we thought we could handle this ourselves. We actually went to the courthouse, tried to get some forms. So that was really interesting. And I think big picture, what this client was saying is we really needed information to figure out, like, what do we need to know? What are we not aware of that we should be aware of? And then point us in the right direction. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there for a lead magnet that is focused on education.
Yeah, I love it. Did you get any insight into sort of the emotional state?
I think just kind of some confusion, also concern that, hey, if we don't do the right thing, we might get sued by these other beneficiaries.
Awesome. There's another lead magnet, honestly, how not to get sued by other beneficiaries.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love it.
That's great.
Cool. Couple more.
Yep. So I got some mixed information, but one of the things that one of my clients said that the reason why he went to another lawyer too, and the reason why he hired our firm is because we seem to care about him as opposed to just the amount of money that we would get.
Can you remind me your practice area?
It's personal injury.
Okay, perfect.
And so I also had trouble getting them to talk about, some of the clients to talk about their fears, but he was just afraid mostly of getting better, and would he ever get better, and things like that. But it was interesting because that's a while ago, while I was with How to Manage, and when I was trying to find a niche for me, and just because personal injury lawyers advertise, and there's these big mill firms and all that. And so that's kind of what we have come up with, that we offer this hands-on caring experience and offer a lot more than just trying to get people money. So, we try to get to know them, help them in a lot of ways.
So you got some confirmation that message matters.
But I don't know how to market that other than having something
That's
that
okay.
says we care about you, not just the money.
Yeah. We've got 2 more days to build on top of that and answer the
Okay.
question, how do you get that message out there?
Yeah. So it was good to have that confirmed
Yeah.
too. Yeah. By
Really
at
good.
least one
Really
person.
good.
Okay.
Let's keep going. This is really good. Yeah.
Oh, good. We don't have to throw it.
I actually called my highest net worth clients. So everybody was like over 10 million.
Sorry,
I do
practice area? And-
Divorce.
Divorce?
And all of them said the same thing, is that I didn't use stilted language when I talked to them. Because I mean, I didn't tell them I don't know stilted language. And that's the biggest part now. But they were like, talk to me like a person. That's it. Like I sat down and talked to you, just be like, hey man, what's up? That sucks. She's not going to F you in the ass and things like that. And when I talk to the female clients, it's the same thing. I'm like, man, we'll bend them over a barrel and we'll hit it hard. And they liked it. And like, for some reason, they just, kept coming back to that. They just talk to them like normal people.
So there's a lead magnet title for you.
Yeah.
Love it. Awesome. Yeah.
So the 2 people that I talked to, I think what's connected for me is that they said why they signed up with us and not other attorneys that they talked to was that they feel like we connected with them in a compassionate way, and that we listened to them, and they got the feeling, and we would have been me because I'm the one doing the consults, that like their family was important to us as well, which was interesting because usually I'm not very touchy-feely. Anybody who knows me knows that. So I must be doing that part right. But it gave me, it kind of gave to me the confirmation that I needed to stop avoiding calling that video thing and going ahead and scheduling the videos that I've already done the first program. So just like the monthly videos that I've slacked off on, because that's the way that apparently they're connected.
Yeah.
So
I could
that was
not
great.
agree more that video is the best way to convey that compassion and that, you really give a shit.
So I had 3 calls this afternoon, and it was actually pretty interesting. Something that I realized is that I want to work with more female clients. Just we were connecting better, and it's just nicer. I'm not going to be PC about it. Sorry, guys. But one of the clients that I spoke to, she was, and I didn't know this because our project was super fast. Like she was in and out in less than 3 weeks. But she was a legal secretary for 45 years. And she goes, I've never worked with an attorney like you. And I was just like, what do you mean? And, she gave, some good feedback on like responsiveness and, actual like firm practice side. But what she was afraid of was we did like a lien release. She had a lender who wouldn't release her lien, and then she needed to fund her trust. And she goes, I was afraid I was going to die and someone else is going to have to fix this. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, I didn't even realize that was the motivation. I thought she just wanted to get this one thing fixed. So it was interesting to hear that side of that side of her part. The other side is, and we were talking about this before we went on to break, about working with unrepresented buyers. Or buyers in California. So for those who don't know, people in California typically don't hire attorneys when they're buying or selling real estate. And one of my clients was an unrepresented, so he didn't have a real estate agent. And I was asking him, I said, if you do it over again and you had a real estate agent, would you hire an attorney? And he goes, I don't know, it depends. And I was like, well, tell me more. So it was just interesting to hear it was more financial and it would depend on the background of the real estate agent, which I was like, ugh. Okay. But then I asked him, I said, well, what about when you sell this house and you hire a real estate agent? Are you going to hire an attorney? He said, no. I was like, oh, okay. Tell me more. And it's, totally on that side, it's 100% financial. I'm already paying a real estate agent to sell it. Why would I have an attorney to do the rest? And I was like, okay. But there were good conversations with all 3 people that I spoke with.
Yeah. And again, so we had the conversation right before lunch, and I think the education angle and helping people understand why it's so important to have an attorney and what could go wrong.
That was one thing that came up. He goes, I didn't even know I could hire an attorney until another attorney said, go hire an attorney. And he said, we've been talking to all of our friends and they're all interested. And they're like, I didn't know I could hire an attorney. And I was like, there we go.
Love it.
Okay.
Love it.
So
that
thank
campaign
you.
almost writes itself.
Yeah.
I love it.
So I was able to speak with 3 clients.
A little closer?
Sure. I was able to speak with 3 clients over the break. And I know we've always talked about, trying to express things in terms of time or money or reputation with respect to, your benefits. I never gave reputation really much of a consideration. To me, I was always trying to help someone through a time issue, a money issue. Those were the kind of, I thought, the pain points. What I learned, though, is that to the clients, the reputation thing was important. And so a couple of these business clients I have and some litigation choices they've made, they, were explaining to me about, getting to the point where, they wanted to, they felt they had to proceed forward with litigation to enforce what is right or being taken advantage of. And so I said, well, so there's a revenge factor somewhat. And they said, no, it's not exactly revenge. It's being taken advantage of or doing what's right. So I found also it was helpful to hear their own words about what I had heard as revenge. They said, no, that's not really how I think of it, but it's really these other points, which then in creating some marketing messaging, I could use their words back to them and speak to them in that kind of way. So I found that to be helpful.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool.
Hello, my name is Delilah Santos from the Santos Law Office. I do bankruptcy and immigration. And as I was answering the questions before we made the calls myself, I was coming up with all sorts of answers that I hear all the time from these clients. I spoke to 4 people. 3 were bankruptcy related and 1 was immigration. No, 2 bankruptcy, 2 immigration. 3 of them, their biggest fear or their secret desire really was peace of mind. The 3 the answers that I had come up with was, better credit, buy a home, get the green card, get this, get that. And they were so simple about it. They just wanted peace of mind. And they explained exactly what he meant for them in their particular case. 2 was the bankruptcy work, 1 was immigration. And it all made so much sense. And it made me realize that sometimes I create all these, what I think they want. And at the bottom, like bottom of the day, they just want peace of mind. So that was enlightening for me. And then it also gave me the opportunity. Some of these people, one of them, which was a bankruptcy client, needs to file for citizenship. So we're doing that. And then 2 others in immigration, they need to remove the conditions from the green card. That's coming up soon. So great calls.
So those calls actually generated some sales?
Yes.
All right,
yes.
let's give that a round of applause. Heck yeah. Love it. I just want to touch on what she said there, because it's such a good point that it's really easy. And like, I'm guilty of this too. Like a lot of people are guilty of this too, because especially, as a lawyer, you're so highly educated and so specialized and so skilled in like the depth of the legal issues that it can be easy to feel like that's how your clients are thinking, because that's what you're thinking about every day. But that's often not what your clients are thinking about. So to find out that like it's not about the series of steps, it's just I want peace of mind. Like that is such a valuable insight. And honestly, we're going to get into that in this next module here. But I just wanted to say like that's awesome, and that's a really, really good revelation, because it, peace of mind is maybe going to become your new homepage, headline, because that's what your clients care about. So really well done. That's awesome.
I'm Leslie Bottomore. I own a law firm where the family is our focus. We practice family law and elder law, but family law is like our mothership. And I brought my non-attorney sales dragon. And this call just kind of reminded me of why it's important to have a non-attorney sales dragon. So I called 3 clients. And one of them took up the bulk of my time. He happens to be an active client. And I have like 21 years of clients I could have called. But I told him I wasn't going to charge him for the time we talked about the merits of his case. Probably I heard RJon in my head saying, schedule another time for that call. But anyway, I think we have an equal split. I think Lisa would agree of male, female clients. So I don't think, I prefer necessarily to work with one gender or the other. What resonated in my call with him was I like working with people who care about their matter, who are involved, who care about their kid. Like I will withdraw from a case if it starts to feel like I care about their kid more than they care about their kid. And he's a very involved client, very engaged. very active in his own case. And so I did ask him what keeps him up at night. He says, well, I go to bed early. I go to sleep in 3 minutes. But he was able to say what causes him anxiety. And one of the things he said, because it's been like ongoing litigation for him with mom. And his first attorney was kind of moving toward retirement. So that's how he got referred to me for like the second go around. And he just has the sense that the courts are biased in favor of women. And so I thought, well, because I don't honestly believe that, having practiced family law for 21 years and seen like positive outcomes for dads. And so I thought, that's what I can bring to this, is like dispelling that myth and reassuring that anxiety that a client like him may have. Lots of men clients, I think. Have. And then the other, I asked for recommendations on how we could improve. And he was like, can you like lawyer it down? like just tell me in plain English. And that's what made me realize like why people, I mean, there are many reasons why people love Lisa, but one of them is like she and our other dragon like relate on just a human level, without getting into all the legalese that I think we tend to just adopt as second nature, like day-to-day language that we assume everyone talks like we talk. So that was good insight.
That is really good. Yeah. Awesome. Fantastic.
Hi, Brittany Jarbath, South Florida. We help families create their new beginnings. I've been up here a few times. So there was only one of my clients who was available to talk. She missed her call. So I had two potential clients, and I literally just used this, and it was two of the fastest sales I've ever made.
Really?
I barely I barely spoke. I'm like, what do you want? Why do you want that? And they're like, oh my gosh, you're the first person that's ever asked me that. And it's not so much as what you want, more of, well, why do you want that? And the sale was, okay, well, I don't have all the answers now. I get it, but you'll figure it out. But the fact that you asked me, and one of the, well, I guess he's a client now. One of the clients said, I'm like, what do you want? He's like, I don't want to lose my shirt. That's it. Just don't have her kill me in divorce, which is part of one of the strategies or one of the things that I thought was a concern. And the other one, it was she's not that older, but older woman, an adult daughter. And part of the reason that we opened up our law firm, me and my best friend here, is that we're a trilingual law firm and we're first generation. So we do a lot of things for our parents. And one of the reasons why I wanted to become an attorney is because I wish that I was the attorney that my parents had when they were dealing with their case. And I was very involved because mom had language issues, and same thing with Melissa. And I don't want to say we lost that, but that hasn't necessarily been part of our marketing other than we're a trilingual law firm, because you don't find that often where the actual attorneys speak the second language. You'll find plenty of people in the paralegal department or somewhere underneath the attorney that does that. So that kind of reminded me that we may be neglecting that field, because the adult children who are not involved in the case have a lot of say-so in what happens and how the case moves forward. And half the times they're financing it anyway.
So I love that. And I would encourage you, especially since you weren't able to have a ton of conversation, like that sounds great. And I believe that, but I would encourage you to try to get a few of those types of clients on the phone and just kind of confirm that.
No, I'll call them. I'm like, do I not? Because we do have a Spanish speaking attorney. We don't have one Creole speaking yet other than me.
Yeah.
And I want to get myself out of the minutia, but with a little bit more, I think a little bit more cases, we can probably hire another attorney that replaces me in that department in language.
Love it. We'll have the phone calls. I love it. And I think you're in a great direction, but do have those phone calls. All right. One more.
Yes. So I'm the other half of that.
A little
And
closer.
I actually ended up talking to a client. And what was interesting enough is that we had a miscommunication. He showed up at our office fully dressed, thinking it was a video thing.
Oh no.
But he loves those. And what he did, which I maximized on that, was he goes, I could do a video testimonial for you guys. I would love to set it up. And I was like, when can you and your wife come over? This was a very sympathetic case as well as an immigration case, but they ended up taking in a child that wasn't theirs. And eventually we got them like a special immigrant visa, whatever. So it was great to talk to them, 4 years later. Now this child's an adult and she's going to become a citizen.
but he's willing to come in and do that. I was like, oh, you lunch? She's like, you don't have to, but I'll feed them when they come in, but they're willing to go ahead and do that. We were trying, RJon already bitched about this to us maybe a year and a half ago, the language thing, right? But it is very difficult, especially because Frizzy speaks Creole. So it's not really French, it's Creole. And now that we had for the summer Creole speaking intern, we did a few videos regarding TPS and even news and stuff like that. And we did have some people reach out. But the problem is when the intern is not there, then it falls on her again.
Right.
So until we have the staffing part actually set up, it's going to be difficult to transfer.
Sure.
But we want to know how it could be done.
Yeah. Awesome.
So that we can staff it.
Awesome. I love it. Awesome. Good job, guys. All right. Really good stuff. Just show of hands, who in these calls learned something new or surprising you just didn't expect, just out of curiosity? All right. Pretty good percentage of the room. And who would you say it really just kind of confirmed what you already thought? Okay, a couple people. Awesome. Both of those are great outcomes. Both of those are great outcomes. We now have a set of clearly defined client personas. We have clearly defined our target market. So now, what the hell do we say to them to get them to engage with our business? And module 4 is all about creating irresistible messaging. Here is kind of the key central point that I need you to understand when it comes to messaging. The number one cardinal sin that most lawyers commit when it comes to messaging, a few people already hit on that here in this room. They make it too much about themselves and not about the client. Bottom line, effective messaging and effective marketing is not about you. It's not about how great your law firm is. It's not about your years of experience. It's not about your extensive knowledge of like the legal process required to get this stuff done. Effective messaging is about how you are going to make life better for your clients. That's it. Effective messaging is about how you are going to solve a problem or help them address an opportunity to get from where they are currently to where they want to go. So that's the filter we need to run this through. It's not about you. It's not about your years of experience. It's not about how pretty your office is. It's about how you are going to solve problems and help your target clients make their lives better. We could do an entire weekend on just this concept. We obviously don't have time to do that. Has anybody read the book Storybrand by Donald Miller? Storybrand. Okay. If you haven't, which it looks like most of you have not, that is a book that's well worth checking out. It is a fantastic book on messaging and how to deliver really compelling messaging. And kind of the key point is most businesses, most law firms make themselves the hero of their story. And their marketing is about them and how great they are. And successful marketing flips that script and says, client, you are the hero. You are the hero of this story. And everything I'm doing from a marketing standpoint, everything I'm doing from a business standpoint is about helping you get from point A to point B. Like that is the point of marketing. And that's how you create really powerful messaging. Sam Brotman, are you in the room? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to throw your homepage up here because you do a fantastic job of that. Compare those three to this. Our tax attorneys have saved over $1 billion for our clients. Like, holy shit, do you see the difference? I know that I'm a little bit too into marketing because like that gives me goosebumps. Like that gives me goosebumps legitimately. But like, I hope you understand that for the hundreds of prospective clients that hit your homepage every single month, if you have a headline that doesn't pull them in, like you're wasting a shitload of money, right? You're wasting a huge opportunity. Effective marketing is about how you are going to make life better for your clients. That's what it's about. Marketing is problem solving, right? We've identified a series of problems. And we're going to continue identifying a series of problems. And your marketing and your website and the campaigns that we're going to blueprint out today are about problem solving. It's solving a specific problem for your clients. So let's talk about problems. So what's the problem? How do you define the problem? Or I'm going to say the opportunity. And when I use problem, guys, I want you to substitute problem or opportunity. Because for some of you, the type of law that you practice is really more about big opportunities that your clients have to improve their lives, especially if you're B2B, right? So there are kind of two elements to defining a problem. First, there's the surface level problem. Okay, this is the obvious surface level. This is what got them to pick up the phone or start doing some research. This is, hey, my husband told me he wants a divorce. This is, I'm selling my house, and so I need an attorney. This is, I was in a car accident, and I need help recovering a judgment. Surface level problem, right? Super simple, super straightforward. Most people understand this, and it's important that we have identified these surface level problems. But where most marketers and most business owners go wrong is they never take the next step and get into the emotions underlying the surface level problem. How does the problem make you feel? When your spouse tells you that he or she wants a divorce, how does that make you feel? Scared, mad, depressed? When you create marketing that speaks into that emotional level and really demonstrates that you get what they're going through, that you understand it, that you know what it's like to be in their situation, you create a connection on a much higher level. So number one, it's about, and by the way, you can go ahead and flip to page 36 in your workbook. We're not going to start working quite yet, but we're going to go through an exercise where we're going to start by listing out the persona, and we're going to go through this exercise of saying, okay, what's their surface problem? So, hey, I'm out of diapers. And what's the emotional level problem? Like how does this problem or opportunity make them feel? So that's what we're doing on page 36. And then continuing across, we need to define the stakes. Right? What happens if their problem, their surface level problem, is not resolved successfully? Like what disaster awaits them? We had this conversation, I had this conversation with a few of you, which is that a lot of prospective clients just don't understand that they don't understand how high the stakes are, right? They don't understand that if I fail to take action, if I fail to solve this problem, it might torpedo my entire life. It might torpedo my house. It might torpedo my job. And conversely, they don't necessarily have a vision for how much better life can be once you define what success looks like. So what I'm going to ask you to do is think through, number one, what does success look like when they resolve that problem? Like what good things happen to them when they resolve the problem? And then number two, conversely, what does failure look like? What happens if you don't ever solve the problem, or if you fail in your attempt to solve the problem? And I want to be clear here. Like a lot of people get squeamish when we talk about talking about failure and scaring people. And I want to be clear, the goal here, I'm not advocating that you just resort to scare tactics and just try to terrify everybody into hiring you. But what I want to be clear on is just the level of inertia and complacency that you're dealing with the vast majority of your PNCs. Like you kind of have to scare them sometimes to get them to understand the gravity of the situation and how important it is that they actually get off their ass and do something about it. Like I said this morning, your number one competitor is not actually your competition. Your number one threat is the apathy and the laziness and the complacency and the inertia that your PNCs have, because they just won't get off their butt and take the first step. So like, for example, driver's ed, most driver's ed classes, at least everywhere I've lived, are, the main thing that they do, I swear it's the main thing that they do, I've heard this from multiple people, is they show kids these terrible pictures of what happens if you're in a car accident, and these just gory pictures, and they scare them. And the reason they do it is because that's what it takes to get through. Like, kids aren't paying attention until you define the stakes for them. So the exercise here on page 36 is starting the first column, you label your persona, right? So you can flip back to whatever page it was where you kind of summed up and organized your client personas. And then choose one. It's really important. Each row, we're just doing this for one specific problem. What problem can you solve? What opportunity is there for you to solve a problem for that client on the surface? And then how does that problem that they're facing make them feel? And then on the other side of the page, what happens if they fail? What if they don't solve the problem? And what happens if they succeed? And so just to give you kind of a little example here. So your persona could be, I think this was this is like family law. Your persona is high-income professional dads. Surface level problem is the spouse wants divorce. Emotional problem is that makes the spouse feel like a failure, maybe afraid of losing their kids. Failure looks like financial trouble. It looks like not having access to your kids. It looks like being distracted at work, not being able to focus on your career. It looks like feeling bitter and unhappy. And then success is an equitable divorce, able to see your kids, creating a healthy new life, building a new beginning. So that's the exercise here. And we're going to do this at least 5 times. And if you want to go further, and there's room to probably write 2 or 3 more beneath. And I want you to understand the reason we're doing this is these are going to become your lead magnets. Okay? These problems that we identify are going to be, the next step is going to be creating a lead magnet around that problem. So I'm going to let you guys jump into it, but please raise your hands or come to the mic if you have questions. Can just show of hands if you've gotten through at least 3 surface level, three of the whole matrix. Okay, pretty much everybody. Awesome. So this is really important. This is what we are going to build our lead magnets and all of our follow-up messaging around. And so I want to hear from several of you. I want to be sure we feel really good about at least 3 of these before we move on. And so somebody who feels good, you want to come up to the microphone, or we can toss you the mic. And I'd love to hear, just kind of walk me through persona, surface problem, emotional problem, failure, and success. Come on up. And if you could stand real close to the microphone.
Okay. So I've got real estate investors / landlords. Surface problem is.
Hang on, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm Shanna Welsh Levin, SoCal Realty Law.
Awesome.
We protect real estate investors and real estate professionals.
Perfect. So Shannon, are those 2 distinct personas? Real estate. Say again.
No,
it was real
that's
estate?
one of my personas. Real estate investors / landlords, because investors are usually landlords.
Okay. So you feel good about that's all one.
Yeah.
That's all one persona. Okay,
Yeah.
good. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
I have several others. So.
Okay, good.
That's fine.
Good.
And their surface problem is protecting the value of their investments by, not losing rent, keeping their vacancies low in their investment properties.
Got it. Say it one more time. It was
protecting the value of their investments by keeping the vacancy numbers low and continuing to receive their rent.
Okay. So protecting the value of their investment.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And I want to be a little more, is there like a specific sort of triggering event that makes them worried about protecting the value of their investment?
Yes. So one of my calls today was very enlightening. One of my very long-term clients who has a lot of rental properties, multifamily properties. Navigating government action is one of his big issues.
Yep.
I've been doing webinars ever since April 2020 to kind of navigate all the COVID laws.
Yep.
California landlord-tenant laws have completely changed in the last
Yep.
year. So we've done these webinars consistently every month to keep everybody up to date on that.
Got it.
So it confirmed what I knew was true.
Okay, good.
Also made me feel like I need to get smarter, learn some more.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. So that's surface level problem,
Mhm.
is protecting the value of their investment. And then emotional.
He was very concerned about others, people of low income who are suffering from inflation, not using their money wisely, and not using their money as a tool, which doesn't exactly correlate with the problem, but I think I know where he was going with that. Like if he loses his investment, or if he has vacancies, or if he's not taking care of his investment, then all of these people that live in his properties also lose.
Yeah. Okay. So that makes a ton of sense, but I don't know that it all belongs on the same row, because if the surface problem is protecting my investment, what the next entry needs to be is like, how do I feel about protecting my investment? Like what happens what fears do I have if I don't protect my investment? Like, what am I going to lose?
I think his fear is for his tenants losing their home, like for
Okay,
his
so
tenants
he is
not living in a
concerned-
safe place, or yeah.
Okay, so he's concerned. The surface problem is that he is worried about losing the value of his investment. And one of the things that he feels emotionally about that is that he doesn't want to let down his tenants.
Yes.
Okay.
There's one other that maybe might help a little bit. He's concerned about paying taxes because if he can't pay the taxes, then he has to liquidate an investment, and so he needs to keep his liquid income, the rents coming in, increasing the rents regularly to keep the rent where it needs to be so that he can pay the taxes that he needs to pay, and also doing a bunch of stuff to reduce his tax liability.
So got it. And I think we just need to be a little more clear about, like, I think it comes back to the triggering event. Like so is it getting contacted by the government? Like what is the thing that happens to them that makes them worried about losing the value of their investment?
All of the tax laws are about to change. Nobody really knows what's going on with the tax laws. So, I mean, that's not my area of law, but that's a surface level problem that he's very concerned about.
Okay. So I think that's a surface level problem in and of itself, is tax laws are changing. How's it going to impact and then emotionally, like I get the sort of altruistic, he's worried about his clients, but I would imagine, unless you work with like saints, that they're ultimately also, if not more, concerned with what it's going to do to themselves, right?
This particular one, I don't know. Maybe he is a saint, but yeah. That was my assumption.
So-
He
so-
surprised me with his response.
And that's awesome. And so that tells me that definitely needs to be part of your messaging. But I don't think, remember, we've done 3 interviews. That was, one call. I don't want to assume that that's how everybody feels either. I think the emotional level problem, if the surface problem is losing value of investment, the emotional problem is, whatever fears are created by if that investment goes bad. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
So give it a shot, kind of following that format, because I want to be sure we have a clear sequential surface problem, emotional problem, and then failure and success. Cool?
That is cool. Yes.
Awesome.
All right.
Cool. Thanks.
Thank you.
Anybody want to go? Hey, Mario. Yeah. Mario, yeah? You had I really liked your answer, but half the room was taking their break. So would you mind walking us through what you said at the microphone 20 minutes ago?
Okay. Romero's younger brother. So two personas. One of them is the immigrant that's living in the U.S.
Yep.
In the shadows.
So this first one is specific to that immigrant, yeah? Like this.
Yeah.
Okay, so just give me that persona. It's
Because the product's two people basically. We
Yeah.
got the petitioner and then we got the beneficiary.
Yep.
And so I'm talking about the beneficiary.
Yep.
So they need a green card is the surface problem. They don't know where to start. They need legal documents in order to do something. And they want to make the U.S. their permanent home. The emotional problem. There is a cloud over me the entire time. I have fear of being discovered, fear that something will happen. I feel anxious, stressed. I'm living within limitations. I feel alone, scared, always looking over my shoulder. I can do better than this, and I'm qualified for so much more.
Awesome.
What failure looks like. Deportation, separation from family. I will be grabbed at any moment and removed from the U.S. without any help. Success. The cloud was lifted the moment I got a green card. The U.S. is now my permanent home. I'm living my full potential, and I am equal among everyone and no longer discriminated against.
Okay, awesome. Perfect. Thank you. Do you have a second one?
Yeah, so
Okay,
that's
let's
the
hear that.
U.S. spouse, right?
Perfect. So U.S. spouse.
Right. So this is the person who's petitioning. The surface problem is I need my spouse to get legal status. I feel overwhelmed and I don't know where to start. The emotional problem, being apart. Will this process take so long that it will affect my relationship? It's a weight on my shoulders. I'm anxious, afraid, overwhelmed. I don't understand the process. Failure. They didn't say it, but I'm extrapolating that I'm going to lose my relationship due to the distance.
Yeah.
What success looks like. The clouds lifted, the weights lifted the moment we get the green card. This made us stronger as a couple. If we can get through this, we can get through anything. We can now travel together. We have time to be with family.
Yeah, awesome. And so, thank you. So, well done. And so what's why I wanted to kind of go over this, and I want to hear from more as well, is the surface problem, which I maybe even could have called like the trigger. It needs to be like a clearly identifiable situation or event, something that happens to them, like a problem has been created, an opportunity has been created, and because the next thing we're going to do is build a lead magnet that speaks to that specific opportunity. So for example, something about, I need to get a green card, or I need to help my spouse get a green card. Either of those would be a really good place to start for a lead magnet, whether it was a PDF or a webinar or whatever. So that's kind of what we're looking for. So I'd love to hear a few more people kind of take me through. Do we have the catch ball microphone thing? Oh, hello. All right, here you go. I'm going to go for it. Boom. All right, let's hear it.
So my name is Edwin Flores, and we do criminal defense in Los Angeles, California, and also DUI. And this avatar is for a 25 to 40-year-old male or female, married with family, with children. And the surface problem is losing your driver's license. The emotional problem is unable to go to work, loss of your job, unable to feed your family. What does a failure look like is an automatic suspension without challenging it, loss of your job, unable to provide for your family. And success looks like an opportunity to save your driver's license, being able to maintain your job, and continue providing for your family.
Very well done. Do you have another one?
Another one is surface problems, going to jail. The emotional problem is losing time with your family, unable to support your family while you're away, financial hardship to your family and your loved ones. Failure looks like going to jail for maximum time allowed. Hardship to your family, and success is not going to jail for the maximum time allowed and being able to support your family.
Yeah, awesome. Cool. Everybody else? Actually, I need like 4 more of these.
Hi, Adrienne Hahn. Our firm represents, well, one area, we represent students when the school, other teachers, or students are being bullies to them.
Awesome.
So the persona in this one is the family or student, because I have college students and older students. Problem is in students expelled or suspended. The emotional problem is serious fear, frustration, unknown what's going to happen. I tried to keep the emotions, and I don't know if that's what you were aiming for, the emotions into the 5 main emotional categories.
Sure.
I don't know if I should broaden that, but okay. Then failure looks like criminal charges pending, kid self-esteem drop, which obviously can lead to self-harm and other serious emotional distress issues. Educational challenges, meaning the student can't continue their education, can't get the degree they want, can't go to the profession they want if they have to go to an Ivy League school, if that matters to them. And obviously financial loss, tuition, obviously attorney's fees, litigation if they have to, those kinds of things.
Good.
And then success is the student is able to continue in their education dreams, going to the dream school, what they want to do. Their reputation is saved in front of their friends and their peers, and their self-confidence is boosted, and obviously it goes to money as well.
Good. So the kind of surface problem triggering event is the student was suspended or expelled.
Or expelled, yes.
Right. Is the persona the parent? So it's my child was suspended, or is it the student himself or herself was suspended?
It's both.
Okay. So I would actually make that into 2 distinct things. Everything you said is great. It's just as we build lead magnets and follow up and all of that, we're going to speak to the parent whose child was expelled differently than we're going to speak directly to the student. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank
Thank you.
Well, him and then you.
Okay, I'm Jerry Carter with the Sierra Crest Business Law Group out of Reno, Nevada. We guide small business owners over rocky legal terrain.
Awesome.
So one of my problems is for the owner of a Reno area business, I need to break up with my business partner. A business partner has been taking advantage of me for years and now wants to repay me by destroying my business and taking it for himself or herself. Worst case outcome, I lose the business or it's destroyed. I'm on the hook for liabilities for taxes, rent, vendors, customer commitments, and no way to provide for my retirement. Best case is I keep the business or at least the business assets and then keep all the fruits of my own labors going forward.
Yeah. Awesome. I like it a lot. You got one more?
I have 4 more.
Sweet.
One more.
Yeah, please.
Okay. Okay. So then this would be a little different direction. I'm a trustee or a personal representative of a family estate.
Okay. So that's the persona.
That's a persona. A family member is challenging either the estate plan or my actions as the trustee.
Okay.
Everything I hated about how that family member treated me when dad or my spouse was alive has just gotten worse since that person passed away. It's just been magnified. My worst case scenario is I lose my inheritance, lose the respect of my family, and I get criticized or punished in court. Best case scenario is the loved one's decision to put me in charge is vindicated, judge accepts my work, inheritance is protected, and the complaining family member learns not to make accusations against me.
Okay, good. So just so I'm clear, so the trustee, the triggering event here is the trustee is challenged, right, is challenged by another family member?
Yeah, either the plan is challenged or how they're conducting the affairs of the estate is challenged.
Got it. Perfect. Okay, awesome.
That
Good
work?
work.
Okay.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah,
Thanks.
that's great. Hey there.
Hi. Brittany again.
Hey, hey.
Okay. So my avatar persona is engaged Evan, and his surface problem is that he needs a prenup.
Sorry, say it again. He's the persona is
engaged Evan.
Engaged Evan. Okay.
Engaged Evan. And his surface problem is that he needs a prenup. And success would look like he doesn't have to worry about what he has being taken from him, and he's not shackled to all of her debt. Failure looks like I'm asked out, she calls off the wedding, or 20 years later, she leaves me for the pool guy, and he's driving my Tesla, and my kids are calling him daddy.
I love it.
And the emotional problem is scared of losing his shirt, right? Looking stupid with the paramour, or her and the paramour getting it all. No wife, because she calls off the wedding. Or his soon-to-be wife thinks it's all about the money and not about love.
Awesome.
Okay.
Okay, so the triggering event here is basically he's engaged and he wants a prenup. Yeah. Okay, awesome. Really good. Love it. Did you have one?
Yeah. Romero Rodriguez, when injured, we're your best friend against the insurance company. My persona is an injured person. The surface problem is unpaid medical bills and no medical insurance. The emotional problem is that the stress of the medical bills, sometimes they're half or more of what they make in a year. Failure looks like collection companies, they feel like a failure, they lower their credit score, and the bills will never get paid off. Success is the bills get paid off and the stress is over.
Awesome. Really good. You have another one?
Yeah. Injured person, surface problem, need medical treatment. The emotional problem is they're in pain and they cannot function. They're probably going to have to miss work and cannot support their family. Failure looks like they never get better again. They may keep a permanent injury and then lose their job. Success looks like they get to see the doctors that they wanted or needed to see, and they get to keep their job and they get better.
Awesome. Very good. Very good.
So persona, I'm a single mom, abusive father of my child, victim of domestic violence, afraid of court. Like I've tried to go it alone and it terrifies me. That and having to deal with my perpetrator.
So that's
Come to Baltimore law.
So that's your
yeah, the problem, I think the surface problem is I'm seeking a buffer, someone to go to court for me.
Okay.
But the emotional problems are with me and my, how old is she? She's calling her tomorrow. 8-year-old daughter. I'm afraid, I have panic attacks, I have anxiety, I have nightmares, I shake anytime I'm in court, anytime I have to see the perpetrator. I've gained weight. I don't walk with confidence. I have to find the trash bucket to puke during a court proceeding. And my daughter is also afraid, also has panic attacks, has night terrors, has gained, like 8 years old, 20 pounds, not able to sleep over even at family members' homes, things like that. And failure looks like remaining the victim, not being able to get out of that mode of operating in the world. And success looks like what we actually saw her achieve, her and her daughter, with counseling going on alongside lawyering, like, I don't know, 8 different court appearances and a second action to modify the parenting plan, trial, all of that. And I think really seeing her as a creator, not a victim, and really seeing us as coaches and challengers. So the success looks like confidence, empowerment, independence, lost weight, able to have sleepovers, her daughter, good grades, freedom, just totally different human being.
Yeah, that's really,
Really
good, really
awesome.
powerful. Question for you though. I want to be sure we're clear on kind of the triggering, like the triggering event
Yeah.
that sets that all in motion. You said they want a buffer, right? Like that's the
Yeah.
And so what's the? I just want to be clear that we know, what. So is it? Yeah. So like what? Yeah. What triggered the buffer? Like what triggered that need?
Triggered her thinking she needed a buffer?
Yeah.
Like
was she did abuse just happen, or
it
is
was
her
like
court
there
date
had
coming
been
up?
abuse in 2011 and then it resurfaced in, I don't know, 2019 when she came to us.
Yeah.
And I think the trigger was she thought she could go it alone, DIY, go to court, file a petition.
Mhm.
And she had to face the court and she had to face him. And it was
So-
like, I can't do this.
So the trigger was maybe that court action, that she
Right,
had to face the court and she had to face him. So the trigger was being kind of pushed into that situation, being forced into that situation and not wanting to do it herself.
And maybe even before that, she called 911 and law enforcement wouldn't help her because there was no order
Mhm.
to enforce. They said you need to file a petition for a protection order. So she went on her own. And then it was daunting.
Got it.
From there, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's really good. And I
Yeah.
think let's just be clear of what the triggering moment kind of is.
Okay.
And I think you said it there at the end. So good.
Okay.
Good,
Thank
good,
you.
good. Cool. We'll get to you next.
Hi, I'm Tanae Maddox from Houston, and we help families get to a better future and a fresh start. So, my persona is a professional dad, and the surface problem is that they can't afford to pay creditors. They don't really know what to do next. The emotional problem is that they fear losing their home or car. They feel like a failure. And then what failure looks like is financial trouble, not having a car to get to work because it's been repossessed. They're unhappy. They may be homeless or having to go live with their parents or other family members. And then what success looks like is saving his belongings from repo or seizure, having money in the bank after paying some bills, and being able to save for the future.
Awesome. Love it.
Okay.
Good work. Can I hear one more?
Sure. Okay. I have a professional parent. So most of our things we go for professionals because we like people with money. This one is that they want to file for divorce. That's the triggering event. So I do family law as well, but bankruptcy is what I've tacked on.
Yep.
So that's what I'm marketing for.
Got it.
They feel like a failure. They are nervous about the children and what's going to happen next with them. Super overwhelmed. They're also nervous that their spouse may lie in court. And what failure looks like is super contested divorce, fighting over the children, being left with no assets, long, grueling divorce, and just unnecessary court proceedings. What success looks like is a quick divorce, fairness, everybody kind of gets what they deserve, each person spending equal time with the children, and having a better life after divorce.
Cool. Love it. Good work.
Thank you.
Awesome. Where's the mic? Actually, do you have it? Perfect. All right. You're up next, and then we'll get back in the back row there.
Okay, so we have a GC, so a general counsel for a developer, And the surface problem is that they have too much work. They don't have enough resources. The emotional problem is that they're afraid of, like, they have job stability, whether they do. They're afraid of being circumvented by maybe a law firm that gives them a hand or something like that. They're, in essence, insecure. They also have a fear of costing their client, the developer, millions of dollars. What does failure look like? Losing money, not stopping fires. There's always a constant fire that needs to be put out, and being invisible, not being recognized for their work. Success looks like closing deals with minimal problems, saving the day, getting job stability by making the boss look good. Yeah.
Awesome. I love it.
Yeah.
Well done. One more?
Yeah. So real estate investor. A surface problem is they want to turn a profit on an investment. The emotional problem is that this is their retirement, in essence, and they want to have a legacy to leave to their family. Failure looks like devaluing investment, losing money, and inability to provide for their family. Success looks like maintaining or increasing the lifestyle that they have, affording all the expenses that make them up, and high return on investment.
Awesome. And so just to be clear, the triggering event there is they are entering into a new investment?
They're buying a piece of property.
Perfect. Awesome.
Yeah.
Really well done. Love it. All right. We can pass it back that way.
Oh, boy.
Nice.
That was a lot easier. Okay, so my first persona is a high income professional mom. Surface problem is she wants a divorce, or the spouse wants a divorce. The emotional problem is she's probably been cheated on, so she feels inadequate, she feels cheated, she feels stress, she's pissed off. The failure looks like being alone, and husband getting what he wants, that a girlfriend is going to replace mom in the kids' lives, that the dad is happy and the mom is unhappy. And then success looks like, to the mom, to the client, that she has more time sharing, that the girlfriend is either not in the picture, which is not realistic, or that she's not replacing mom in the relationship, and that mom has like the primary responsibilities. Do I do a second one?
Awesome. Yes, in a second.
Sure.
What was the triggering event?
Husband wants a divorce.
Husband wants. Perfect. Okay. Awesome. Yeah. Let's get a second one.
Sure. So again, the other part of my practice is probate. So within that is guardianship. So the persona is a low-income mom or dad with a special needs child turning 18 or has already turned 18. The surface problem is they need to plan for the future and have a guardianship in place for their special needs child. The emotional problem is having a lot of worry, stress, and anxiety about what happens when this child turns 18, not understanding, not being educated. And then the second emotional problem is having fear that the parents are going to pass and what's going to happen to this special needs child and who's going to take care of them. Failure looks like not getting the guardianship established, procrastination, and not having a plan in case they die as parents. And then success looks like setting it up, feeling educated, feeling comfortable, and knowing that their kid is going to be taken care of through the guardianship as with them as guardians. And then, God forbid, anything happens to the parents, that they have a plan in action after they pass.
Yeah. Awesome. Very strong.
Thanks.
Well done. One or maybe two more people want to share? I saw a hand up on this side of the room. No? Perfect.
I guess I can get up. Okay, so Lisa Murtha again. So my persona, first one was high income professional mom, service problems starting the divorce process. The emotional problem was afraid of the unknown or the future. Failure looks like disappointment, unhappiness, and failing her children. And success was personal and emotional growth and helping the whole family succeed.
Fantastic.
So
Well done. You got one more?
I do. So the second one, my other person called back right before I had to leave. So the second one, I actually went off of a meeting with a referral source I had a couple weeks ago. So hopefully it makes sense. So a financial advisor referral source is my persona.
Okay.
And her service problem is needing professional and trustworthy attorneys for estate planning referral sources. Her emotional problem is she's afraid of sending clients to somebody who will not perform. Her failure looks like loss of clients, reputation, and respect. And success looks like a great team, lots of happy clients, and hopefully more referrals.
Awesome. Well done. And that's a good way to think through the referral partner aspect, right? And a number of you have, whether it's other professionals or whoever as referral sources. And so thinking through, what's motivating the referral source and the idea of, if I'm making a referral, I want to know that you're going to take good care of them and that you're going to make me look good for making the referral. The worst thing that can happen to me, if I make a referral and then you drop the ball, like that makes me look really bad. And there's basically no chance I'm going to make a referral to you next time. So that's great. And I know a number of you kind of have that as a part of your target audience. So that's a really good way to handle referral sources. Yeah. Okay. So is everybody clear on kind of the flow? It starts with a triggering event, a surface level problem, which then creates an emotional problem. Failure looks like this and success looks like that. Is everybody feeling good about that flow? Okay. It's really important, and it's why we're spending time here, because this is going to become the building blocks of everything to follow. So if you'll flip to page 38 in your workbook, this is basically the place where you're going to summarize the work that you just did. And it just gives us an easy frame of reference tomorrow when we start building out lead magnets. So what I want you to basically do is just summarize. So in the persona column for number 1, it could be engaged Evan, and the surface problem is needs a prenup. Like that's all I need here is just kind of a basic summary so that we can flip back to this and we know what we're building. These are going to become the lead magnets that we begin creating tomorrow. And so I want you to put these in order of what you want to address first. Again, we're going to at least do 3 of these. We may do 4 or 5. So don't agonize between should it be first or second, because you're going to do both. But I do want you to take some time now and think about who are the sort of prime targets and what is the problem we're going to solve for them. So start in kind of priority order, and let's take a few minutes. Let's do this and make sure that we're all feeling really good about this process. Yeah, and jump to the mic if you have questions.
Well, I do have a question about this because I don't really feel good about all of these, and maybe there's other personal injury lawyers in the room that can help me, or I can brainstorm with too. But like I shared earlier, so I have figured out the problem and the fears, emotional, of clients who are really in need of money or not financially well off, obviously. But what I don't quite have a grasp on, because, I do have clients who come to me that aren't really struggling financially, but they still feel like they, should get compensated from the insurance companies. And the only thing I could really come up with is that, they don't want to be they deserve to be compensated, but I don't know if they have a real deep emotional fear about that, or something that keeps them up at night. And the other thing is, they don't want to be taken advantage of.
What happens to them if they're not taken care of financially?
Well, they have to dip into their savings or their other money, or, something like that, I suppose. Or, a lot of them even have health insurance. So, or they may have to miss work, and that might not, I suppose have had clients who worried about promotions or things like that in their jobs from missing work for medical appointments and things like that. I don't know if I can really help them with that though, always.
Hello. So I'm going to be joining you back here again as we are pausing Danny's session there to revisit with RJon. The team is getting set back up at the main office there for a continuation of. I'm not sure if this is going to be the audiobook or if that's the podcast. Recording, but I know it's going to be one or the other. So we're going to see which one it is. And I'm excited about it. But I just wanted to come back and say thank you so much for spending time with us today. I want to recap something and just let you know that if you are, this is what we're going to be doing for 60 days straight of this behind the scenes inside look at what it takes to run a multi-million-dollar business. So the intention is pull this up on whatever social media is most convenient for you. If you have another monitor, throw it up on the second monitor in your office. Keep it up all day if you can, and just keep checking in. Otherwise, just keep popping back and letting us know how you're doing and checking in. Be active and engaged on social media. We're constantly checking. We're looking for questions, so you can ask questions of RJon. If you see them talking about something that comes to mind, you can ask questions in the moment. But with that being said, the team is going to take it over from here, and I'm going to wish you a fond adieu, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. So I'm going to pass the football back to Dylan over here to take over. Thank you guys so much. It's been a real treat.
Thank you, Jimmy. We're just waiting on the talent to get on in here. We'll be going live in just a couple of minutes with Danny and RJon reading the next chapter of Automatic Marketing Machine. We're actually we're seeing the uptick in the stream a little bit there. Mostly YouTube. I think we are going to go ahead and break the stream and then go live again in just a couple of minutes. Yeah. Just to let everybody know that's on the stream. We're not done. We're coming right back. Yeah, take a quick break. Go grab a snack. Get on some comfy shoes and come on back.
Enjoy the rest of your evening. I gotta know when they're gonna see some of my old classics.